What's that? Christmas bells in July? That can only mean one thing. Christmas comes to Sewing Street. Oh, Chloe, that wasn't in the script.
Happy Christmas! I know it's July, but you can never start too early. So this week it's all about Christmas. How exciting is it? Look, we've got a Christmas tree, we've got Christmas quilts, we've got Liberty Christmas, we've got all sorts. We have been sorting this show out for months. We have got a whole week of amazing guests, all our favourite guests, all our favourite fabric, brand new designs. It's great. And we have a brand new badge. I know, I'm just making sure it wasn't upside down. I'm not going to show you the back. So, everybody who shops with us while stock lasts, but let me tell you, we have got quite a lot, will get the brand new Sewing Street Christmas badge. And there is a special little gift code on the back, just saying. You know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you or show you the back, but there's a special code. So everybody who shops with us will get the badge, and it's in the tree as well. How exciting. So how fab is that? I've got 3 fantastic early birds that are going to kick it off so that you can get your badge first thing. But before all of that, I have a very, very exciting and important photograph to show you. So do you remember Vix has had twins? They are just beautiful. So many of you have been messaging in, how are they, how are they doing? So we sent Ben and Charlie off on a special mission to make sure everything was okay and that Vic was okay, and you should see the photo. Look at this. So do you remember Ben and Charlie had petitioned that she would name the twins Ben and Charlie, and I think she's agreed. Isn't that the best photo? They look like 2 dads, don't they? 2 proud dads with Ben and Charlie. I wonder how Ben and Charlie are going to feel when they grow up. They're actually called Tilly and Belle, but to Ben and Charlie they always will be. Charlie's got Belle and Ben's got Tilly, but isn't that the loveliest photo? Now Vix has said possibly she is hoping to go to the Festival of Quilts. Is she going to take Ben and Charlie with her? Hope so. What day will she be going if she does? Oh, she's looking to get on Thursday. Fantastic, because I'm going on Thursday. So any of you, I mean, fingers crossed, you know what it's like when you've got babies, things go awry, but potentially she will be there on Thursday. Anyway, I just had to share that lovely photo of Ben and Charlie met Ben and Charlie. So lovely. Anyway, we've got 3 early birds. Let's start with the first one. Now, we've started with a fantastic one. Little kit, easy peasy. Great little stocking filler. It's a pom-pom robin. So in the kit, you get the 2 cardboard robin shapes, you get the ball of yarn, and you make a pom-pom, and they go hang it on your tree. It's great to put in your stocking, and we've got a fantastic price on it. You know, was $3.99. Now, let's have a think about it. So postage and packaging, $3.99 all day. Doesn't matter what you buy, how many things you buy, it will always be that. But if you buy today, even if you just buy the early bird, you get the badge with the special gift on the back that we all know what it is, don't we? But I'm not allowed to say, but it's always the same. So if we reduce the price of our special early bird for you, for even a Christmas crash, to $1.99, right? You pay $1.99, get your little Christmas robin, get your badge, get your special offer on the back, and in the long term you save your money, aren't you? It's a no-brainer. Then your P&P is all covered for the day, isn't it? And what a lovely little thing. Buy a few of them. I mean, they're great to put in stockings. What they would be nice sort of thing you could put on the Christmas table as a little activity after Christmas dinner. Ideal for children, adults, anybody. Now, we've already got over 100 in baskets. Now, we had quite a big stock of it, not enough for all of you. So if you want to get one of these, get a few of them. I mean, and then you could say, oh, I've actually started my Christmas shopping and be really smug. But they're just so cute. I mean, they're easy peasy. They've even got the instructions on them. You make the pom-pom in the robin as well. So you don't need anything else. So the pom-pom has got the circle. So you make the pom-pom in the robin, then you take it out and then you put it in the robin. That's so cute, is it? Half of the stock is gone. So, and you can guarantee that you will get the badge with the special offer, obviously on the back, that we're not allowed to tell you what it is, but we do the same one every time. And then you get the little pom-pom robin. He's so cute. Right, only got double figures left now. Please do get checked out a bit. Today is going to be so busy. I mean, I think this week. Right, for example, we're about to do Liberty in a moment. When I've done the other two early birds, we're down to single figures on the mega bundle already. So remember about shopping ahead. Let me do the other two early birds. This is, how many have we got left? Yeah. We've got 40 of these left and 105 in basket. So get them quick. Because they, I mean, a nice little gift, you know, even if you want to give like a teacher gift. So easy to do. 20 left, 15. Right, I will leave that with you, those last 15. Fantastic, aren't they? Right. Now, we have got a special, well, two very special panel early birds for you. These are fabulous. Is that the one I want? No, I think it's that one, nice one. They're different. Ah, this is the one I want. Look at this. I'll hold it up. Oh, I'm not even tall enough. I'll hold it like, look how big it is. Let me put it on the desk so you can actually have a look at it. So it's beautiful, 100% cotton fabric panel, Father Christmas with his sack full of presents. Oh, right, I'm just moving him up. So there he is, he's got his sacks and teddies and presents. You've got a lovely wintry Christmas village in the background. There's the chimney. And there's Father Christmas who does have a head. There we go. Look at that. Now, the size of the panel, does it say on the thingy? I'll measure it. So it is 90, well, the actual inside of it is 92 wide by... Well, let me just measure it, because by 112. 91 by 109. I'm measuring the inside green bit by 109. So I'm thinking, think of all things you can do with this. Now, the price for this is normally $14.99, but it's an early bird, isn't it? And we are going to reduce it to $11.99. Now, wouldn't this make the most beautiful wall hanging? You could cut it up and do it as an attic windows. You could just quilt it, put some wadding behind it, backing fabric, quilt round the edges. Be fantastic, wouldn't it? You could use it to make a mega Christmas sack. Wouldn't that look lovely? So if you've got some big presents this year, get some another piece of fabric the same size, join them together, put a drawstring top across the top. Fantastic sack. But what a lovely wall hang to have. You could bring it out every single year. You could do some really fancy quilting on it. You could put a bit of a plique on it. You could have embroider all over it. And if you want to go really, yeah, I would do attic windows. Cut it all up into rectangles or squares and then put the strips on to make an attic windows quilt. Gorgeous. Just $11.99. Up on the housetop panel, 100% cotton, beautiful quality, and we only have a limited number of these, so when they're gone, but they are this is our special Christmas panel early bird. It's just charming, isn't it? You could hang it in your window. It would look lovely, wouldn't it? Really, really nice. There's so much you can do with it. We've got loads and loads if you've got it in baskets. I'll leave that one with you because I do have another one. Please do check out. Just remember that if it's in your basket, it doesn't mean it's yours. You've got to check out. But don't worry thinking, oh, I don't want to pay P&P more than once. You won't. You will only pay one postage and packing, and that's applied at midnight. So get it in your basket and check it out to make sure it's yours. I have one more early bird. Should be a robin, shouldn't it? Right, so we're going to match the price of this one. I'll hold this one up. Shall I put it on the table actually? Now this is the same size, but it's 4 panels this time. So if you've got one, wouldn't it be good you could make smaller gift bags with this? You could use these as panels for a quilt, cut them up and then put maybe like a navy blue sashing between them with a narrow red as well. You can make it into a bigger quilt. Wouldn't this be perfect for Christmas morning on the sofa when you're lying there after your Christmas dinner, you've got your big box of chocolates? And I would cut them up and put sashing between them just to make it bigger. You could even put stars in as well, or individual gift bags. So all you've got to do is cut them out, cut a piece of backing fabric to the same size, drawstring top, or you could put handles on it. If you wanted to make them deeper, you could put a panel of fabric around the bottom and the edges to make a gusset, and then they'll be even bigger. So with the one on the left is Father Christmas in the chimney with the cat and the reindeer. I think that cat and that reindeer would not get on. I think there'd be all sorts of trouble there. Can you imagine that? I just don't think they'd be friends. Yeah, there's Santa. Yeah, he's definitely going over 70 miles per hour there. Look at his face. He's very, very excited. Well, you can tell how fast he's going because the snow is going right across him. And then we've got Father Christmas reading his checking off his extremely long list. Very, very long list on a lovely staircase with his sack of presents. So all of these would make wonderful present bags. And then we've got him with the reindeer, because it's always good to make present bags, isn't it? It's all, yeah, he should be looking where he's going. He's just too excited because it's Christmas Eve. But it's much better, isn't it, for the environment? Make your own Christmas sacks. If you get them made now, then you'll be all ready. How lovely will these look under the tree this Christmas? And just $11.99. Oh, there's only 10 left. And there's 36 in baskets. So we'll leave that with you, lucky 10 people. And let's have a look at what's coming up on today, the first day of Christmas in July. So excited I get to do this. So, on the first day of Christmas at 8 o'clock is Liberty Deck the Halls fabric launch with Suzie. So, Liberty have brought out a brand new fabric range called Deck the Halls. Obviously, it's gorgeous. Just to warn you, there are only 7 mega bundles left. Obviously, Suzie and I will be going through them, showing you all the prints. We've also got some fat quarter bundles. We've got the fabric available on its own by the half metre. It is beautiful. You can see it in the quilts behind me, but that will be in a moment. At 9 o'clock on the second day of Christmas, well, the first day of Christmas at 9 o'clock, Delphine is in with her Winter Wonderland Stag. Oh, as always, Delphine has excelled herself. This is beautiful. The wall hanging is available as a panel, and Delphine's going to show you how to applique it. We've got loads of pretty organzas and beads and bells and all sorts that you can decorate it with. It's available in 2 colourways. It's beautiful. You are absolutely going to love that. I love the icy blue one. It's just classic. It's gorgeous. And Delphine's going to do a little bit of a demo on trapunto and different ways to quilt it, which will be fab. Susie's back with us at 10 o'clock. So she has taken the Liberty Deck the Halls fabric range and created her very own quilt design. We've got patterns on their own. We've got kits, all sorts, but it is beautiful. So you can use the pattern with the Liberty fabrics, or you can use her gorgeous pattern to make your own Christmas quilt. It is really, really lovely. 11 o'clock, Delphine will be back with us. Again, brand new exclusive design, her luxury stocking and Santa sack. It's a kit that features velvet. It's got metallic fabric. It's got metallic felt. There's ribbon, there's bells. Beautiful. So if you want to make the most luxurious sack or stocking or both, you are going to love this out. It's really very special. And at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. And this is very exciting. Now, last year, Sam was on Yarn Lane and she launched her Christmas crochet along, which just sold out, whoosh, just like that. So we've bought more. She's done a brand new design. Now, anyone who follows Sam, loves Sam's work, she's been posting about it on the Instagram to give us little sneak peeks of it. It's a most beautiful blanket. And what I love about it is like a sampler blanket. So each row uses a different stitch. Now, just to warn you, you can shop ahead. When we did it last year, it sold out very quickly. You buy the kit today, and then what happens is that I think September, It's already selling. In September, the crochet along starts, and every week she releases the pattern for the last one in November. So it'll all be done and ready for Christmas. There'll be no rushing at all. And the kit has got everything you need. And then you can join Sam's community and everyone else, because I joined in with it last year. It was fantastic. And everyone helps each other and says, how are you getting on? And it's lovely. And there's plenty of time this year. That's why we brought it in a bit early, so that you can get the kit and get crocheting. And even a complete beginner, you want to learn crochet and you want to do a whole blanket by this Christmas, this is for you. It's already flying out, just to warn you. So let me give you a quick rundown of shopping, how to shop, 'cause don't want any of you to miss out today. We've got some fantastic kits. There's two ways to shop. You can either shop on the interweb, www.sewingstreet.com, or you can shop by phone. Now, it's easier to shop online just because you can see all the pictures of all the products. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on watch live, this is what you'll see. Then if you scroll down a bit, you will see two columns. Things that I've already shown, which is called Today's Show Deals. And on the right hand side, coming up on today's show. So these are all the items. Yeah, it's not all in exactly the right... some of these these are all the Liberty fabrics available by the half metre, fat quarter bundle, more of them. Some of those Liberty fabrics have already sold out by the half metre. There's the mega bundle. That will be on split pay, by the way. So if you want to get ahead and you really don't want to miss out because you're popping out later, we've only got 5 of the mega bundles left now. Here's Delphine's. Look, there's her Winter Wonderland Stag. That's the panel. We've got all sorts of ribbons and buttons and beads and everything, and beautiful organzas. Delphine will be showing you how to use it. There's the second colourway. That one's really, really pretty. And all of the items, so you can spend time to make the most beautiful wall hanging. She's also created charm squares, so panels that have got 45-inch squares on them of her designs, which I know loads of you love. They're always really good for making lots of different Christmas makes. And then if we keep going, there's Susie's Liberty quilt instructions. So we've got them as instructions on their own. We've got them as complete kits where you can buy the Liberty fabric to go with them. And we've got backing fabric bundles to go with it all as well. And then all the different haberdashery and items that you will need with it. Don't forget, but we haven't got much best press left. Just saying. If you want best press, very low in stock on that. Sew line, wait, stop, look at that, stop. Sew line glue pen back in stock. I know that may not be a Christmassy thing, but it's been out of stock for so long, and I love them, and they are brilliant for all sorts of sewing. So get one of those. There's the next one. There's Delphine's stocking and sack. You ran that the wrong way. Available in 4 different colourways, velvet, metallic fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous to make yourself some luxury wrapping this Christmas. And gorgeous. And there is the blanket. Adventures in Crafting Merry Stitchmas blanket. It's absolutely stunning. It is like it's cal means crochet along. And it is gorgeous because you will learn lots of new stitches, and because you've got to do it for a whole row, by the end of the row you'll be an expert at it. It's the ideal way. A crochet along is the best way to learn. Anyway, there we go. Do get ahead. So if you're going out later and you want to make sure you don't miss out, you can buy it, but don't forget to check out. Right, shall we do Liberty? Let's do Liberty. I'm going to go over to Suzie. Morning, Suzie.
Morning.
It's very popular already, isn't
I'm not
it?
surprised. It is lovely.
It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, very traditional designs, but beautifully executed.
Well, we've got lots of things around us. Where's the
cushion? The other cushion is here. I love this cushion.
So basically, the range is split almost into two halves, isn't it?
So yes, some of the designs are most of the designs are repeated in both. You've got polar, which is that tealy,
so this
frosty colour, yeah, with the
let me get that
bright
cushion.
Pink and really stunning sunshiny mustardy yellow. And then you've got the traditional sort of emerald green and ruby red,
which you can see in this cushion.
So you've got the two together.
And actually, if you look at the quilts, can we show the quilts?
Yeah.
So this one is the polar one. this is the polar colourway, so that's what Susie was saying about those teals and mustards. So the prints are the same in each colourway. These are Liberty's own quilts. We don't have patterns for them because this is just, they have created quilts using their fabrics just to show you what they look like. So these are their own that Susie has been allowed to borrow for us. And then if you look at the other quilt, that's the, what's that colourway?
That's the polar.
That's
Yuletide cheer.
Yuletide cheer colourway.
So that's your traditional reds
so
and
your
greens.
traditional reds and greens, really. So that's just an example of what you can do with them, so you can see it all.
Absolutely, yeah. But you do whatever you like.
So we have three different ways of buying the Liberty fabric. We have got the mega bundle. Whoa! So there are 20 fabrics. You get half a metre of each, but you will get half a metre for free. We will go through them in a moment, Susie. She's going to explain all of them and what you can do with them and all the prints. But we have only got 5 of the mega bundle left. It's £161.31, which is fantastic because you're getting half a metre for free. But we can offer you that on split pay. So if you would want to get it all but don't want to pay for it all at the moment, we can do it 3 equal payments of £53.77. You pay one now, you get it sent the whole bundle, and then the other 2 you pay in monthly instalments. And it's just a way of you spreading the cost, but you don't have to do that. If you want to pay for it all outright, that's fine. So for £161.31, you will have half a metre of every fabric from the brand new Liberty Deck the Halls collection. Can't go wrong, really, can you? We've also, another way of buying it, we've also got it available by half a metre, and we will go through each of them and you can see them all on the web as well. But we've also got fat quarter bundles. So we have a fat quarter bundle of polar, and in this one, so I'm going to test you, Susie. You're going to tell me what the prints are called.
I am going to try.
So in this bundle, these are fat quarters. So if you just want a little taste of it, £20.99. This one is called
Holiday Village, obviously.
Holiday Village. So you've got that lovely, it's like a Christmassy teal, isn't it?
It is. It's I would say a vintage teal.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Like the New England teal that we remember from the 90s.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is a vintage teal.
But I love the bright pink and the bright yellow to
it works
really make
well,
it
doesn't
stand out.
Because it makes that colour even brighter, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
They stand out amongst it, but it just makes it fun and festive. Then we have crackers. Again, same colourway.
Now, so these are both directional prints.
Okay.
But does it matter if a cracker's on its side or
no.
on its length?
Or
I
even
don't think
diagonally.
Exactly. I've used it in always in my design.
Oh, okay.
But the detail in those crackers, we'll talk about later, but phenomenal.
Are gorgeous. Now, I love this one.
Yeah, the presents.
The presents.
Gifts, isn't it, this one?
Look at that one. Look at the detail in this.
Absolutely. And all different. This is multi-directional, so it really doesn't matter how you cut this up. But I just love the fun element of this.
Well, it's
all
lovely, isn't it? Because even if you cut small pieces, you then see the little presents here and there. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Then we've got
tumbling baubles.
Tumbling baubles. So this is a slightly darker teal, but it picks up really well. It's, you know, you can see how the whole thing ties together. It's the same colour in the background as there, and the same colour as the houses. That's the 4th one, and then the 5th one.
In check.
In check. And that's nice. That's kind of your filler.
It sort of brings it all together, doesn't it? But tartan is a very traditional festive thing, isn't it?
It is, but in that colourway, it's brilliant.
I love it in that, yeah. And you can use, I mean, if you've got leftovers, then you can use it for birthdays and things afterwards.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You know, it's not necessarily a festive print. Same with the presents. That's definitely
an all
year
year round. Yeah, that's true, actually. It does. That could be all year. That'd be lovely to wrap a gift in, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And if you're a person that does crackers for occasions, then you can use your crackers. But those two are definitely all year round fabrics.
So for £20.99, you can have the fat quarter bun, and that's all 5 of those that will be in that one. I'll keep that one unfolded. Then the other fat quarter bundle we have is the more traditional colourway, the Yuletide cheer, which is your traditional colourway. Right, I'm going to start with the same ones ago. So let's start with the houses.
Yeah, so it's Holiday Village.
I love this one. Look at the vibrancy of the red. Yeah. I mean, that just is Christmas red, isn't it?
Yeah, and it looks a different print to the one in Polar.
But I love this green. It's very vintage green, isn't it?
It is a nice green. It's a really fresh green, but all the colours, for me, remind me of those December days when it is snowing, the colours really pop from things, don't they? So I think it's been very cleverly orchestrated to reflect that. I love the little post box.
I know, and the fact the post box is just in pink, isn't it? It's just lovely, isn't it?
And
but it's a
lovely
red. But I mean, it's traditional, but they've taken that vintage green rather than your Christmas green. I think that's gorgeous. Now the prints, obviously, they're not exactly the same in this one.
No, they're different in each of the fat quarter
We have
bundles.
got crackers as well.
We have.
And look at the colours again. Again, you've got traditional Christmas colours, but they're not. You've got the traditional red, but the green and the blue and the mustard, slightly different, aren't they?
It is, yeah, no, it's really lovely.
Really
but the
like
detail
that.
in each of
the
those
detail's beautiful.
crackers.
All of the crackers have got snowflakes and everything. And then we've got Christmas trees.
Happy Forest, this is.
Happy Forest. It's a
Which
very
is
happy
directional
forest.
because you can't really have trees upside
If
down.
only you could get red trees.
I know, that'd be
fun.
so... Well, you can, the aces. Some of the aces are red,
True,
aren't they?
true, just not quite that shape.
No, not
but
absolutely not. But the detail in them is phenomenal. And because they're quite close together as well, you don't have to go big scale to appreciate the design.
no, that's
which is
true. Well,
great.
that's Liberty all over, isn't it?
Absolutely. They think of it all.
Then we have baubles.
Tumbling baubles. And it does look like you've just emptied the box of Christmas
It does.
decorations, doesn't it?
And that's on a navy background. So you can see how this whole fat quarter bundle hangs together. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then finally, we've got a text print. So you've got that Christmas green in the background and it says, deck the halls, fa la 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 la, merry and bright, peace, all is bright.
Oh, what fun.
No, well,
Wonderful.
good tidings, oh, what fun.
Happy holidays.
I mean, they'd be lovely. You know,
Yeah.
you could just think you could make all your gift bags in that.
You could
just wrap a present
gift
in a
bags,
fat
table
quarter.
decorations. You could make yourself a set of placemats and coasters. You could do. I mean, I use the excess little trimmings to add on to gift tags.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So even if you're not a paper crafter, you can just cut yourself a square of card and wrap a bit of fabric on it. Even staple it on there if you want to.
Yeah, that's true.
And you've got, you know, a coordinating gift tag to go with that present that you've made.
Or, you know, if you know someone who loves fabric, you just wrap it in here and tie it up with a piece of ribbon. The Liberty.
Yeah.
Right, half of the stock of both of these fat quarter bundles has gone. Keep the ribbon because it says Liberty on it. You could use that to tie around the present, couldn't it? Or just keep that one for yourself.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I want that bit with it.
Oh, I'll keep that because we will come back to that. Just recapping the mega bundle for a moment, we only have 3 of these left. They have flown out this morning. We've got 13 in baskets and only 3 left. So if you want this, if you're one of those 13, or if you're not one of those 13, think, oh, quick, I'm going to get it, because this guarantees that you will get half a metre of each. And you get half a metre for free, and you get your free badge. And you get your free badge. Now, I don't know. I don't know whether we will get any of these back, whether we will even be able to. I doubt it. Recreating this is almost impossible,
you
because
can
once
have my cut-offs if you like.
yeah, maybe, but you know, right, 17 in baskets and 18 and 3 left. Oh, they're just going up. So this is going to sell out. If you want it, just go add to basket, check out very quickly, and then you can have this mega bundle. We only have 2 of them left. So I leave that with you. Right, then we've got these beautiful Wiltshire
The Wiltshires,
shadows.
the metallic Wiltshires.
So tell me about Wiltshire shadows if people haven't seen them before.
Liberty have put together their own blender collection, one of which is called Wiltshire Shadow. They call them their timeless editions. So the Wiltshire Shadow was the first one that came along, and we've seen it through collections over years.
In loads of different
But
colours.
they have expanded this collection, and a few years ago introduced metallic into it,
Wow.
which we all got very excited about. It's a beautiful detail in Wiltshire Shadow. It's multi-directional print, and it is like looking at a collection of berries and foliage sort of in close scatter on a cream or white background. So it's a slightly creamy background on the gold, and a whiter background on the...
I mean, it's their Lazenby cotton, so it's a beautiful quality quilting cotton. But it's metallic.
It is metallic. It washes and irons perfectly. You don't transfer any of the metallic anywhere. You don't have to wash it inside out. It's fine. It's just stunning. But to add that into a festive make is just something special.
I know, it's
or
just
weddings. I've used this for weddings.
I mean, even if you put it with a little bit of the Liberty, you know, to just have that. If you've bought mega bundle has sold out, but we have still got it available by the half metre, which we will be going through in a moment. But you know, if you've bought the mega bundle or if you've bought the fat quarter bundles, this is a lovely addition to it.
It is.
Yes, you can see it. Let's show you on the
piped on the edge of the cushion back here.
Oh, that's really
and
lovely,
it makes
isn't
just
it?
a nod. This one we've used the metallic.
Oh, as the actual back.
Cushion back.
Oh, it
so
works
it's
so well,
really
doesn't
made,
it?
because the polar is about that frosty, festive mornings. So that just gives it that frosty feel. You instantly feel icy.
Yes, no,
looking
it's
at
gorgeous, isn't
Beautiful.
it? So the one that's on screen at the moment is the gold. So it's a very, I would say, like an ivory type background that just picks up the gold. I mean, obviously it's a lovely addition. £8.49 for half a metre. If you want more than a half a metre, if you think, actually, do you know what, I'm going to make all my Christmas napkins in this.
Yes.
Just add that number of units to your basket and then it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So 1 half metre will make 2 napkins.
But if
so
you've
you
got
could
a
have a
golden
mixture.
wedding anniversary.
Yeah, that's true. It's not, doesn't have to be Christmassy.
Doesn't
Yeah,
have
golden
to be
wedding
Golden
anniversary.
wedding anniversary or 50th birthday, wedding, anything like that. Even a baptism or
Yes, that would, yes, because it's so pretty, isn't it?
Exactly. A little bit of metallic somewhere doesn't do any harm,
No,
does
it's
it?
lovely. And it's lovely because it's subtle. It's not really really glitzy. It's just subtle.
And if you haven't decided on your theme for the Christmas time this year, you could just make some simple coasters in the metallics because they'll go with whatever you decide.
Yes, that's true. Now we've also got it in silver as well, so you might like both.
Definitely, gold and
silver has been the most popular. So this one you've got a nice bright white background, haven't you? That's I mean, this is what it looks like. It's half a metre, but if I do that, can you see? You can sort of see the shimmer.
Yeah, and it drapes really.
And isn't it
nicely.
great that it that you can iron it and it doesn't wash off?
Absolutely.
See the shimmer there. But that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Really is.
And I
pretty,
like you say, for the back of a cushion, beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Make a really pretty skirt for a little person for Christmas.
Oh, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. This is your Christmas dress. Actually, make a nice little blouse for a bigger person.
Yeah.
I know I was saying it's really hard to find Christmas outfits for the summer. Maybe I need to buy some of this.
Yeah,
like a little
you
blouse.
do, you see. I didn't have enough to make mine.
So £8.49, half a metre. And again, because it's available by the half metre, if you want to buy more of the units, you will be sent as a whole piece. Or get the gold one and the silver one. If you're thinking, actually, a lot of people of you asking about the Liberty quilts and cushions and are there patterns. No, unfortunately not. Liberty create these beautiful items showcasing their collection.
Yeah, they may be coming along later.
Maybe.
But haven't had that confirmed.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for confirmation.
The thing is, they create these items so they can showcase their fabrics, but they should sell the patterns at the same time.
Well, yeah.
I will make them available.
It would be nice.
So it may
but you can buy mine instead.
Yeah, but it's fine because Suzie has a pattern here that she has created using the whole of the Liberty collection, and that is available. It's already selling. Suzie will be back at 10 to demonstrate it, but if you want to get ahead, we have got kits to make the quilt, and we've got patterns only. And let me say, the kits are limited now. We do have patterns, but there are some kits, but they are limited. But they are flying out, as are the kits. But this is using the collection. So if you've missed out on the mega bundle, you can get the kit that has the Liberty fabric in it, and also the pattern as well. Right, so let's talk about, we can now gratuitously talk about Liberty fabric.
Delve in.
Yes, let's delve in.
That one goes over that way.
That one's that one.
Quarter.
So, shall we split it?
I think it's all muddled anyway.
Right.
You've got
Okay.
Let's do polar and cheer then.
I'll tell you what. Let's start with, and I'm going to hand them to. We'll do polar to start with.
Okay.
But
so
we'll do houses.
So this is Holiday Village.
Yeah, sorry. This is not houses. This is Holiday Village.
They are houses, but it's Holiday Village.
Right. There's only a metre of this one left.
Well, gosh. Stunning. See, this for me is frosty morning, wake up, snowing outside. You know that sort of the sky looks that sort of tealy, bluey, grey colour?
Yes, yes.
This sums this up, but it makes all the housing look really bright and vibrant.
Yeah, it's
and if you happen
gorgeous,
to live
isn't
in
it?
a place where people paint the outside of their houses, then this even more so works.
It would be perfect, wouldn't
but
it?
But it's absolutely superb for fussy cutting, which is what has been done with the cushions. So if you want to fussy cut, it's a brilliant one for that because you've got a lot of detail in there. But if you don't, it works fantastically as big prints. It would be a fantastic border cut.
Oh yes, wouldn't it?
Across the width of fabric, because you'll get like a row of houses.
Yeah.
So you could have your own street border, which would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Right, that one has sold out now.
Great for neighbourhood gifts.
Yes, it would. Oh, it would, wouldn't it? Let's do baubles next.
Tumbling baubles.
Tumbling baubles.
The detail in each of these is just phenomenal, and I love the fact that they're all over the place. So it's multi-directional again. You haven't got to think about it. Ideal if you want to do your fussy cutting or your button covering, but I just like the fact that I will get no waste when I cut this, even if I do half square triangles, quarter square triangles.
Yes, that's true.
I can use every element. It would look amazing as binding because you'll get a lot of colour detail in the small space. But the detail in each of the baubles, you could do a bit of hand embroidery or beadwork on those in a quilt or a cushion, just to add an extra element if you wanted to. But yeah, love it. You could even do tiny little string or ribbon bows.
I love this colour
embellish.
background. It's really,
it's
really
a really
lovely,
nice, rich teal that makes everything else pop really brightly out of it. Because Christmas doesn't have to be boring and dull.
No, it doesn't. Now, which collection is the navy in?
So that one is in the cheer.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. There's two houses in that one.
Yeah, you've got two trees in polar and two.
Let's do the trees.
So that's Happy Forest.
Happy Forest, not trees. Happy Forest. Look at that one. I love the colours in that, isn't it?
I like it.
It's not like what you'd think of as Christmas, but it is Christmassy, isn't it?
It is Christmassy. They've decorated the trees. Some of the trees look like, you know, standard branch shapes. You've got stars dotted in there. You've got your garlands wiggling around the trees. You've got the fairy lights. You've got the stripes, the wiggles, all sorts of elements in there. So there's lots of interest, but it is a very close repeat. So you've got
you can
lots
really
of detail.
Make a lot of quite small items with this as well.
So if you're only doing a 1 inch square, you've got a lot going on. So you can again make fantastic borders because a little piece
and it's nice to just make
you
know, just small gifts as well, or even you know, because of the colorways of it, you could make little things that you could use all year round, even though it's trees, isn't it? It just works really well.
Really nice to do some little bowls, cosy bowls to dot around, you know, with your Christmas treats and the nuts and everything.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Just to add a little bit of decoration.
Well, you could think, right, well, actually, because, you know, every year you think, oh, well, shall I change my colour theme? Well, you could just choose liberties. It'd be simpler, wouldn't it? Just
Absolutely.
go, I'm going to go with this. Yeah. That's going to be my colour theme for this year.
Can leave, you know, it will work year in, year out, because the designs are timeless. They're not of the day. So you can work with it forever. So the effort that you put into making it is well worth keeping, isn't it? You don't want to just give it away and throw it away.
Let's do this one next.
Crackers.
I love this one. So you've seen this one in the Fat Quarter bundle. And it is lovely because although the crackers run downwards, they can run anyway, can't they?
Absolutely. You can have them going in any direction. Again,
oh yes, so because on the quilts they've got them going that way.
Yeah, and I've used them in both directions on mine. But again, because of that, you can create your own ribbons.
Oh,
so when you come to do your drawstring top bags, why don't you cut along the selvage instead of going with the fabric? Go along the fabric, and then you can use it as your drawstring.
And they've got to be made into fabric crackers, haven't they? Really?
Yeah, I mean, it just cries out for that, doesn't it?
Please make me into a fabric cracker.
Even if it's just the centre bit, it needs to have this element.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice as those fabric paper chains?
Yes.
Because of the linear thing. I mean, you could use any of these fabrics, but the linear thing, imagine making
really cool.
paper chains. And then that's your Christmas colourway done. Make fabric paper chains, done.
Yeah, but you could also use this for any occasion, because crackers can be given for any birthday or event, can't they? Because they don't have to just be at
that's
Christmas.
true. Because this isn't a Christmassy colourway, then you could use them. So
and the designs are different. You've got stars. You haven't necessarily got anything that denotes a festive season. So this, for me, would be an all-rounder. But I love the idea of cutting ribbons. You can even applique a strip of crackers across a cushion.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if you've just got plain cushions at home and you just want to jazz it up for the festive season, if you can't sew, get some fabric glue and glue it on. You know, you don't have to be.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
the world's
yes,
best seamstress, but it adds a bit of nod. But you can get some. Great
and you've got
detail.
that Liberty quality, haven't you? Which is just
absolutely,
fab.
Lazenby cotton.
Now I love this one. We were talking about
in
this.
check, love it.
Again, it's not Christmassy, but it's in the colourway. So it's, I mean, it goes beautifully with the rest of the range. It's lovely as a complementary fabric to it, but it works so well on its own.
Yeah, and I'd love it as bag linings. Your gift bag linings.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually
really
this is very classy, isn't it?
It is,
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's just
and
classy.
I just love tartan
I know,
at Christmas.
and this mustard stripe through it works so well, doesn't it?
Exactly, because it makes that teal stripe really pop forward as well. But I just love this. For me, this would be the backing on my coasters.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Well, I'd make my coasters double-sided, so I'd have this one side and I'd have a metallic the other. So depending on, you know, during the day I'd have the bright tartan. In the evening, flip it over to have those subdued metallic
Well, it works so well with the other fabrics. It's really nice to use as a lining or as an extra fabric. But
or almost as a blender.
Make a nice shirt, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Would that make a nice shirt?
John Scott shirt.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure it'd be a...
He would look lovely in that.
He would.
So, because this polar one is almost in vaguely two colours.
Yeah, so then this is called Helen's Stars.
Oh,
and this is
lovely.
Really
gosh, that's so fresh, isn't it, and clean?
It is, and it's a real nod to those New Year's Eve celebrations where we all let off a firework, and you've got this burst of stars and shapes and confetti elements coming out. It's just fab.
It's beautiful. Is this one sold out? That one's sold out.
Oh, has it? Party poppers.
Wow,
as well.
That's very popular. Sold out in both colourways.
Not surprised.
Well, should we do it in this colourway instead?
So
Have we got it in this one?
Yuletide Cheer this is in. Have we sold out of that as well? Not surprised.
That one's go. But we have got trees.
Happy Forest.
Happy Forest in... So this is in the same polar colourway, but it's in the blues and the greens.
Yeah, so this to me is sort of twilight forest elements, isn't it?
Yeah, it
so
is,
you've got those, the teal and the moonlight coming over an icy forest. This is real polar to me.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely.
It makes you want to cuddle up under a quilt.
Well, it would make a nice pair of pyjamas, wouldn't it?
Awesome pair of pyjamas.
Or you could go like buy yourself a plain T-shirt, just make the pyjama bottoms.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the whole family.
Yeah, yeah. What, out of half a metre?
Yeah, no, you need
challenge
more.
accepted.
No, it's fine because this is available by more than half metre. If you want more than that, just put that number of units.
Absolutely.
Because you'll be needing about 5 metres for the whole family or more. Put 10 units in your basket and you can have the whole thing. That's
that
lovely.
Would be amazing. Yeah.
And it goes so well with this one.
I love the Deck the Halls, the well wishes. This one is
because look at if I put the colours together just so you can see,
it just complements.
The colours are great, and this is the best thing about when you get a whole fabric collection is this is such a specific colour. Trying to match
colour match would be a nightmare,
but it's there, isn't it?
Yeah. What would be really nice is if you did your gift bags, patch them so you have one half with the well wishes.
Oh yes,
because that's telling, sending all the sentiments you want to send at that time. And then you've got your decorative fabrics, whichever it is, but you know that they coordinate if you're from the Polar collection. And then, you've also used just a little bit of each to nod it.
It would work really, really well, wouldn't it?
Really nice. That at the bottom, that at the top.
Because it's quite hard to, particularly this colour.
Crackers. Sorted.
I mean, you could use with this one, because it's got these gold stars in, if you needed a plain to go with that, because matching specific blues is not very easy. Just get a plain gold or the plain white. This one.
Or the silver.
Or the silver Wiltshire Shadows. So the silver Wiltshire Shadows does go with this Polar collection beautifully, doesn't it?
Makes everything else look incredibly frosty.
Oh, this one.
Love it.
Right, there's only 1.5 metres left of this one, so if you want that one, you need to get it checked out. It is about to sell out. I've got one more in the Polar collection, which we haven't seen yet.
No, Tangled Up. I love this.
I love this one.
This one
it's sold out.
Oh, it hasn't.
It has.
That's crazy.
I know, and it's beautiful.
It's so cool, because again, you can cut between them.
Oh, 1 mega bundle has just jumped back into stock. Don't know how that happened. There are 23 in baskets. If you're one of those people, one of them has just jumped back in. So quickly check it out and it's yours. So quickly get it, because there are 25 people who've got it in their basket and you can have it. Right, let's go through the other colourway then.
So we're moving on to Yuletide Cheer.
Yuletide Cheer, which is your traditional colourway.
It is, yes.
So we'll start with houses.
Holiday Village.
Holiday Village, not houses. Holiday Village. And that's sold out. Fine.
We won't start with Holiday Village. But we have it in another colourway. We have it in the red.
Yeah. Don't tell me that one's sold out. Has it? No. Sorry, that one's sold out as well.
So you're all going to be very busy with your
I know. I think
festive
you and I are
mates.
just going to go for a coffee in a minute. You'll be all right,
Sounds good to me.
won't you? Can I do presents?
Present surprise.
I love it in this colourway.
It's really bright and cheerful, isn't it?
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Definitely, this is gift bag.
Oh, it so is. 1.5 meters of this one is left. I love the colours. It's the green that does me.
Yeah.
Because the fact that it's that real vintage green and not an evergreen.
Yes.
It just works so beautifully. And the fact that you've got, on the presents, you've got spots and stars and bows.
But it adds so much interest because of that.
1 meter of that one left. I think this one might be my favourite one.
This I definitely will be using as my binding because of the busyness of the colours and the detail in it as well. But I love this.
1/2 meter left.
Gosh.
I've got a sneaky one from the Polar collection in here.
Oh, we didn't look at it, did we? Should we look at it in the...
Yes, we'll have to do this one because this... Yeah. Have I got that one? So, I missed it. This is from the Polar collection.
If I put this by the side, you can see the two.
Yes, look. So, aren't they lovely? Same print.
Yeah. So where you've got red here, you've got this beautiful cherry pink.
And then the background of this one is navy, and that one you've got with the teal.
Dark teal.
So that's... Oh, I like that one as well. Oh, that is nice.
It is good. And this is definitely an all year rounder. I mean...
Yeah, it is, isn't it? This could easily, because it's only stars and spots.
I would be making bunting to put up for any birthday.
Any birthday, Christmas, all the time. In fact, just keep it up.
Yeah.
All year round.
And then I would... The other side of my bunting would probably be like either the tartan or the crackers, so I can flip it and have them alternate on the bunting strand, and then you don't have to keep making bunting.
Exactly.
Because I'm acquiring a big collection of bunting in my house.
Well, this
much to my husband's
like you said, but
annoyance.
this is ideal, isn't it?
It is beautiful for bunting, but great for any of your borders as well, because there's so much interest going on. So I think this is a great
and it'd be
sashing
nice. Make
and
a really
border.
simple tote bag for your Christmas shopping. Put it in your handbag, and when you're out shopping this Christmas, go got that bag.
What about making yourself a Christmas purse?
I know.
So when you're doing your Christmas shopping, you can then budget, because you've got what your list is in there.
Yes.
You've got you know what you've bought, what you've got to buy. You've got your card or your money, whatever in there. You can
Christine
make some
says, can you give me details of the quilt behind you? Christine, yes, I can. So this is Susie's design. It's available on pre-order. She's going to be on at 10 o'clock to show it. You can get the kit, because at the moment this is probably going to be the only way you can get the Liberty fabric. Limited kits of it, which has got all of the fabric. There are 2 colourways of the kits.
Yes.
All of the fabric and the pattern, but we have also got the pattern on its own. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on watch live and scroll down. If you want to get ahead and don't want to miss out for 10 o'clock, then do get checked out on this beautiful quilt. Right. Oh, there's still one of the mega bundle left for those 25 of you who've got it in baskets. If anyone, no, there were 31. Just press the checkout. And it's yours.
Fastest finger then.
Fastest finger on the buzzer. Oh, have we got this one?
Oh, tangled.
Because we didn't get to talk about it with the other one because it's sold out. That's not sold out. Oh, we didn't even get to talk about the fairy lights.
I'm just going to say though, how many of us, when we get our fairy lights out of the loft,
yes, look exactly like that.
you look at them and think, oh no.
I know.
I'll just go and buy some new
And
ones.
then you think, I actually put them away though nicely. What happened over the summer?
There are definitely Christmas elves in our loft, because I religiously fold everything, pack everything neatly, everything's in its place. But yes.
And yes, mine looks exactly like that. It's worse than trying to untangle a hank of yarn.
Crazy.
Oh, can we do baubles? I'm asking Ben now before I even show them.
Yeah.
No. Can I do crackers? What can I do?
What can we do then?
I may do crackers.
How you are at singing?
Crackers,
I'm rubbish.
Crackers are allowed.
See, you.
But not for long.
Thank you very much, Ben. I really love this design. I mean, in this colourway particularly, it's really bright and cheery, and this is where I think you can go to town embellishing all your projects. It'd be brilliant, but you just wrap something up in it, and it makes it look really happy. Well, I like the way, like on this cushion, on the back of it, they've put a panel.
Yeah. And that's because it's a envelope cushion. Yeah. But on the top envelope, they've just put a small piece, and that's where the crackers would look nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Bit posh that they've bound that, piped it. There's piping cord in there, isn't it? This is a Liberty.
Yeah, but I often do a 3-tone backing for my cushions, because then it makes them reversible.
Oh, of course, yes.
Doesn't matter which way on the sofa people chuck them.
You can get that bigger overlap as well, can't you? It's a bit more sturdy, isn't it?
And it makes more economy of your fabrics, but it also brings all the collection together and all that detail together if you add it into the back as well.
Yes,
and if
that's
you're going
true.
To the effort of making a cushion, why not make it? Same as quilts. I always make my quilts reversible.
Yeah,
because
why not?
if I'm doing one side, I might as well do the other.
Exactly. They've got double binding on this.
They have got double piping.
Wow, look at this, guys.
I know,
it's
very
I've just got to show you this.
And it's EPP.
Double piping?
I know.
And they've got like a narrow, they're different widths as well. So they've got a really narrow one on the inside and then a slightly thicker piping on the outside. Yeah. That's quite clever. I've never done double piping. No.
I have. It's a bit of
I bet it's a bit fiddly.
Yeah, it is a little bit. But it's worth it.
But you make one strip slightly wider than the other so that one sits?
So, I do. When I do it, everyone has their own method, and I attach one to one side and one to the other.
Oh,
so
okay.
That when they come together, they'll
But you've got to get one sitting...
Just short, yeah.
So do you have one strip that's slightly wider than the other strip?
I did, yeah.
Whoa, that is posh, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyone who's done double piping, very impressed.
Don't do it for all my cushions.
No, I would like to have a go at it. I'm going to... Let's do double piping one day.
The other thing at this time of year is to delve in your thread box and get out all those beautiful variegated and metallic threads. Because if you put a metallic thread in the top and a normal thread in the bottom, it doesn't snag.
Oh, okay. So, and then just go for it.
And just go for it, because we're all scared about using metallic threads because we know they shred and they're really difficult. But if you use that system of metallic in the top and not in the bottom, I found it doesn't
snag as much.
But trial it out, but use your variegated and experiment. It's a great time of year.
Well, it's lovely to do, and also because you've got ahead and bought it in July, you see, you've got time to do that as well.
Especially when it's a wet day.
Like today. It's supposed to rain more today than any other day of the year so far.
Is it? Well, oh well.
Apparently. Perhaps Mega Bundle has sold out again. Somebody got it.
But yeah, I love the blue in this. It's almost like a denim-y blue,
It is, it's lovely. You've kind of got vintage green, denim blue. It's a wonderful...
And a proper Christmas red.
I know, they're really geniuses at Liberty, aren't they?
The designed artists are just phenomenal.
Very clever. Well, I wouldn't think of putting that vintage green and Christmas red together, but it works, as it does here. Have we got trees?
Happy forest.
Happy forest. Yeah. But not for long. We have got a few happy forests left.
The forest is going.
Yes, the forest is on its way. But we do have a little bit left of this one.
I really like it. I know it's a very simple design of tree, being just a triangle, but it's the detail in each tree that brings the whole thing into another level, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does. So you've got some that have got like the fairy lights in them. Yeah. You've got others that have got the tinsel. You've got little stars. You've got branches. Even the tiny trees have got little white lines on and little fairy lights. I mean, when you look at it really closely, the detail's beautiful. Do you know, if you wanted to just make really simple Christmas cards, just buy some of those blank cards, cut a square of this, sew it onto the centre. That's your Christmas card.
Absolutely.
You don't even need to do anything else.
No.
Or even a shape.
And if you don't want to handwrite on them, you could cut a bit of the well wishes just cut the sentiment you want out of it and stick that on. Yeah, it's sorted. But again, great for little tags or place names. Even.
Yeah, and you don't even need to. You don't need to do any special shape. Just a square of. I mean, if you go into these little craft stores, they quite often will have a Christmas card where it is just a plain card with a square of fabric sewn into the centre, and it will go through your machine.
Yes.
If you just lengthen your stitch length a bit. I use the fabric glue back in stock. If you stick this
Soline glue pen I use.
Yeah, that's the one I meant. Yeah. One that we've got back in stock. If you stick that to the card, you can just sew it on.
Yeah, that's what I do. And then I use a finer needle, mainly because I don't want big holes punched in the card.
Right, I see what you mean. So use a...
And then change your needle straight away afterwards. Don't try and then sew fabric.
Yeah, well, keep that one in a little box labelled for card only.
Just keep it in a separate
But it's where
box.
you can then use your decorative stitches, even if it's
if
just
you
a
wanted
zigzag.
to, yeah.
Sew it to card.
Yeah, or a nice one to use, particularly with tangled up, is what I call the wavy stitch. The one that just looks like a wiggle.
I mean, even, you know,
really
the
nice
basic
one.
machines, you'll have a zigzag and maybe one other. And
absolutely.
I mean, I do it all with a straight stitch. Or you could cut the edges in pinking shears and then stitch it on.
Or stitch a quarter in and then fray up to the stitch line.
And then you've got your whole set of Christmas cards, because the plain cards are very inexpensive.
Yeah.
Right, we have got these beautiful check.
You see
have we got that one? Can we have that one, Ben?
Are we allowed to see this one? In check.
Yeah, he said we can have that.
All good.
We've got some of that one left.
So this is definite Yuletide, isn't it? I mean,
that's a lovely Christmas
shirt. You know that is Christmas. Or your Christmas apron.
Yes, it is, isn't it? A Christmas apron.
Christmas bib.
Christmas boxer shorts.
So, like Vic's twins could have, one could be in polar and one could be in Yuletide.
Be fantastic.
Be amazing. But yeah.
Christmas boxer shorts. You always have to buy pants for people at Christmas. Make them boxer shorts.
Yes. But a Christmas stocking, you know, the revere on a Christmas stocking would look amazing in this.
Well, also, if you wanted to make, you know, this could be more masculine if you wanted it to be. If you wanted to make a Christmas stocking.
It is a strong print, isn't it? It's really lovely. But I just love big squares of it as well. It's really cool. But for all your gifting ideas, it's great as an infill or sashing.
Yes, that's true.
On quilts and things. Borders, make excellent borders.
I know,
on
so
your
if
cushions.
you've bought any of the fabrics, this is worth getting as just an extra. There's only 2 metres left. Now, can we have the last one?
Well wishes.
The cushion is not, the instructions for the cushion are not available. They are created by Liberty just as a way of showing their fabrics off, but unfortunately we haven't got instructions for them.
If I find out when they get, if they're going to release them, I will put on my social media where you can find them. I will put a link on for you. But at the moment, I haven't been told they're being released.
Right, sorry, but it was a shame. It's annoying for us to show you things you can't get the pattern, but it's a great way of showing you what you can do with them as inspiration. Right, last one. Have we got any of the fat quarter bundles left, Ben? Yes? He's just going to check.
We're upside down.
Oh, I might need that one.
There you go. So this one's Well Wishes.
Not that one.
In that beautiful green. Oh. But you've got your stars dotted around as well.
Yes, and you've got all of those words on them.
And I think in this colourway, the stars stand out more
than
the wording, which makes it really subtle.
You see, for me, this is napkins. It's the words that do it for me. I think they would be lovely as that.
You have very posh napkins.
Oh, I know, but I love a Christmas napkin.
Do you?
I did mine, I bought tea towels. You know those tea towels, they glass cloth on them?
Yes, yeah.
But they're glass cloths, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I bought a load of those because they've got red. They were white with the red on, and I hemmed all of those as my Christmas napkins.
Yeah, we don't.
There's a lot of festive makes there. So we have got this one. The only thing that we do have left now is we do have some of the fat quarter bundle.
Okay. So
this is the fat quarter. The other one, the festive version, has sold out.
The Yuletide cheer.
The Yuletide cheer. I'm never going to remember this. And there's 8.
You don't have to, that's why I
know. Luckily, this is why I've got Suzie, because I can't remember.
It's the only reason I'm invited.
So this fat quarter bundle, you've got 5 of the fat quarters. We have 5 of these bundles left.
And they make a fabulous collection together.
And 15. Well, all of the things, all of the ideas that Susie's given you, all the things that you could do, you get the fat quarter bundle and you can do that.
Absolutely. We got 5 bottle bags straight away,
Yeah,
or 5
exactly.
gift bags. You've got 5 placemats.
Cushion fronts.
Yeah, you've got at least 2 cushion fronts out of that lot, if not the backs as well. But you can, it's just a lovely collection to go together. And if you only want to do a few Christmas makes, because you don't do Christmas decor, then I would put those 2 to one side, because those for me are definitely Christmas. And these are birthdays, and I can use them year
absolutely.
round. So
Well,
it's
thank
a
you
great
so
way
much,
of doing it.
Suzie. It's been great.
Sure.
So you will be back with us.
I am.
In an hour to show us how to make this beautiful quilt.
Which again doesn't have to be for Christmas, because if you leave off the blocks, the holly blocks, and just put a plain block in there, this could be a new baby block in
that's true,
different
depending on the
pastel
fabric.
colourways.
So go onto the website. There are a few of the kits left. We have got lots of instructions. If you want to get ahead, Suzie will be back at 10 to show us how to make this. But there is a little bit of Liberty fabric left by the ½ metre, but not much. Go onto the website and have a look and get checked out. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes with Delphine, who's going to show us how to make the beautiful Winter Wonderland stag hanging. It is gorgeous. You're going to love it. So don't go anywhere. Join us for the next hour of Christmas in July.
Join us this Monday here on Sewing Street for the launch of Christmas in July. We've got some fantastic brand new launches to share with you, including Liberty's brand new Deck the Halls range. We've got Delphine Brooks joining us with her exclusive stag panel and a Santa sack. And we've even got a special yarn lane just for Christmas. For all of these great Christmas projects and so much more, make sure you join us here on Sewing Street this Monday for Christmas in July.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. I almost said Harry Christmas. Happy Christmas. We've got Delphine. Morning, Delphine.
Morning, morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm very well. You're looking very Christmassy.
Well, yes, I've got a red dress. I'm not sure it's a Christmas dress.
It does look Christmassy.
It's as far as it gets, but
It
you
does.
look very Christmassy.
Well, this is,
Party.
But
You
yeah,
look
a
very
bit of a
Christmas
party. It's quite a Christmas party top, actually.
Yeah, I like it, actually.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. It's a bit warm today.
It is actually, despite the fact it is tipping it down.
I know, it's awful, isn't it?
It's like floods. Almost floods out there.
It's almost bringing the Christmas vibe, isn't it?
Oh, it feels very Christmassy outside, actually.
It does.
It's just sort of warm and wet.
Yeah.
Like it is at Christmas, mild.
Yeah, it
and
usually
wet.
is, doesn't it, these days? Yeah.
So you designed 2 brand new panels for us.
I have.
Fantastic.
Yes.
There it is. I was going, where is it? Can we show what this beautiful panel makes? It's hanging up high. Look at this. So this is the Christmas stag, isn't it?
It is, yeah, in one of the colourways, yeah.
It's beautiful. He's lovely, isn't he? So he's got antlers full of decorations.
He has, yeah. So we've made the antlers like trees and almost like a bit of a fusion of nature
and trees and everything.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the quilting you've done on him, he looks like a tree.
Yeah.
That was purposeful, wasn't it?
Well, happy accident.
Yeah, that was definitely purposeful.
I make it up as I go along.
It's absolutely stunning. So this is your Christmas wall hanging,
This
isn't
is
it?
Christmas, yeah.
And you put it, well, you could make a massive cushion from it, couldn't you?
You could, yeah.
But lovely to hang on the wall.
Yeah, definitely for Christmas.
Or centre the quilt.
Yeah, you can definitely add more to it and make it bigger.
It is just beautiful. It is a tree and it's a stag. I absolutely love it. So the way we do it, we don't have instructions because we don't need those.
No.
We have a panel. So let me show you. So the colourway that's hanging up there is the panel. I'm going to have to show it. It's quite big, this panel, and I'm not tall enough to show it to you. So I'm going to show you on the desk. Well, I'll show you like that. So there's on the panel, look at the size of this, just $19.99. You get the whole outline. Oh,
I was wondering what you did.
I could see it. I could see it. That's so funny. Well, I could see it.
You were having a good look.
Yeah, it was lovely. Oh, right, so that's your view now. Okay, so that's quite funny. So look, you don't have to be artistic like Delphine. You've got the stag and all the antlers and trees. And there on the other side are all the pieces. So Delphine has taken the creativity out of it for you, which is what I like because I'd never be able to do that. But you get, so let me show you up here because you can actually see now. I'll try and get it the right way up this time. That was funny. So this is the icy mauve colourway. So there is the stag. He's big as well, isn't he? What's the size of this, Delphine?
I don't know.
She didn't actually design this, so she wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Did you just draw it and go, that's lovely?
Yeah, with obviously my lovely Lou's help.
I'll tell you how big it is if you like.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Lou. How big is it?
So it is 83 centimetres by, I presume it's square. Is it square?
Yes, it is.
Yes, right, I won't measure it. So it's 83 centimetres square. So all of the design element has been taken out for you, which is fantastic. So all the branches and the stag there, all printed on there with the border. And then on this side, you have got all the applique pieces, which you can use as many or as few as you like. You've got baubles, snowflakes, leaves, it's all on there. And Delphine's going to show us in a minute how to make it. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really love that. Now, it's also available in another colourway. Now, this is the one that Delphine's going to be demonstrating for us. So this is kind of your colourful colourway.
Yes.
And this is the most popular colourway so far on pre-order. So the stag himself is gold. What have they called this colourway? Foliage.
Foliage.
Right. And then look at the colours on this one. I love that. It's sort of jewels. You've got purples, mauves, mint green, golds, bronzes.
And you use, there's so much on there that you'll only use, I only used about a third. So you can use all of those other things to make a border,
that's true. Yes, so if you sewed like a white cotton border around it, you could put it all on there.
Yeah.
You could use them to applique to all your Christmas tableware.
That's it. And also, because there's three, it's almost like you say, there's the green, the golds and the purples. Yes. So even if you wanted to keep it just more of the green and not use the purples and use those
I see, because there are so many on here.
Yeah.
You could mix and match it all and mix all the colourways together, or you could just put some. So, I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? This could be the start of your Christmas colour theme as well. Because I know you have to have a new colour theme every year. Yeah. You think, oh, actually, that's lovely. And then you could use this as the centrepiece for the whole of your Christmas decorations.
There you go.
Lovely. So that's that one. Now, Delphine has also designed 2 charm square panels. So on these, I'm going to start with the mauvey one. Icy mauve. And on the panel, there are 40 5-inch squares. Let me just let you know that well over half of the stock has already gone on pre-order for these, so if you want them. And we almost have the same in baskets. So aren't they gorgeous? So some of them you've got like the miniature version of the stag. I love this purple one with the trees coming through it. I mean, this is great for all of your Christmas makes. Be nice if you were doing cathedral windows to have these showing
Lovely.
through.
I love a cathedral window.
And even if you would just think, well, I'm going to just make some Christmas cushions, you could just cut them, not even have to join them together, just cut out a 3x3 square. You've got snowflakes. I love that blue one down there. So just $14.99 and you get 40 5-inch squares, which you can, there's so many different things you can do. You can keep them all together and make them as they are, or you can cut them up and use them in any of the sort of charm square patterns that you've got. There's lots and lots of different things.
Yeah, even getting that with the quilt and making it all.
Oh, you could put this round the border of it, couldn't you? Oh, that would be nice. Oh, that would work really, really
you
well.
You wouldn't even need to patch it because you could just cut it as it is, as strips, and it will look like you've put loads of work in it.
And you actually haven't.
You'd be like, look how good my points are, whereas it's all done for you, so you don't need to.
Yeah, it would be a nice thing if you've bought the kit, well, the panel for the wall hanging, to buy that one as well. There's only 20 of this one left and there are 45 in baskets. We also have the charm panel in this colourway. Now, Marie, I'm just going to measure this. Marie says it's not square. Your panel says it's not square. Well, Marie, let me just check for you. I know, but maybe it's just an optical illusion. Yeah, it is square. It is.
Yeah, because I've got mine cut out here.
Yeah, it is.
It is square.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's just probably the way that you see it hanging up sometimes.
And what I did do, because I did intend to do a lot of quilting on it, and obviously when you do a lot of quilting, the borders can move slightly. So what I actually did was I took the borders off before I quilted it, and then I sewn the borders back on.
Right. Oh, okay.
So little tip there.
Yeah. I see what you mean, and then put them back on afterwards.
Yeah.
It is. I think sometimes when things are hung up as well, they just look a slightly odd, but it is square. But anyway, thank you, because it's always worth saying things, because I have checked. Now this one is, there's only 5 of these left. And aren't the colours amazing? I like the green.
Gorgeous colour
combination. It's like a deep olive, isn't it? And this purpley, fuchsia-y purple. It is beautiful colour combination, and it's very bronze as well. It almost looks, I know it's not metallic, but it's got that metallic effect to it, hasn't it? Good morning, lovely ladies. Delphine strikes again. Another beautiful design. Even hubby commented, how lovely is this panel, from Teresa.
Oh, thank you. That's nice, isn't
it is. It's absolutely stunning. Dawn says, oh, wow, that's beautiful. Dawn, it is. It is absolutely beautiful. And you can do it. You can do it because Delphine has taken all the creativity out for you. There's only 2 left of this charm panel. And it's going to go. So we've got all of the organza. We've got all of the beads. We're selling them separately. Both of the charm panels are about to sell out. We've got 1 of the icy and 2 of the foliage ones, so you need to be very quick. So I'm going to take these over to you, because we've got beads and organza where you can choose. I mean, if you look on the website under Watch Live, you will see them all. I'm just going to take this with me, but they are all flying out.
Hello, my love.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
I'm bringing them with me. All my beads. I didn't even drop any either. So, why do we need the organza then?
The organza, well, once I've done you applique, I wanted to add on a little bit of bling. So by by using the organza, you put a bit of interfacing on the back.
Yes.
So that's where you ideally one of the Millwood pressing matches, you can put it on there without it burning the iron.
Have we got that? Have we got that?
And then another little thing that I've started to do. I don't know if you can see how sparkly it is, all the small bits. It's almost like I've covered it in glitter.
Yes, it is
so
very
it might be
sparkly.
hard to pick up on screen, but what you can do is, well, I'll show you at the end, but if you chop up the organza really, really small, it becomes like glitter, and you can just, once you've finished it, once you've binded it and everything else, you spray it with a little bit of 505 spray, and then you stand over it, and you just sprinkle it all in the glitter, and it sticks to it.
Oh, really? Don't even need to sew it on?
No.
That's amazing. I bet you've got a glittery carpet.
In my sewing room, it's everywhere.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I can show you that in a bit.
Okay. So the organza is you just choose what colours you want.
Yeah, exactly that. So I used on the one on the wall, I used the pearl.
Right, can we put that one in, Ben? ANLJ59. So use the pearl. And that's more than enough. There's loads there.
Yeah, absolutely loads. Yeah.
Rainbow pearl. Well, it's only 179, half a metre, so you use that.
And I use these in quite a lot of my projects as well. And like I said, even just using it to put a little bit of bling on your quilt.
And it's very nice.
It's really nice, and it doesn't really come off. So as long as you don't mind pushing it.
Which colour would you use with this one, or any of them?
Any.
Well, I'll go for gold
with
first.
any of them.
FHLJ64 is the gold one. That would look nice with this.
I'd use the gold and the purple with this one, and the pearl and the blue.
Oh, okay. So gold and that's the gold metallic organza. For the purple, ICLJ56, and that would look nice.
Yeah.
With the mauve one.
With that one, yeah.
Right, and then, oh, I think my sticker's fallen off this. The stickers don't stick on very well. Ben, can you put the this blue one, because the sticker's fallen off. Please, sorry. Please, Ben, please, could you put this one on because I've lost the sticker. That's the organza turquoise, and that would look nice with this one.
Yes.
So,
the other one.
Oh, the other one, purple with this one. Yes.
You can use any of them because they pick up different shades.
So the turquoise and the pearl would look nice with the one that's on the wall, and the purple and the gold would look nice with this one. But it just adds, if you want to add a little bit of glitter and you want to do some of the leaves in it, $1.79. It's a steal, isn't it? Right, we'll talk beads later. We'll talk beads later.
Should we get?
Because I want to see how we make this. So where do we start after cutting it out? Obviously.
So cut it out first. Like I said, if you plan on doing a lot of quilting on it, I do recommend you cut the borders off.
Right.
Now, before you actually get going, but make sure you leave enough room. Make your wadding bigger, just to make sure you've got enough room. And then it's just a matter of picking out. Like I said, all this pile that I've done here, that's not even a third of the panel.
So do you press your bonder web on the back?
Press your bonder web. Don't do it individually. Just literally cut a sheet of bonder web and then just stick it right onto the back.
Okay, and we've got bonder web in various sorts. Various lengths. I'm going to show you my favourite one because have you got one of these yet?
I have. I've got through 2 of those.
No,
already.
This is my favourite one. I have the smaller one, but I love this because it's so big, isn't it? You've got through 2.
I've got through 2 of them, yeah. So if you do a lot of my projects,
And what's great, this is the one that they have in shops. That way, if you want to buy a metre off them, they actually have this in shops and they cut it by the roll. $117.99. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, we have got bonder web in we've got smaller packets and the shorter lengths. But if you're a serious bonder webber,
go for it.
I didn't even know you could buy such big ones.
So all you do then, you can just, I'm not committing to actually putting any in a certain place yet, so I'm not pressing anything down. I'm just sort of playing around, trying to get the balance right. So you could just play around with different ideas, take a photograph of it, maybe take them all off again, and then only when you're happy do you press it all into place. So I like to put all the leaves and the baubles and the snowflakes down first.
So are there any tips at all to...
When you cut them out with not even 1/8 of an inch, but you see how I've cut the leaves?
A bit of white.
Because at least then, even if your sewing's not great, you're not going to be able to see it.
Okay, so right, that's a good one.
So you haven't got to worry about, using matching threads or being really, really accurate with your sewing. So that's what makes this a really good beginner's project as well, because...
So you just hang them off the branches?
Yeah.
But you see, I'm not very good at less is more. I'd end up with hundreds of them.
Well, if that's what you want, you put hundreds
I wouldn't necessarily want that, but I just don't think I'd be very good at not putting too many on. Oh, there's a gap, I'll put that one on.
But no, there's you can just play around.
So do you try and spread them around by size so that the size is even?
Yes.
Of them?
Yeah.
Like so that you've got the same number of big ones and small ones?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I just cut off.
I know. For people who aren't like artistic like you, would you, if I was going to put the big one, would you go, well, I'll look for a bigger space?
I'd go for, my little tip is go for the bigger ones further away.
Right, that's a good tip.
And then the smaller leaves closer to...
Oh, okay.
It just gives it a nice balance, I think.
That poor Stag, he'd fall over, wouldn't he?
He would.
With those great big ones further away. I'd want them nearer my head if I was carrying those.
I just think it just gives it a bit more of a balance, it's a
I see what you mean. Yes, you get that kind of perspective. So big ones further away.
Yeah, and play around with the colours as well. So I've just put that purple down there, which is quite bold. So that purple star is going to really stand out unless I put another one a bit further away. So you wouldn't put the same colours next to each other.
Right, so by putting them, then your eye is taken from one to the other rather than just to that one.
Yeah, so...
Gosh, confusing.
Yeah, so I'm just not being...
Yeah, no, this makes sense then. This is the sort of information I need because otherwise I would have no idea where to put them. And I want mine to look exactly like yours.
And so I've got loads more baubles, but I'm quite happy with that at the moment. And then I'll go to my leaves. So again, your leaves, you'll put the bigger ones further away.
And do you actually attach them to the branches?
You can. No, I just sort of let them float.
Oh, you see, this is what I'd be going, right, so now the end of that leaf has to go exactly on that branch.
So No, put them
and
wherever
then
you
that
like.
one needs to go exactly.
And then the little ones, I quite like doing the little ones in little clusters.
Oh, okay.
Especially around the head. It just gives it a nice little detail because there's so much to look at. You want to sort of break it up a little bit so it just makes it look a bit more interesting. Have I got any more with the little ones? Got a little snowflake there. So, I mean, I could be here all day doing this. So
Yeah, because I'd be thinking, oh, now look, there's a space. Maybe you need to just put a few on and stand back.
Yeah, so I recommend you put it all on, don't press it down, just step back, take a photograph of it, and then if you're not happy, take them all off and do it again. And if you were happy with it the first time, you just repeat what you did.
Okay, right.
So.
And don't fill the whole thing.
No, you want to leave a bit of room for quilting.
Oh, that's true.
So I haven't done those many leaves, but I
love this colourway. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's really Christmassy without the usual.
Yeah, it is because you've got those greens and bronzes, but it's very classy, very vintage Christmas. I feel.
That was what I was going for.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
That's Delphine. She's classy vintage.
Oh
no, don't want to. Nobody wants to be vintage though. You might want your design to be, but you don't want to be vintage yourself.
No, definitely not.
You can just be classy then.
So when you're happy, you can just press it all into place.
Okay.
So, I've got. Yeah, so I'll do it in stages because I'm over 2 pressing mats at the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm not allowed to iron directly onto the table. I get told
That's
off.
so mean, isn't it? I managed to melt the iron on Thursday again.
What, you Alyssa iron?
Yeah, here on a.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Velvet. You know, which is fine to iron, but not as hot as I did it. But weirdly, it sort of disappeared.
What, the velvet or the iron?
The iron sort of disappeared. No, the mark on the iron, because John said to me at the end of the show, it's gone. It almost like it burnt away.
All right. I'm always burning things on here.
Oh, I constantly clean my iron at home, my Olisso. Always burning it, but I managed to do it again.
Oh, you'd be shocked if you saw the state of mine.
Right, so I pull it gently.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just, actually they sort of cling, don't they? The worst thing to iron on is a cutting mat, I discovered. It sort of warps. I had something on my cutting mat I then ironed on and it really warped the centre. It did go back again after a couple of days, but it made the centre of the cutting mat warp.
How
Top
did you
tip.
do that?
Well, I can't remember. I had something on top of it that I was ironing thinking, oh, it won't go through, it'll be fine.
But it wasn't fine.
It wasn't fine, but it did go back, but I had this like lump in the middle of it for a few days.
Here we are. So I've just put those down.
Fab.
So then you can come to do a bit of sewing.
Yeah, look, it's gone. That's so weird.
So there's lots of different ways you can sew this down. So you can do a bit of free motion on it. Obviously you'll go around everything. Again, because if you're cutting out with the white line on the around the outside,
right.
You can, if you're just going to use it as a wall hanging, you can just do a straight stitch if you wanted to.
Okay.
You can use a zigzag stitch, as blanket stitch is what I always go to. That's just my favourite one to use. But but if you don't want to use any of those stitches, you just want a nice quick make, go around it with a straight stitch. And then when you come to quilt it, so you can do the applique before you put the wadding on, especially if you're new and if you haven't got a very big throat space on your machine.
Okay.
Or you can put it straight onto your wadding and a background fabric if you're choosing and go straight to quilting it. So it's like a quilt as you go.
Oh, okay. So you can applique and quilt all at the same time?
Yeah. So, but what I did, I first of all put my backing on, I sewn all my pieces down, and then all my applique pieces, and then I quilted it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So but you can, if you want to, quilt it before you put there's no right or wrong.
If you
so
prefer
just
to do it that way.
Prefer. So there's different ways of quilting it. You can do like an echo quilt, which I'll show you in a moment, or you can do some free motion, which is what I did on that one. Or you could even do a bit of trapunto on the branches, which I thought could give it a try.
I think that's a good idea because I love that. I think it works really well because they really stand out, don't they?
So there's lots of different ways of doing it, Punto, but obviously I do my own cheats way. So what you'll need, so obviously I'm doing it on a television size.
Yes,
I'm not going to be able to do the whole thing. So if we just place the wadding.
It's wadding. So we have that. Is that an 80-20 cotton wadding?
This is an 80-20,
right.
yeah.
Which we do have by the ½ metre.
So for example,
so you put that over. So that's the whole. You put.
Yeah, you'd have had a bigger piece.
The whole piece, right? Okay.
Yeah. So you've had a bigger piece than that.
There you go. Now you'll need 2 units of that because it's ½ metre wide, but it's super wide, but it's ½ metre long, and you'll need 1 metre. But you'll have loads left over.
Yeah, and just if it's not, you can just piece it together with a zigzag stitch.
Oh, okay. So you could actually just buy ½ metre then and piece it together.
Just piece it together.
Oh, okay. But if you want it as non-pieced, you'll need to buy 1 metre because this is 83 centimetres.
So for the first way, I'll show you how just to do a little bit of echo quilting. So imagine I've pinned this. In fact, I should pin it. I've got to be on my best behaviour today.
Why?
Because usually I just go rogue, don't I, and do it my own way.
But you're doing it properly now.
I have to do it properly when I'm on telly. So I'm just pinning it.
No pins in your mouth, you're on telly.
So just making sure I'm not pinning it to the cutting mat, because that's the type of thing that I'll do. Pull it up. So I've just pinned it a little bit just to keep it out of the way. But if you do come to do your quilting as you go with your applique pieces first, don't do it all in one go and then start your quilting. Start with the centre pieces for your applique and work your way outwards. So for example, I'd sew around 3, press it, do it again, 3, press it. Always, it's going to stop it all clumping up, and it's going to keep it nice and flat. Yeah. So your iron is your best friend. So just keep ironing it, and then you're not going to get any lumps and bumps.
Oh, okay. I guess could you use iron on like fusible wadding?
Yeah, if you use a H640.
Yes, you could use that.
So, but imagine I've done all of my...
The whole thing is now pinned into place.
Yeah, and it's all been appliqued already.
And it's all been appliqued, okay.
Yeah. So,
morning, lovely ladies. Oh, Delphine, you've done it again. I couldn't decide which colourway, so I had to have them both.
Oh,
from Leaning Quarry Bank.
Oh,
well, I'm with you. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous.
So if you want to just do an echo quilt, so say if you're not a big fan of free motion, what you can do is just lengthen your stitch a little, so it's...
What have you got it on?
I think I'd usually do it about 320, but I'll just go on 3 for now. And then you can just echo quilt round the branches.
So how far away are you quilting?
Wherever, as close as you like.
Okay, so that's about... You see, you have to remember there are a lot of people like me, Delphine, who want to know exactly what you've done.
I've barely just...
I reckon that's about 1/8 of an inch.
About 1/8 of an inch.
On a 3.2 stitch length. Oh no, that's a 3 actually. She's got that on a 3 stitch length, about 1/8 of an inch.
And then you just go back and forward like that. This has become...
Oh, okay, and then you go 1/8 of an inch away again.
Yeah, this has become one of my favourite ways to quilt. I did a quilt project that you wouldn't have seen it, but... and I quilted the whole thing using this method, and you know, it looked better than the actual applique.
Oh,
I'm thrilled with it. Yeah, it looks really nice.
So you find one line.
Yeah.
And you just go. Well, what happens when we get to thin branches?
Well, what we'll do for this one, for example, I'll stop about there, and then you've got a new shape to play with.
Oh, and actually, the distance between these lines is not regular either.
No, which what makes it more interesting. Yeah. This is going to bring some gorgeous texture to it.
Because it's not even. You've got like 1/8 of an inch to 1/16. It's not. It's almost even, but not. And this is Delphine's as well, so.
And you don't want it to be perfect, you know. You see how that's got. It's giving it movement.
Yeah, and when you get to the end of the line, you've got like a point that you go back up to the next one.
Yeah.
So if you were doing this free motion, the only difference is you wouldn't have to keep turning it round.
No, but even when I did my big quilt that I did in this method, I didn't do it in free motion.
Oh, okay.
I just did it this way. And then it's just a matter of picking up all I'm doing is a straight stitch and I'm just manipulating the fabric a little bit.
And you haven't even got a walking foot on that.
No. Obviously, if you've got one, attach it.
And that is how. I know you've done that one in a different way, haven't you?
Yeah, just so I thought different ways of...
I like that. I like the fact that those lines are not evenly spaced. They're just sort of close together.
And then you can just create different shapes. I'll take it off in a sec so you can see.
Yeah, no, it's lovely, but I can see you just, you know, once you've done it, this is something that you can just play around with.
And it's almost like you play it, you just don't want, you're not crossing the lines of the branches.
Even the really narrow ones.
Because that's what's going to decide the movement.
Oh, of course, because you're echoing those lines and that creates the movement. Then you haven't got your straight line quilting. Oh, it's lovely.
So, and it feels really nice as well. So, for example, on this bit, so I'll finish this centre of this branch. And then I'll take it off.
Well, it gives that kind of tree effect as well, doesn't it? Like rings on trees. This is fab. Love it.
So I'll just do one more little line. There we go. So I'll take that off. And then if I put this on somewhere that you'll be able to see it.
Can we see? Can we see? It's on the overhead. There we are, coming in, coming in. Perfect. Thank you very much, Charlie. That's lovely. See, I love that because it's not even, but it's sort of even.
Yeah. It's a really, really simple way of quilting your pieces. Because don't forget about the negative space on the quilt, because that's where you can add even more interest. So it's not all about the applique and the actual printed that's on the panel. Yes. How you quilt it gives it can take it to that next level.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You don't need a long arm. You don't need
any expert. And when you get to the baubles, do you do the same? You go around them.
I'll just pick up the shapes from wherever. Yeah. You know, and it's going to have loads of movement in it. It's going to look really, really lovely. So maybe even do a test piece by just draw a load of wiggly lines on a piece of fabric and do it with that, and you'll see the finish it gives is incredible.
No, it is lovely.
It's
not a full-size quilt. This is a small space. You can do it bit by bit. You think, well, I could just do that bit. But it becomes a little bit addictive, doesn't it? You go, well, and then I'll just do that bit.
Exactly. But it's really nice. But again, start from the centre and work your way
out.
Right,
okay.
And
then take it off.
Yeah. So just do a bit. Once it comes to an end, like a dead end almost, take it off, press it, and then start again. So that's one way.
Morning, ladies. Delphine, this is absolutely stunning. Spent my birthday money on this. Love your nail colour. Lots of love, Rachel.
Oh, thank you very much.
Happy birthday to you, Rachel. What a lovely present. It is stunning, isn't it? Another one. What is the presser foot Delphine is using? Normal.
It's just your normal foot.
The normal standard foot.
This is what I mean. It's nothing. There's no fancy.
Yeah.
There's no tricks. It's so simple.
Because I always put my walking foot on when I would do this, but this seems to go through fine.
It's fine.
Is it because it's a smaller space?
It's when I did that other quilt, I didn't have a walking foot on, even though I had one. So I think I had an applique foot on, so I could see.
Right. Okay.
Obviously, I can see through this one, but if you've got an open foot that you can just do the normal straight stitch on, I recommend that, because obviously you can see everything that's going on.
Yeah, that's true.
And you just want to be fluid with it. You don't want to be, stop, start. Just manipulate the fabric as if you would with free motion, really. But obviously it's just wavy lines.
But you could use a walking foot, but it doesn't seem to be, it's not affecting your stitch length.
No. And so once you've done all that quilting, another way you could do the trapunto. So I thought we could have a little bit of a go.
Let's do that.
Go around here. So I think we'll do this branch.
So trapunto is an Italian term. It's an Italian quilting term, which is like stuffed quilting, really.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound as nice as trapunto, does it? But traditionally it was done, you stitch by hand, because obviously you didn't have machines. You'd stitch by hand along the edges of a shape, and then you would stuff those stitches, and you can still buy special trapunto yarn that you thread through those shapes. But this is
a much simpler,
much less time-consuming way, and probably gives you the same effect.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's basically stuff quilting.
So what you need, so say if you've done, you could do this at any stage really. You can do this before you quilt all your negative space, and then in fact that's the way I would do it. I'll do your trapunto before you did the rest
before
of your
the quilt. So do a plique, then trapunto, then quilting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are all just different methods of you all finish. Because the beauty of these type of projects is everyone's getting the same panel, but everyone's finish is going to be different depending on how you choose.
Would you like me to press your
yes, please.
star down?
I think it's got a bit of Bondweb still on it.
Yeah, or maybe it's not on it.
Or maybe it's not on it.
I think it fell off there.
Oh well. So what I've done here is, imagine obviously the initial piece had a big bit of wadding underneath. This is where you need your offcuts of wadding. So I've just put another little piece underneath where I want to do my trapunto. So making sure that's pinned down well. And what I want to achieve is that I want these branches to stand out.
Okay.
So give them a bit more of a 3D.
So do you need those 2 layers then to do that?
So you need the 2 layers. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to sew quite close just around the branch that I want to show off the bit of trapunto with. So I'm just going to do that now. So you just do, making sure I've got enough. Yeah. So I'll start from the top of this one here. So I'm just going to make sure, obviously you'll pin it a lot better than what I've just done it.
So are you stitching right on the edge then? Or
yeah,
outside the
just
edge?
On the outside of the edge.
Right on the edge, not your little bit away this time.
And then, and already you can feel that it's a lot more, what's it called? Loft? No, what's it called?
Well, the thickness of it?
Yeah.
Well, it is loft, yeah. It's puffier. But it is a much higher loft if you've got 2 layers.
So, and then I'll go on the inside. And you could even make the baubles stand
you could
out.
do that to them. Oh yeah, that's
so
true.
Should we do that to that bauble?
Yeah, that would be really nice. So you could just go out, I'm going to just do the baubles or the branches.
Yeah. This
is just a pleasure to watch this, isn't it?
The more texture you give a quilt, the more interesting it is, and the more that people are going to look at it.
Oh yeah, no, when you go to these quilt shows, when they have like the Festival of Quilts, and they have amazing quilts, the ones that really stand out are often the ones with loads of quilting, aren't they?
Yeah, loads of quilting, loads of different textures, different ways of quilting. Yeah. You know, you could even do that part in the as you know, that echo quilting, and then you can do other sections free motion. You could do other sections crosshatch.
Oh, of course, yes.
You know.
Well, also then it's a pleasure to do, and you don't have to look at it as like, oh, I've got to quilt the whole of this thing. Just, you know, sit on your machine, do 10 minutes, just do that area, and take your time to do it as well, because you get a better effect then.
And even don't forget about your decorative stitches as well, using those to quilt the space.
True. And different coloured threads.
Yeah, variegated thread always looks really nice. So I've sewn that bauble down, and I'm just going to go the other last side of this branch here.
And you've used a matching thread for this?
I have, yeah. I think because you don't really want to distract from the colours of the applique on this one. So
right, okay.
I'm just going to go straight down on that one. I know I've cut that branch off, but so now when we take it off, you can see a little bit there that's already a little bit puffier.
Yeah, no, definitely more raised. It feels textured, doesn't it?
So if you take out your pins that's holding that on.
Oh, and now applique scissors. I've got them.
And then
this is where you need your applique scissors.
I love these. I use them all the time, only because it allows you to get really, really close to your work and without you cutting through it. But I recommend if you're going to do this type of sewing that you get some applique scissors.
They are great. I love applique scissors. I use them for lots of weird things as well, not necessarily applique, when I just need to cut threads where they're so close and I can't get to them with normal scissors.
Yeah, especially with a lot of applique. Well, Right.
So £19.99 for the Madeira applique scissors. They are fab as well.
So this is where you can see all those quilting lines.
Oh yeah.
So what you do now, we're going to do that branch. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to do that last bit of a branch there, just so you can. Because obviously I would have done the whole thing like this. I just want to make sure I'm not cutting into a line. Let me just go down. There we go. So now, what we want to do is cut around.
Oh, so you don't want those 2 layers everywhere?
No. So once you've done your applique, you cut away any of your excess of your second layer.
Okay. This is where the applique scissors come in handy.
Because you see how quickly and easily I'm being able to get right close up
Whereas
to my
if you
sewn
use
line.
normal scissors, you might snip into the wadding, but that flat blade, the duck-billed blade, it does say it's good for trimming quilt batting. There you go.
I mean, these are used ones, these are old ones, and it's still going through it like butter. So.
Well, these are Madeira. They're a good quality make. I think when you're going to buy specialist equipment like this that is for a specific job, it's worth getting the quality there, isn't it? Because you're going to use it for a very specific job. They need to be right.
That's it. Buy cheap, buy twice, isn't it? That's it.
Charlie has just said that.
Is he?
Yeah. That's weird. You must be in sync.
We are, aren't we, Charlie?
He said, yeah.
Bless him. He's so lovely. So, and again, I'm now doing the centre section. So you can, if you want to, if you're fairly new to this, maybe use a different colour wadding. So you know, if for your very first time, it doesn't have to be the same. Use all your offcuts up. Don't just.
Well, also if you buy the 80/20 wadding, because it's so wide, you'll have plenty left over to use for that anyway.
So if you're wondering what this is, that's the centre. That's that bauble that I just sewn around.
Right.
And then here's my branches.
And so by taking it away, does that make it stick out more?
Yes. So now I've trimmed all that away, but you don't want to leave it there. So I've trimmed all that away, and as you can see...
Oh, it's fab, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's well trapuntoed.
That's it. It's giving it a really lovely effect.
Like that.
And then it will stand out even more when you've quilted
so by
it.
quilting in there, that will push that space down.
Yeah.
And it will pull that space up more.
Yeah.
So can we talk about beads?
Beads, yeah.
Beads.
So once you've done all of your...
Because you've got beads everywhere on yours.
So once you've put all your applique on and you've done your quilting, I'll literally take it right up to the point where you've already done your binding. So you'd sew your borders back on.
Right.
You do your binding, and then that's when you can add even more interest and bling and shine.
Bling. So you've got these ones I love, these snowflakes. You've got quite a few of those.
Yeah, I think I used a whole packet.
We'll go for the silver. Only £1.10. And remember, if you haven't bought anything at all, you get your free badge with just a special little code on the back that we're not allowed to talk about. Silver snowflakes. I've got gold snowflakes.
They'd look nice on this one.
I mean, you can use any colour you want, but if you kind of think of with the mauve one, try and go for the silvery colours.
Yeah.
And this I can't remember what this one's called, the foliage one.
Foliage, yeah.
Go for the more bronzy colours, so that's gold. Gold snowflakes. Should we do sequins? You've got sequins as well. So we go silver sequins. You get loads in here as well. Absolutely loads. It just says 5 grams, obviously nobody could count them. Oh, I wonder how many you get. Must be at least 100. There's loads. And these are really iridescent as well. You can see them picking up the rainbow on that one. So that's that's because they're hologram sequins. Then we've got gold ones. That sticker's right in the middle of the sequin. There's loads in there. Again, 5 grams, but quite a lot in your 5 grams. So that would be that, and that would be that. Then, shall we do, you've got bugle beads. Have you put bugle beads on yours?
No, but you could make them into like snowflake shapes or echo.
Oh, that's true actually. Silver bugle beads. So these are really simple to sew on. All you need is normal hand sewing thread, and then you just secure your thread on the back, push your needle through the bead, and then take it down and do another couple of stitches, and they'll stay on. Silver bead, silver bugles, gold bugles, 8 grams. There's loads here. This is going to embellish all your stitching forever.
You can never have too many beads.
Oh, I love beads. We've got them multicoloured bugle beads. They would look nice on this one. £1.10. £1.10. These are a great price, aren't they? That would look nice on either of them. And then finally, I've got red sequins and green sequins, which you could use on, probably this one, I think, maybe red sequins. But entirely up to you. Yep. £1.10. These are holographic again. And then we've got green, and then that's all in the lesson. I've dropped one. But I don't think I have. And then green ones. So, go bling. Go bling, or go home.
So on this
right, so this is our organza. So you're using the rainbow
the
pearl
type
organza.
I just quilted that bit so you can see just how much it makes it stand out.
So how do you cut your leaf out then?
So to cut your leaves.
So you could use one of these as a template if you're like me, you're not very good at cutting leaves.
You could do, but what I do, you put a bit of interfacing on the back. You can use Bondweb, but I want it to have like a 3D effect.
Okay, so just normal interfacing.
Just a normal rectangle. And just curve, and then another curve.
Oh, okay. Maybe I could do
really easy. And then, so just cut them into little strips, and then you just little curves like that. And you could do different sizes. So once you've done those, so I've done 4. Again, I quite like them on the outside edge mainly.
Oh, okay, yeah, you've got yours round the, not on the inner bit. Why is that then?
I just think it's going to be more interesting to you. You don't want to be over the top.
Right.
You know, just makes it a bit, like you say, less is more.
Yeah. So put it all on and take half of it off. That would be me.
Yeah, it's like when you get dressed, isn't it? Like they say if you're going out for a night out or if you're getting all dressed
take
up,
half of it off.
Take some off. Not all of it.
Not all of it. Not all of it, no.
I'll get in trouble.
Just some of it.
Just some of it. And then just place it on wherever you want to put it. Put your leaves. And then it's all it is paddles. Hold on. And all you're going to do is a straight stitch.
Through the middle.
So have a load of them nearby. Put them down where you want them to go. And that's it. Oh, I want to do that one again. You didn't see that.
That's just a natural fold in the leaf, which happens in nature all the time.
Yeah, but doubled up. I doubled one up. There we go. So yeah.
And would you do this after all of the quilting and everything?
I'll do it till at the very, very end, after you've done all your beads, everything.
Okay.
And then to finish.
Oh yeah, so we're going to see this glittery thing.
Yeah, I'll need some 505 spray if there's any knocking around.
Oh, Alex will get some. Have you got any 505, Alex?
I just need a cutting mat. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
There we are. So you're going to get your.
Oh, thank you very much.
Your organza. Wherever that.
We've only got one. Yeah, so this is a bigger one. We've got the 250mm. So if you want the 505, $7.90. 505 basically is a temporary adhesive spray. It doesn't gum up your needle or your sewing machine. It's what you can use for sticking your wadding to your quilt. Yeah, yeah. Without using something that isn't. This is designed for fabric. It's temporary as well, which is fab because you can actually move it, can't you? Yeah. Exactly. If you're doing it for your quilt. That's what this is actually for. So if you get this, you can use it for this amazing method as well as quilting. There you go.
So this is a bit like when I do confetti quilting. So
if you've never seen me do confetti quilting before, then you're going to be like, what's she doing with that rotary blade? This is...
Okay.
It's fine.
Right,
nothing bad is going to happen. So you're just going to go forward and back, just as you do if you're making a confetti quilt. So you go one way, and then you see now it's turning into like glitter.
So you're just cutting it into tiny squares then?
Yeah. And it's going to make a mess, but you know.
Hey, that's what hoovers were invented for.
Exactly. And now you've got your little pile of glitter.
This is brilliant.
So,
wow.
So what you'll do, I know.
And then you rub it all over your face and go out.
Yeah, well, we're making it Christmassy today. So then, what I would do is I'd lay this flat onto the floor, ideally. And then...
So the whole thing is done and bound and everything?
It's all bound, it's got beads on it, it's ready to go.
Right,
this
okay.
Is it's all ironed and pressed,
it's all ready,
lovely.
About to hang on the wall.
And then you just get your 505 spray, give it a good shake, give it a bit of a spray. I don't know if you can see me do it, so I'm just going to give it a bit of a spray, like that. And then you get your glitter, like you're sprinkling.
Oh, wow. It's snowing.
And then what it will do, if you don't mind getting your hands a bit sticky, what you'll do is then just give it a bit of a tap, pick it up, shake it off, and you're left with that really nice glittery effect.
That is like snow, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I presume that will stay on there.
Yeah, because if it's a wall hanging, so it's not like...
So if you're doing a cushion, maybe not, because everyone will get covered in it.
No, you won't be very popular. No.
Because I guess the glue dries and it's not sticky anymore.
And then you can, if there's any big bits, you just pull them off.
Oh, I see. So
and then you'll give it a good shake, and then you're left with this really nice glittery effect.
Oh, go on then, Ben. Ben wants to have a go.
So...
He's coming to have a go.
You want to play with a bit of glitter, love?
Yeah, always.
It's a bit like cooking, it's like you put in a bit of salt. There you go.
Get off my hands.
You just want glitter on your hands, don't you? Go on, rub it on your face. There he goes.
He just couldn't resist, could he? He wanted to have a go.
So, and that's it.
That is fantastic. I love that.
Loads of different techniques, loads of different ideas. Just, or you can be like me and just free motion everything, or But
yeah, so we've got a plique here, we've got a bit of trapunto, we've got that echo quilting, we've got beads, we've got glittery.
Don't be afraid to play with your organza. As long as you can iron it as well. Just make sure you've got a protector, like a Millwood pressing mat, something like that.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I ironed on my interface and using that. I wouldn't do it directly onto your board. But it's just trying to use all these different materials that we're...
Yeah, no, but it's lovely. Also, you've got, when you buy half a metre, this is what amazes me, you've got loads, haven't you? I mean,
I used about that much.
So it will last you for loads of different things.
Yeah. Just
as well as
glitter on everything.
Christmas presents.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't want to give it away though. Unless it was to somebody that sews.
Yeah, but if it was someone who sewed, you could wrap them in that and that'd be lovely.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Right, I'm going to have to recap the panels because I'm not sure how many we've got left. I'm really glittery now.
I know, we're covered in it now.
Oh, God, I've just walked through the Christmas tree. Right, we had loads and loads of these left, but we are only on double figures now. Not very many at all. So this is, let me make sure I've got it the right way around. The mauve one is in the lead. That's the one that Delphine's got hanging on the wall, but only by 3. They have been neck and neck, and this has gone to 3 more. So that's the one that's on the wall. We'll show you. And then the one that Delphine's been working on, which is this beautiful sort of vintage, bronzy, pinky, green, gorgeous. I mean, look at the size of the panel. It is massive. And because you've got so many applique pieces, if you want to make it into a quilt and add borders, you could use all of those pieces in that as well. So this one is very slightly in the lead. The mauve is very slightly in the lead, but not by much. Have we got any of the charm panels left? No. Jane says, what thread would you use? That's just normal sewing thread,
That's just normal sewing thread, yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, I just use a normal white sewing thread.
Normal. Yeah. Thank you so much, Delphine. That was fantastic. I love that. I want to make one now.
Fun, isn't it?
It was great. We'll see you back here in an hour for the gorgeous present sack.
Sacks and stockings.
Sacks and stockings. It's gorgeous. We've got kits with velvet, metallic and fabric and ribbons and bells.
Yeah. What more could you want for Christmas?
4 different colours as well.
Yeah.
They are flying on pre-order, so we are selling some of the felt sheets on their own. One of them is almost sold out, so do get ahead during the break. Have a look at what's coming up, so you can get it in your basket. You can just sit back and enjoy the demos and not miss out. So we'll see you in an hour.
Yeah.
Go and have a cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
Cup of coffee. I was trying to think what I fancy. Cup of coffee. Have a cup of coffee. And Suzie will be back with me in a few minutes' time, showing you how to make the gorgeous Liberty quilt that we've got. It's the only way you can actually buy the Liberty fabric now in the kit, but again, very limited, and we have instructions as well. I'll see you back here in a bit.
What's that? Christmas bells in July? That can only mean one thing. Christmas comes to Sewing Street. Oh, Chloe! That wasn't in the script. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Are we having a great day? I'm loving this Christmas, and so are you. So are you. Well done to everyone who has managed to get their kit so far and the Liberty fabric. Now, for those of you who adore the brand new Liberty fabric collection, we have got kits. So Suzie has all the fabric, and she's taken the fabric and has been inspired by it to create this gorgeous quilt, the Deck the Halls Holly Style quilt. So tell me about your inspiration then, Suzie.
So I wanted to do a design that really maximised the space that each fabric took, because I thought I wanted to see the fabric.
See the fabric, let it sing.
But I also wanted a sort of a twist, and you know when you have boughs of, I mean I looked at Deck the Halls with boughs of holly,
yes,
obviously.
Yes.
Decided I wasn't going to fussy cut and cut loads of holly.
Right.
Life's too short, but I thought, well, if I could get a twist going in the star, which is how this evolved.
Yes, yes.
And feed in all the fabrics. So what I've done is, if you've got all of the cheer fabrics or all of the polar, this design uses a bit of every fabric.
Oh, okay.
In that set. If you don't want the holly block, because I've left that as a separate block,
right?
You can take that holly block out.
Yes.
And you've still got enough fabric. You can either add in a feature fabric, or you can just add in another half square triangle, whatever you want. But I did it in the corners because obviously the holly makes it more festive. But as a design, it was really as a quick make, because it doesn't take a lot of time to do, and features the fabrics but really makes you feel Christmassy.
Yeah, no, it's lovely, and I think it would be ideal Christmas. You could use it as lovely as a decoration, as a wall hanging, isn't it?
If you've got a square or rectangular table, because you've got a centre point, you can put it over a table as a tablecloth as well.
So let me talk about the kits, because the kits are very limited. So the colourway that's behind Suzie, the blue one. Oh right, sorry, the blue one's on screen. We only have 7 left of this one.
Gosh.
So this is the one, $59.99. You get the full instructions and you get the fabric. So you get 2 plain fabrics that are used for the background and the inner border. Then you get all of the Liberty fabrics. Isn't that lovely? And I love the fact that you've got actually that turquoise. Doesn't that look lovely for the border? We only have 7 of these left. So you get all of these Liberty. These are fat quarters, aren't they?
Yes, it uses fat quarters.
So these are Liberty fat, yes.
10 fat quarters.
10 fat quarters and 1.5 meters of plain fabric.
Yeah.
We have 6 of these left and 17 in basket. So if you've got it in your basket, please do check out. Then you can make this in the polar version. I mean, it makes the most beautiful wall hanging. But again, it's that quilt that you bring out every Christmas, and when you're watching your favourite Christmas film, whatever that is.
Oh, yeah.
What's your favourite Christmas film?
Me, I don't know. I love It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes.
But I also like things like Love Actually.
I love Love Actually, yes, that's good, isn't it? And Nativity, Nativity too.
See, I saw that for the first time a couple of years ago. It's hilarious.
Yeah, Ben reckons he's in it. Who are you in it? Are you actually in it?
That would be amazing.
Well, I'm going to watch it again. How come you're in it? Oh, he was an extra. Ben was an extra in Nativity too. I love Nativity, that's brilliant.
It is a good film. It's those feel-good films, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Holiday, that's another good one.
That's a fantastic one, isn't it? Right, there's 3 kits left.
We digress.
3 kits left. Right, now this colourway that Susie's made we've been talking about behind her, this is your traditional colourway. You've got 1 metre of the white and 1/2 metre of the red. That's used for the background and the inner border.
Yeah, and the inner border.
And then look at these gorgeous fabrics. You've got the baubles one, you've got the crackers, you've got the red and green trees. Now we've only got 15 of these left. That lovely star one. These are all the ones that sold out.
Yeah.
So if you want the Liberty fabrics, this is really, this is the only way you're going to get them now. You've even got that gorgeous, the red one, houses, and the blue one. Oh, my favourite one, the presents.
The presents. Present surprise.
In that colourway as well. So you get 10 fat quarters, you get 1/2 metre of red for the inner border, you get 1.5 metres of white for the background, and you get the instructions, and we only have 15 left. What size is the quilt? It is 50 inches square.
Yeah. So it's a good size, lap quilt size.
Yeah, it's a good lap quilt size, but it's also manageable to hang on the wall. And
absolutely,
wouldn't that be lovely when you know, for Christmas? It's such an easy way to decorate as well. Just hang it up.
Easy peasy.
And it looks
absolutely
stunning, doesn't it? Now, if you want the instructions on their own, because these have absolutely been flying out. Now, Susie was saying earlier, this doesn't need to be a Christmas quilt, because the only Christmassy thing about it really is that it's got the holly in.
Yeah. So
it's the fabrics that make it Christmassy. And I know it's in a star, but you know, stars are in quilting forever and ever. So you can use any fabric for this.
Absolutely, yeah. And as I said earlier, for a newborn,
because
a star is born.
Yes.
So you could embroider their name and
be nice for one of
birthday
those. You know when you do that thing where you lay them down and you sort of put 3 months.
Yeah, exactly.
For those.
So each point could have the months on there as well.
Lovely for a play
so,
quilt.
you know, you can really go to town as a play quilt.
Or if you've got, you know, beautiful, if you've got some tulle or some cave or Anna Maria that you love.
Look amazing in cave.
It does showcase fabric, doesn't it?
It does, and that's what I wanted to do, because these designs, Deck the Halls, are just so glorious in their detail. I didn't want little 2.5 inch squares.
No, you wanted to be able to
I wanted
really
big 6.5
really
inches.
see it.
Yeah. So good. I also wanted to take people on a quilting journey of learning. So there's a bit of every technique in there other than EPP.
So you can really learn as you go, which you're going to show me in a minute. So the instructions are $9.99. Everything you need to know in there. It tells you all the fabric that you need. It's even pictures of the fabric. But obviously, if you're buying just the instructions and you're not using these fabrics, then you can just swap. You can just write next to them which your fabrics are.
Or what I do is staple a little piece of the fabric against the fabric number.
Because they're called like F1, F2, F3, and then put that piece.
And then that way you've got a reference all the way through. You haven't got to remember
Or you could do that on a spare piece if you don't want to mess up your instructions.
Yeah.
But it is something you can use. But all of the instructions are on here, very, very simple of exactly how to do it. Now, there is one last product I'm going to show you before we go over, is that there is a little piece of this that's using foundation paper piecing.
It is.
But only a little piece,
yeah.
So great if you've never done it before. But what I would recommend
2 lines.
is to get the foundation paper piecing paper.
Absolutely.
It's a lot easier to
Yeah.
use. You can use, well, the thinnest, cheapest paper you can find, to be honest, because it needs to be thin because you'll be tearing it off. But I've done a lot of FPP before I discovered this, and this does make a difference.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I like you, used to use cheap paper, but that is a game changer, and it also means that when you come to stitch your block into the other blocks, you get a nice finish.
It is better. I mean, you don't have to have it. You can just use normal printing paper, but honestly, it is worth having. It is really, really good. Right, let me come over to you, and you're going to start off with cutting, aren't you?
I am going to start with cutting because I know we've got the Stripology XL on the show as well.
So can we put that in? So you're using the Stripology.
This is the Stripology XL, which I think is the one we've got on the show.
If you wonder what are we on about, Stripology XL is a ruler that's got holes in it that you can cut through.
It has. It's got
slits in it that you can cut through, and basically it makes cutting more accurate and easier.
It does. It's the speed as well, and it takes that fear factor. It's also safety because your blade is within a groove. You're not exposing your fingers to a blade quite as readily as you are when it's along a ruler. But it's the simplicity and the speed with which I can cut that I like the Stripology for.
Okay, so you can use a normal ruler and rotary cutter.
Yeah,
but
and I do that as well, but this just makes it a lot quicker.
Brilliant.
And because for this project, the majority of what you cut is one size, it means that you can speed cut.
Okay.
Which is great. So if I just do a quick intro into what the ruler is about and how it works, and then I'll just do a cut, and then we can move on to the quilt. So along the bottom edge of the Stripology, you've got a series, obviously you've got your inch markings and your half-inch markings in between. And then below that you have a code. You've got black squares and black stars. The black squares denote 2.5 inch cut increments, which, let's face it, is one of the most common cuts, because especially for binding, most of us do 2.5 inch binding. So you've got those. You don't even have to think 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10.
Right.
You just follow a square.
Okay.
Easy peasy. The other common one we use, especially for borders and sashing, is 1.5. So again, they're marked this time with a black star, so we can just go, follow the stars. I don't have to think, okay, so that's 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6. It's all there for me. And they go right up to 20. Now, the other exciting thing is this ruler is actually precisely engineered so that there is an inch either side as well.
Okay.
So it covers 22 inches, which happens to be the size of a fat quarter.
Handy. Very handy.
So you can do full width of a fat quarter, which is really handy. So when we wanted to do those cracker ribbons, we can do it.
Oh, exactly, of course, because you can do it across your fat quarter.
So the other side, you've got, if you turn the ruler round, you've got trimming your blocks. You can trim your blocks back down, or you can square off your half square triangles and quarter square triangles, and there are these white squares.
Yes.
So that's a really good way of making sure everything's keeping to size.
Ruler,
absolutely not. What I will say is when you move it around, lift both sides, don't just hold it by one.
Okay.
Don't leave it perched on top of something because it bends. Leave it, store it flat, or they have put a handy hole, store it hanging.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't ever just leave it lying about. Don't prop it up either, because again it will warp.
So yeah, it needs to be flat. I mean, which is fine, because you can, if you use your table for other things, put it under the bed.
I've put a hook on the side of my table, and I've got ribbon, the Liberty ribbons actually, through mine, and I hook them up so they hang. It's got your non-slip, as we have with all the creative grids. So you're going to place your fabric underneath. All I do is eyeball roughly where an edge is, so I know I've got to go within those margins. Now I'm going to line up on the folded edge. I've folded my fabric in half, and I know it looks like I'm cutting quite a lot off, but you can see the underside is quite a bit below, so I can go to there. The other thing that you can do with this, you can choose which line you line up on. I tend to find one that is below, above the level of the little eyelet introducing sockets that you've got for the grooves, or if the fabric is wide, I make sure that this end I'm not going to catch the fabric as I go in.
Right,
you want a clean cut as you go, otherwise you're going to have to cut again. So you always cut yourself a clean cut, and when you cut into your ruler, make sure your rotary cutter is not one of these hooded ones where it only releases when you engage.
Yes, okay.
It must be one that exposes the blade.
Right, yeah.
So the Solon ones are perfect. They're so simple ones. You're going to introduce at a slight angle into that eyelet groove. Hold with your fingers, making sure you're not covering the groove you're cutting, and work your way up. And just move your hand to go. And that's cut me a perfectly clean straight edge. So that's the first one I'm going to do. So if I wanted to do binding, I can come into 2.5 and just cut up the fabric, and we're all good. But then you can do subcuts. So if I take that away, I can then subcut this as well. So I can again realign. But this time I want to do 2.25. I want it 2.5 by 2.25. So I'm going to cut my 0. 1/4 inch isn't marked, but if I shuffle my ruler and the fabric to line up 1/4 inch to the left of 0, and then cut at 2, I've actually cut 2.25 inches. And you can do that for 1/2 and 3/4 inch, right up to the inch either side. So I can then get my perfect rectangle cuts.
Brilliant.
So this is a godsend for rapid cutting.
Yeah,
definitely.
so if you're doing, if you're doing quilts where you are cutting strips across the width of the fabric and then you're subcutting, or if you're trimming half square triangles, all different things like that. I mean, I know it's investment, $69.99, but you will have it forever.
Absolutely, and
because you buy your ruler once, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You don't repeat buy, do you? So you have to decide which fabric you're going to put where. I've given you what I've used, so you can copy that if you want to, or you can move it around. I wasn't worried about fabrics being the right way up or wrong way up as I went, because the whole thing's going to move, and it's a quilt, so people aren't going to look at it and say, oh, it's got to be this way up. They're just going to put it on their lap, aren't they? So you don't have to worry about that. Then you've got all your cutting. I do iron and treat all my fabrics with Best Press or Starch Savvy before I start.
So we have got that.
Yes.
I'm just going to get it.
Okay. And the reason for that is that a lot of these cuts are half square triangles or bias cuts. That means you're cutting across the grains. So just treating them with the Starch Savvy or Best Press means that you're going to stabilise the fabric a bit better.
So this is $9.99 for a 16-ounce bottle. It comes with its own trigger spray. It's not aerosol, it's a trigger spray. And it does make a difference. It really does.
Oh, absolutely, it does.
Just spray your fabrics with it. I mean, if you've never tried it, it is worth it. I quite often as well will spray things after I've sewn them, like if I'm doing bag handles and things. It gives it a little bit of stiffness. Now, I know it washes out, but it won't affect your machine. You can still sew through it. It won't make anything sticky. But it gives you that little extra stiffness.
It
so
does,
$9.99 it is worth having.
It supports your fabric.
It supports it, doesn't it? It gives a little crispness.
It does. We all need that every now
A
and
bit of
again.
Christmas, yes.
So, as I said,
Christmas.
This design, I also wanted to sort of use it as a teaching tool.
Okay.
So if you've never quilted before, you can achieve this quilt, because it's not complicated. It's only straight seams, there's no curves. Yes, we've got bias cuts, but if you take your time and work slowly, because they're big squares as well, you're not going to have too many issues. So
right, there are 9 of this one left. This one, sorry. And there are 21 in baskets.
Oops.
Right? So if you want this one and it's sitting in your basket, press checkout. Otherwise you will miss out of it. Right.
So the first stage is to make a traditional half square triangle, and I'm doing it with the 2 from 1 method.
Okay.
Is this one. So I know there are lots of ways to do half square triangles, and we all have our favourite, and we all have our extra measurement we add on to the fabric in order to get the required size. I like to err on the side of caution, so I am a little bit generous with my allowance on the fabric. So if I want a 6.5 finished half square triangle, I will use a 7.5 inch square to start. I know some people will say, well, that's 1/4 inch more than you need, but actually I'd rather not waste, but give myself wiggle room.
If you don't sew exactly, it's very frustrating.
You've only got a hiccup and it goes wrong.
I'm with you on that.
So the first thing I'm going to do is line up using any ruler that has 1/4 inch marks. I love my 6.5 by 12.5, it's so handy. So I'm lining the 1/4 inch mark along one diagonal, and I know I've got a 1/4 inch this side, and I'm just going to mark with a friction pen the 1/4 inch either side. Now some people just mark the diagonal and are happy with that. I like to sew by line because then I don't have to concentrate too much. But you can just sew 1/4 inch either side of the diagonal. And you can pin or clip. I tend to pin at this stage, but I would recommend you do one or the other because it's a big piece of fabric and you don't want the fabric to move. And then all you're going to do is a straight stitch down both of those. And you can do it as slow or fast as you like. And the stitch length is totally normal as well. And of course you're going to do this to numerous blocks, so you can chain piece if you want to. Do all of the blocks you're doing one side. I think there's 4 different combinations you're going to do. Once you've got that, you're going to then take your ruler again and you're going to cut down that diagonal line, and that's created the 2 half square triangle blocks. So you then set your seam by just putting the iron on there and press out, and I press towards the darker fabric. So that's one of the blocks you're gonna get. So if
I press it for you?
That would be very good, thank you.
I'm quite good at pressing.
So that's an easy one. Then you're gonna do a different method of piecing. So again, we're gonna start with the same size block. And now what we need to do with these is cut them first diagonally. Big sharp intake of breath. Thank you. I love the sound effects. And that you just want to make sure, a good tip for lining up fabrics, layering them one on top of another, is if you press them, they actually hold together better and they don't wiggle. I don't like cutting too many layers at once. I'm not happy about it, so I tend to do 2. So I'm just going to cut these 2 in half once diagonally, and I'm going to cut these ones as well. So you're going to cut a decorative and you want plain as well. So this time we're piecing. We're not making half square triangles by doing a square and making 2 at once. So what we would now do is take one of each triangle, and you're going to do this. These form these outer ones all the way around. So you're going to do one of each, and you're going to put them right sides together with whatever it is you're using as your background.
Okay.
And you're going to stitch a 1/4 inch seam across there, and then when that gets pressed out, that will create that half square triangle.
Perfect.
Which you'll then square off to 6.5
I guess because you've only got
inches.
one colour of those. So.
Absolutely, yes. But the spare one isn't going to waste, because we're now going to use it to create our 3-way half square triangle, which is this block here on your quilt.
Yeah.
So there are lots of ways of doing this. Again, there always is in quilting. Choose your favourite. On a previous pattern, I've done it as a foundation paper piece.
Okay.
This time I thought, no, we're going to do it by piecing. So
right.
those square triangles that you had before, we're now going to use to do this 3-in-1. Now I just got to make sure I get the right combo because I'm repeating one of the things on here. Where is Tangled? Here we go. It's one of these ones. This is the one we're doing. No, it isn't. It's this one here. I think on the I'll find it. Hang on. I can work it out. We've got F1, which is my trees, goes with Helen's stars. So the first thing I'm going to do is cut these 2 bigger pieces in half. Now the way to check you're in the middle, double check, on your ruler you've got a 45-degree marking. If you place that along the outer edge of your triangle, lining up the point with the point on your triangle, you know you're cutting straight through the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah? So I'm now creating.
And then you know it's in the middle without doing that measuring.
And it does help if you take your rotary cutter all the way to the top. Don't just stop halfway. But because I've lined up, I know I can reposition. There you go. Right. So now I need to sew these 2 together. Now it does matter which way round they go, because ultimately I want a long edge this way with these 2 together. So that is incorrect. I need them this way round.
So you can lay them out, can't you?
Yeah. So I would always lay out the block first. So that is the block I'm aiming for.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm going to sew these 2 together first, bringing them together. And I always find if you lay out the block, you can flip your fabric right sides together and you know it's in the right place.
Yeah. I guess it's worth it because trying to unpick that is sort of annoying.
Well, yeah, I've unpicked a lot over the last few weeks and I don't want to be unpicking. The other tip I've got is always put a clip on the side you're going to sew.
Right.
When you come to sew these, I would recommend you start at the right angle end. Don't start at the point because then you're less likely for it to drop into the feed dogs. Yeah. So this time I want a 1/4 inch seam. So I'm going to switch my foot, which is super quick on these machines, she says, hoping they just clip into position. And I've got the guide on this one. I've just had this discussion in the green room. I purely use the guide because I am really not lazy, but I like to be quick. So I use the 1/4 inch guide, 1/4 inch setting on the quilt on here, and then I haven't got to worry.
You haven't got to think about it.
Haven't got to think about it. So use whatever method works for you. I would recommend you do check your 1/4 inch setting before you start. Okay, so we've sewn that seam. So if you wouldn't mind pressing that again towards the dark side. No, open, sorry. Open will be good. And then we're almost there. And then, gosh, we've got another block we can do. We can do a bit of foundation paper piece. We've got plenty of time as well.
We have actually,
gosh,
which is fab, isn't it?
Through.
There we go.
But you can see how quick this is going to be put together because you're just repeating this as time goes by. That's fine. I've not done anything with those.
Okay, I was going to press them for you.
So this, I'm just going to put the larger triangle over the top, and you can pin or clip, whichever you prefer. But again, because we're working on biases, I would recommend that you pin. This time I have no choice. I have got to start at the point end, but remember you can start a 1/4 inch in. So, and off we go. Again, you can chain piece these when you've got your combos. Just watch the placement of the blocks, but you've got a diagram in there, and this time can you do that open as well? It's very nice having a pressing assistant.
Quite like that. I don't have to think about it all. I just press.
All I would then do is trim that down to 6.5 inches.
Okay, so it doesn't matter too much if you haven't got all the edges matched up, because.
No. Do you want me to show you how to do that with the Stripology before we move on?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, and then I can move on and do a bit of foundation paper piecing. So with your Stripology, here it is, let's get it again. So I'm going to use the side with the squares, and we want this to be 6.5 inches ultimately. So you can see you've got, well probably not now, I put that underneath, but you've got, am I in the right spot for this? Yeah, that'll
just
do.
about.
I can't go to the right spot because the desk's not big enough. Sorry. We've got these diagonal 45-degree lines. So if you line those up on your, and I'm going to have to come forward, guys, because otherwise I'm going to be cutting on my lap, which isn't going to be good, is it?
It's not really recommended.
Live on air. No. Do it at home, but not when you're in the studio. So I need to line these diagonal stitch lines, if you like,
right,
on my 45 degrees.
Okay.
And because I've stitched across the 45, I can line, it's a double check. So I know that I'm squaring my block centrally.
And it's nice and straight.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Down the bottom here, I've got the markings for 6.5. So I can use those and trim off. That's interesting. We're not central. Why is that? That's not right. Why have I picked up the wrong bit? No, there we go. This is this block. That's why. Here we go. No, that is right, isn't it? I was looking at the wrong one, that's why. Loopy.
So get your diagonals right, and then just line it up to the 6.5 inch line.
Yeah. Which is there. Yeah, that's right. Cool. All lined up. So then I'm going to introduce the blade into the 6.5 line either side, trying not to do the table, and then you'll take away those bits. So I've now got clean edges, so I can turn those round to line up with the top square that says 6.5.
Yeah, so if you were using a normal ruler, you'd have to move around 4 times.
You would
but
have
you
to.
need to do
Here
it
I
twice.
only need to do it twice. So again, I can line up the top and bottom edges so I know they're square, and I can line up my diagonals as well. It's really hard to do when you're overhead and trying not to put your head in the camera. And then I just take off. You're not taking masses off, but it means that when you then come to stitch all your blocks together,
you've got a nice clean edge.
You've got a nice straight clean edge, and all your blocks look beautiful. So that was how you'd use your stripology for that. So let's do a bit of foundation paper piecing, because that's the one where everyone does the sharp intake of breath, isn't it? So as I say, there isn't a great, would you mind giving those a press, because they got crumpled in my bag.
No.
So foundation paper piecing, I've given you the pattern.
So do they need to photocopy that?
You will need to photocopy it. I recommend you do a test one on some scrap fabrics first, so you know the process if you've never done it before. Do check when you're printing. There is a test square on the pattern. Make sure that when you print full size. Don't do it at
but you just photocopy
fit to page. Yeah, but some printers automatically default to a setting, so make sure it's printing to scale.
Right.
Yeah. This should be, the outside dotted edge should be 6.5 inches.
Okay.
And there is a test 1 inch there for you as well. So once you've got your papers, just rough cut with paper scissors, not your fabric scissors, to give you your square, and you're going to work on the reverse. So if you've got a light box, that might be handy, but what you might want is the glue pen, and now the Soline ones are back in stock.
Yeah, the
I can
Soline
use
glue
my
pen is back in
Soline
stock.
one if I can find it.
$6.99. Get it while you can, because every time I want it, it goes again.
Here it is.
And
see, I hid it because I didn't think it was in stock.
It is absolutely brilliant for FPP.
I use it for so
and everything. I use it for sewing on buttons.
You can,
because when you sew a button on, it moves, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do it for turning hems because you can hold it down while you're stitching. So for this, all I'm going to do is put a bit in the middle of what would be the central triangle, and you put your fabric right side up. And this is where you think, well, that's all wrong because that's the side I'm going to be sewing. And but you're going to remember this is going to be the back of your block. So then I need to make sure that when I introduce the other fabric for this side here, A1, I'm going to be able to actually put it in the right place. So my trick is put your ruler along that stitch line, because that's what that is, that solid line. Fold your paper along that stitch line, so you know where you're going to be stitching, so that when you bring in this fabric, you know that it's got to cover that area like that. So that's going to cover. So I know I can flip, and you need to make sure you're a 1/4 inch beyond it. So if I stitch that, I know that when that flips, that's going to cover the area I need.
And this is a really good way to start FPP, because you've got just two
lines
sewing
to do.
lines. That's it. Big pieces of
exact
fabric.
Big pieces of fabric. I've deliberately used big pieces, but if you're careful with how you trim, you have enough left over from one block to do another block.
Right.
So you're not using as much as you think, but there is enough fabric in your kit to do everything the same way.
Okay, oh, well, that's good.
So now what you do, you can pin this, or you can put a bit more glue if you want. I just tend to hold it. But what I do need to do is to switch my foot again. So we're going back to a normal stitch. I say a normal stitch, a straight stitch, not a 1/4 inch foot with a 1/4 inch guide. And I'm going to reduce my stitch length, and I'm going to reduce it to 1.6 or 1.8, whichever you prefer. The reason for that is I want to create like a perforation, basically, so that when we assemble this, it's going to easily tear away.
Okay.
So if you use a normal stitch length, it's not the end of the world. It just means you've got a bit more work to do to tear away your block. Now I'm going to, when I start stitching, I'm only going to stitch on this line. You can go beyond, starting at the dash point, because that's going to be your seam allowance area anyway, but you mustn't go across any of the other lines. We're only doing that one, remember. So the next thing we want to do is to trim our fabric. So we've got that line where we've sewn, and this is where this other ruler comes into play. Now mine's pink, and I know you've got yellow ones.
We have got the other 1/4 ruler.
Yeah, mine was a...
There we go. We've got this 6 inch.
Yep, that's fine. But what they have, I don't know if the camera can pick it up if I hold it that way, is they have, if I put it on white, that might help, mightn't it? Can you get, you've got a slight lip at the top edge, and that is exactly 1/4 inch wide. So if you butt that up against that folded paper, you can then trim all your excess.
Perfect. I mean, you can just use the normal ruler.
You
if
can.
you want to.
Well, the next one I'll do with the normal ruler, so you can see.
But this is great. It's really good for EPP as well.
And then what you will then want to do is to finger press that over. You can press it with an iron, but reduce your iron off your highest settings. I also use the Magic Seam wand, which I know you've had in stock in the past. But that again gives you a nice crisp seam. We're now going to do the second one, exactly the same system. We want to make sure that when it flips, it's going to cover this area. So I'm just going to mark that point by folding my fabric first, because then it saves me holding it up to the light or putting it on a light box. I know where it is. She says if you crease it in the right place. There we go. Okay. So now this one is going to go at this angle. So I'm going to flip it. You can see why it takes me so long to do everything, because I just double check, and you can hold it up to the light and see. You want to make sure you're at least 1/4 inch over. And so we're going to turn it back, and we're going to stitch down that second line. And then that's a block done, and you're only going to do 4 of these.
Yeah, and you've only got to photocopy it twice,
so it's
not 4 times, and then
it's not scary.
It's only 2 lines, isn't it? It's a good introduction though, because the biggest problem with FPP is understanding the right And
the back to front.
And which is actually once you do it, you can only really understand it by doing it. Once you do it, you go, right, I've got it.
Yeah.
So it is a really good introduction.
So we're going to do that trim. So this time I'll do the trim with using the the Creative Grids Reader. So I'm going to fold back my paper, make sure that that's in the right place. Then I've got the 1/4 inch line marked, which happens to be the width of your, no, it's 1/2 inch on this one. There, I've got 1/4 inch this side, happens to be that non-slip side as well. Place that against the paper edge, and then I can cut off that excess. I can turn it back, and now I can properly press because I've finished all my sewing. But just be aware that paper doesn't like heat very much. So just be careful. And also, depending on the ink that's been used in your printer, that may bleed, especially if you've got a steam setting on your iron. So do be careful when you're pressing a block. And then all you do then, once you've pressed, is you trim off onto those dotted lines, and that will give you your exact 6.5 inch block.
Brilliant, with a nice...
And that creates this point here. So that's that one.
Perfect.
So the only one left, have we got time? Yes, we have. I don't think I've ever done so many blocks
it's great,
in one
isn't it? We've actually managed to get through the whole thing.
This is insane. So the holly block is probably the most complicated, and this one I would definitely say, when you've cut your pieces, label the pieces, and then when you're assembling the block, lay it out in front of you. Don't try and wing it.
Okay.
Because there is an order to sew it, which I have given you, because if you don't sew it in that order, it's not going to work. So I'm going to lay the pieces out for myself, so I remember. And this is an opportunity to turn everything the right way as well, because you're going to be using the text pieces for this. And it won't look like it fits now, because of course the seam allowances.
So try and get your text pieces the right way up.
So if you, it's not essential because they are angles on the corners, but I quite like having my text going the right way. So I've laid out the block according to the diagram that's in the booklet.
Yeah.
And now we're going to stitch them together. You have to do them in an order, otherwise they won't work. So these three go together. So it's right sides together, and I can chain piece, and these two are going to go together. So I can chain piece those two. So I'm going to switch back to my 1/4 inch, which takes no time at all, but just makes my life easier. And let's face it, when all you want is to finish your quilt, it's good to be quick.
And again, with this one, you just have to do 4 of these, so it's quite a nice, it is a nice learning quilt.
It is.
And you can do one and then do another one. You've done the 4, you think, oh, right, I've got that, that's really good. So we do have instructions left. Do we have any of the actual quilts, Ben? The kits? So the one that's behind Suzie, behind me and Suzie, this one, we only have 7 of these left, and 23 in baskets. So the Liberty Deck the Hall's U-Towel cheer, in the kit you get the instructions, you get 10 fat quarters of Liberty fabric, you get the white fabric that's for the background, and you get the red fabric that's for this inner border. So £59.99, which is fab, isn't it? Perfect for a lap quilt for Christmas, or lovely as a wall hanging as well. But we don't have many of them left.
Gift.
Lovely gift. Because you know, always going, should we get that Christmas quilt done? Lovely gift for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, you can give them, if they're a sewer, you can give them the whole kit, but equally, if it's somebody that you don't know what to buy them.
I know, and who doesn't want one of these?
Absolutely. Well, we all like to be cosy, don't we? Can I employ your... Can I employ your...
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Skills.
What would you like me to do?
Sadly, they all need to be open, if you don't mind. While you're doing that, I'll sew one more seam. I've gone ahead and sewn a few more. So I'm just matching these squares, and then we can sew. But all the order to stitch are in the How are we doing?
Yeah, nearly there.
So
you
if
can
I
have
take
those
this
two.
one, so this one now stitches to the bottom of this square. And then, how are you doing with your printing?
There we go.
If I can have that one as well. So this one was my top left corner, so that now stitches to the top of that. Once you've done one block, you get used to the layout and you can jump around.
Yeah, but it's a nice little block, isn't it? It's quite sweet, and also you could use that for other things if you want a little holly block.
But actually, because it's a 6.5 inch finish, unfinished, you could actually do them as coasters.
Oh yeah,
if you didn't want them on your quilt, why not use it or extend? You know, use your pattern for something else. A coaster with a holly on is quite a nice thing to have. So I'm going to match this one.
There you go.
Thank you. Of course you can pin and clip as you go. And I tend to stitch them so that my seams are on the upper side, so I can see the seams are laying flat when I do the next bit. This is brilliant. I could have done with you last week when I was having a nightmare.
Just think how much quicker it would be.
I know. Absolutely. What are you doing this afternoon, Bex?
Yeah, I don't mind pressing. I just don't like ironing.
Yeah,
there's a big difference.
Oh, there is. Absolutely, there is. There's that one. Look at that. The points match. Yay! I do love it when it comes together like that.
Fantastic.
Oh, have I done that one upside down? Yeah, I have. Never mind. Never mind. It's not the end of the world.
Right, there we go. So we do also have backing fabric for these quilts.
Yes, we do.
While you finish that off, I'm going to run over here and talk about backing fabric.
All right.
I'm running over here. So if you've bought that tree, we're going to have to move it a bit. We have no baubles left. Somebody's messaged in, how do you get the Christmas badge? Well, how do you get the Christmas badge is you need to buy something. And everyone who purchases with us over Christmas week will get a badge. And the badges are fantastic because they have a special code on the back. Can't tell you what it is, but it's always the same. It gives you a very special discount offer. Deal. So everyone will get one, and that's how you get the Christmas badge. And it doesn't matter what you buy. It could be anything. As long as you buy one thing, you will get the Christmas badge. Now, if you've bought the kit that's the polar one, because I know have they gone now? They've sold out. Right. We have got 2 backing bundles for that, and they are slightly glittery, covered in that confetti fabric. So we've got 3 meters of fabric in them. Look at the turquoise one, isn't that beautiful? How lovely will that look? That's actually got the same colour as the inner border. It's called Baltic. These, you know, the inner border on the quilt, it is the same colour as that. So you can have that one, or £20.74. Save £2, or if you just want a backing bundle, saving £2 of that. And this is our Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. I think it looks lovely in the pink. And how nice does that look, you see? Lovely.
Really
so you can choose whether you go pink or turquoise. 3 meters, but if you just want, remember, you are saving £2. Right, if you've got the other one, the traditional one, we've got 2 colourways of backing bundles. This is Wiltshire Shadow.
It is, Ruby.
Wiltshire Shadow. Save £2, £48.94, 3 meters. So if you want to back your quilt in Liberty, £48.94. Or if you just want 3 meters of Liberty fabric and you save £2, £48.94. And we also have it, the backing bundle Wiltshire Shadows in the green. What's this one called? Clover.
Yeah.
In the clover. I like it in the clover.
It's nice.
Save £2. That's a nice green actually, isn't it?
It's a really fresh,
it is,
crisp
and actually
green.
It really, look, let me show you, doesn't it pick up really nicely the trees as well?
Yeah. It is the recommended, one of the recommended colours for the collection.
Oh, is it? Ah, yeah, because it. Yeah, no, it's nice, isn't it? Also, you will need wadding. Wadding, very important. You will need wadding. We've got some 80/20 cotton wadding here. You will need a metre of it. Yeah. Yes, you will need a metre. Although it's super wide, you're going to need just sort of 58 inches long. So you will need a metre of this. It's 80/20 wadding. Ben's just looking for it now. But if you want to get it all together, get the quilt kit, get the backing, get the wadding, you're done then. You're ready to do it. So
cut it one evening.
Yeah, cut it all out one evening.
The next.
Yeah.
Back it and quilt it the next.
Or you can have 100% cotton, entirely up to you, whether you go 80/20 or 100%. But nice to have the whole lot together. You might have backing fabric at home. You might already have wadding, which is why we never put them in the kits. We do it this way around, but the kit has got everything else you need all for the top. So we have left the one that Susie's got behind her in the traditional colours. We have a few, five of those left, and 24 in baskets. So if you want the Yule-tiled cheer, the polar one has gone, the Yule-tiled cheer, there are 5 left. Now, if you want Susie's instructions on their own, remember you can make it in Christmas fabrics. You don't have to make them in Christmas fabrics. It would work equally as well. Just leave the hollies out in the corners. $9.99, fantastic price. And you have got in that kit, in the kit, you've got 10 fat quarters. So if you are going to make the quilt yourself, you'll need 10 fat quarters of your chosen fabric,
or
then
5
a metre,
half metres.
Or 5 half metres. Yeah, that's true. Or and then a metre of background and half metre for the inner border. That's what you need. It will say it in the instructions, but if you want to get ahead with that, you can use it for all different ways. Because once you've got the instructions, you can just repeat them. So I'll come back to you, Susie. Tell me how you're getting on.
Perfect timing.
Perfect.
I literally just got to press that.
Oh, marvellous. I came back just in time.
You did. And that's the holly block done. So we've done one of each blocks.
So all you have to do now is repeat it lots of times.
Repeat.
I know Ben and Charlie are thinking about making it for Ben and Charlie.
Oh, bless them. That would be really cool.
Yeah. But you know you'll have to make 2 though.
Yeah.
They won't be small for long though.
Yeah.
And you will have to make them one each.
Yes,
I think Ben should make one for Ben and Charlie should make one for Charlie, and then it'd be really interesting. You could have a little quilt off.
Quilt off, yeah. So these get laid out in the quilt, but you can see all the blocks. I think it's really nice in the polar.
I love it. Yeah, it's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
Really cool.
And very fresh, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can see it doesn't matter if your text is going different ways.
Oh yeah, Joe, you said, I'm going to lay this out so it's all going the same way.
Same way, and then stitch it all together in the wrong way.
But never mind.
But that's
lovely,
magic
isn't
of
it?
live TV.
Unfortunately, we don't actually have that quilt left. That kit.
But we have it in this.
We do have a few. And how many have we got left in the Yuletide cheer? Oh, still 5, but how many in baskets? 24. So you do need, if it's in your basket, you do need to check out, and we have the instructions as well.
We do. With the outer border, the inner border, that's another technique that I haven't done in a pattern before, is giving on the first border. I've done a mitered corner because I wanted to mirror that diagonal line all the way through. So I've given you the instructions to make that. It's not as difficult as you think.
Okay, it does look lovely.
You do need a big desk area to fold your quilt in half diagonally to get the right angle, but it isn't as difficult as you think it's going to be. It's quite an easy method to do. And then the outer border is just pieces of your fabric, and I've chosen to do the piece nearest to the point on the star, but you can do it as random. You can have these smaller and have more of them if you wanted to. Just use up. You can do 2 inches. Mine's just a suggestion.
Yeah, but it looks nice. I like the piece border because it's a bit like having the scrappy binding. That's always lovely as well, isn't it?
And then obviously you're then going to layer back and and quilt it.
Well, that's
and
brilliant.
You can
Well,
go to town with your
thank you,
quilting.
Suzie. It's been great.
you.
You have showcased this lovely Liberty
Thank
fabric
you.
in the best way.
I love it.
We will see you back here soon.
You will, next week, in fact.
Next week? Oh, okay. Oh,
yes,
well,
I've just realised I haven't even...
You've got a whole week then. How nice. A whole week. It's been great. Thank you for joining me for this fantastic Liberty Hour. Hasn't it been great? Delphine is back with me in a couple of minutes' time. She's got a brand new kit where you can look at this velvet. It's got metallic lining. It's got
very posh.
Glittery ribbon and bells, and you can make a stocking as well. I'll show you that after the break. So it's got the kits and the instructions for making this glorious sack and matching stocking too. So don't go anywhere else. I will see you here in a couple of minutes' time.
What's that? Christmas bells in July? That can only mean one thing. Christmas comes to Sewing Street. Oh, Chloe! That wasn't in the script.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's Christmas in July, and don't forget, everyone who shops today gets the Sewing Street Christmas badge with a special code on the back that gives you a special extra something that I'm not allowed to tell you about, but just say it's a good thing. But everyone who shops with us today, doesn't matter what you spend, you will get this little badge which has got the little robin on it. Christmas at Sewing Street 2023. Fabulous. Now, Delphine.
Hello.
We're going luxury.
We are, yes.
Is this what we have in the Delphine household?
Absolutely, of course.
Always velvet sacks and velvet stockings. It is gorgeous. I love it.
Nice and simple, but nice and pretty.
Yeah, but the fabrics are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
And because you're much better at less is more is less than me. It works because it's the simplicity of it. It's lovely. Yeah. So with the kit, you can make the sack.
Yeah.
Which has a metallic lining. I've got different colourways, but I'm just showing you this sample. Has this beautiful metallic fabric lining, velvet front and back. You have glittery ribbon and a bell on the end. Now, you can make the sack. In the instructions, there are instructions for the sack and 2 different sorts of stockings. With the materials you get in the kit, you can make a sack or a stocking, but you get the instructions for all of them. You get this glorious, like a jester stocking. Isn't that lovely? I love I'd feel like I want to use that as a decoration.
Yeah, it did look really nice on hanging on my fireplace.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I love that little jester thing, and you've got the
boys,
bell.
The boys loved it.
Did they?
Yeah, obviously, I've got 2 young boys,
yes.
and they loved that.
I bet they did, because that is gorgeous, isn't it? But I mean, it's nice as decoration, but obviously the good thing about having them a little bit narrower is you can't get massive things in them. But
small
it's
things like jewellery.
Yes, like jewellery, like very expensive jewellery. Or perfume would go in it. So you get the instructions to make this glorious stocking, and you get the instructions to make the more traditional stocking. But and this, you see, the metallic fabric is used to line the stocking. But because Delphine's quilted it, it looks like a different fabric, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got enough materials in your kit to make one of those, but you've got the instructions for all three. So let me show you the kits. I'll start with the blue one that the sack was made in. So in the kit you're going to get full instructions. They all contain full instructions. Look, this is only $9. I can't believe the price of this. When I show you what you get in the kit, you're going to be amazed. So you've got full instructions of how to make all of them, with photos as well, and more importantly templates, because drawing that the bottom of that would be almost impossible for me. So you've got all of the templates to make them. Then you get the velvet fabric, 1/2 metre of. So this one is royal blue. Beautiful royal blue velvet. You then get 1/2 metre of this metallic silver. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Look at that. It's so shimmery. It looks like foil.
Yes, it's actually described as foil.
Yeah, but it looks like... That's lovely, isn't it? You then get the sheet of felt, glitter felt. So in this one you get a silver one, so glitter felt. Now that is used for the snowflake on the outside of the stocking, and it's on the sack, and it's also used for the jaggedy bits on the stocking. And you get ribbon. Lots of ribbon. How much ribbon do you get? Must be 2 meters there. And bells, 3 bells. So you've got everything there, which is brilliant, isn't it? Because being able to, what makes these so gorgeous, it's the fabrics, it's the beauty, the luxuriousness of the felt mixed with the really lovely shiny texture of the metallic, and then you've got the metallic felt and the ribbon and the bells. Just $19.99. I can't believe that. It's an amazing price. Right, we have other colourways though. So do you fancy purple? Very imperial this is. So I'm not going to open out all the fabrics this time. So this time you get this beautiful, rich, glorious imperial purple velvet. You get the silver metallic fabric. You get the felt sheet, silver felt sheet. You get the silver ribbon and bells as well. This is gorgeous. Right, if you fancy going green, now we're going green and gold this time. You get beautiful dual coloured emerald green felt. Then you get the gold metallic, which same as the silver. I mean, it's so lovely, isn't it? It's nice because sometimes when you get metallic fabric, it's very thin, almost like gossamer thin, but this has got a backing to it, so you can actually sew with it. It's not like, see what I mean? It's got that white backing to it, so it's actually sewable. It's not like your sort of thin organza that would be very difficult to use for a lining. But this is perfect for it. Then you get the metallic gold felt, you get the gold ribbon, and you get 3 gold bells. That's the green one. Then finally, red. Now, if you need to make 4, I'd get 1 of each because it's really hard to decide, but they will all go together beautiful. The red and the blue are neck and neck. So beautiful ruby red velvet, gold metallic. You get the gold metallic felt sheet, you get the gold ribbon and the 3 gold bells, and obviously all of them include instructions. So whether you want to make a stocking or whether you want to make a sack, it's really nice if you've got them all. I mean, how lovely would it make under your tree, all a sack of each in each colour, or hanging on your fireplace, or like me, I haven't got a mantelpiece on my fireplace, so I hang them off the curtain poles. Yeah, which is a bit high, but they are a little bit older now. They can you can have a different colour for each child, or actually adults. I always think, when you're struggling to know what to buy somebody for Christmas because you can't think of like a thing, if you buy them lots of little things and put them in a stocking that you've made, it looks amazing. And it's actually easier to buy lots of small things, and then you put them all, or if you put them all in a sack, I mean, that is the most gorgeous gift, isn't it? Beautiful. So we've also got instructions on their own. So if you want to use your own fabrics and you just want the instructions, $9.99 for just the instructions, and then you can use your own fabrics to make them because you've got all the templates, including the snowflake on the batter. Oh, we've also got the ribbon available on its own. So it's a 2 metre piece, but if you wanted to make more and you really want to get the metallic ribbon, we have got, it's 48 pence for a 2 metre piece. That's the gold one. This must be new, I've never seen this before. 48p for but I mean, actually, to be honest, it's worth getting because if you're wrapping presents, obviously only very special ones. We've also got the silver, but that's lovely for present wrapping. 48 pence per present, but make sure you get it back off them afterwards. Yeah, which one are you getting? What did she say? Chrissy says, I love these and I couldn't decide on which colour to go for, so I got one of each. With you. I know. How would you decide? Another question. Are the kits beginner friendly, Delphine?
Very.
Very.
It's really easy.
Excellent. One more question. Morning to you both and loved the show. Please could you let me know if you order anything, do you still get your Christmas badge? Thank you from Angie. Yes. Obviously it's only one though, you know, per customer. It's not one per order, but yes, doesn't matter what you order. You could order a 48 pence length of ribbon. You will still get with the Christmas badge with the free something, I can't tell you what it is, code on the back. Right, let me come over to you, Delphine. And we are going to make... Oh, the red one's gone.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. No, it's not. Half the stock's gone. I wasn't listening.
Oh.
But, no, sorry. Half of the stock of the red one has been checked out. The other half is in baskets. Yes.
Christmas.
So, what are we going to make?
I thought we'd make the jester.
Oh, yes. Shall I go and get it?
Yeah. A lot of the techniques are very similar to one another anyway, so it's... So I've put a load of wadding in there.
I had a show the other day, and inside it was a mouse.
A mouse?
Yeah, the mouse that, you know, the Joe Carter's mouse, not a real mouse. Because I looked inside it and there was a mouse and an owl, which was really cute.
A bit random.
Yeah, well, I think they were just on the shelves. They look very nice in mine, but you've got wadding in yours. So you're going to show us how to make the stocking?
Yes.
It's good that it's got 3 bells, isn't it? Because you do need one on the toe.
Got to have one on the toe.
So the pattern is in there, so
I've cut out the pattern. So the pattern itself, have we got it over there?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll have a quick look at it. So I recommend that you trace over the pattern that you want to use.
You don't want to cut it off, do you?
No, so trace over the pattern that you wish. You can, if you want to. If you don't want to do an actual template of sorts, like I have here, so I photocopied it and I've printed off, I cut out my actual template. There is another way of doing it. You can just draw it directly onto some interfacing.
Oh, okay.
And then, you know, just like match up the pieces. And then you can iron it straight on to your pattern piece. So there's a couple of ways of doing it, but it just saves you from tearing it out of the book. So that's your pattern piece. So
or freezer paper. I've discovered that of late. I'm loving freezer paper.
Yeah.
I've had freezer paper for ages, but I've just discovered how wonderful it is for making patterns.
Oh, there you go.
Don't know why.
Freeze paper.
I used to. Well, I can't remember. I can't think. Whatever I used it before that was definitely
I've
not.
never used it for anything. You know,
It's absolutely brilliant. So you know, if you're cutting out like a circle or something, and you try pinning that piece, or you try pinning that pattern on.
Yeah.
But if you do it in freezer paper, you just iron that onto the fabric, sticks on, you cut it out.
Handy. There you go then. Freeze paper. You heard it here.
I know, it's brilliant. That's my new latest thing. A lot of people are asking, is the fabric available on its own? No, it's not, sadly.
So
yes.
There is 2 marks on the to say leave open for when you're actually cutting it out. That's literally only on the lining pieces, not the outer pieces, the lining pieces, because that's why we're going to turn it out, the right sides out.
Cool.
So that's the only thing you really need to know about.
So this metallic fabric, can you press it?
I was just going to ask for but you can press it with something between and over the top.
Yes.
So whether that's a piece of scrap fabric or an applique mat or the millwood presser mat, anything like that.
Right. Okay.
So it's absolutely fine, and as you can see, it sews really nicely.
And it sews.
It's not like the organza where it needs a stabiliser.
Well, that's what I think, because I've worked with that sort of stuff where it's thin. Oh, and it frays just by breathing on it. But this is
I cut this out yesterday. And as you can see, there's not one frayed mark on there.
I love that. Yeah, no, it's really good, isn't it?
So to show you how to do the quilting bit on the
yes, that lovely that bit there.
Yeah. I was going to see if that pressing mat's around actually. I might grab that from somewhere.
I'll just go and get it.
So I don't want to quilt the whole lot of the stocking. I only wanted to quilt the top bit. So if you want it to be a bit more sturdy, like the purple one, I did quilt the whole thing, but on this one you don't need to. So you just get yourself an off-cut bit of wadding, and then you put your boot on top, right sides up. And what you're going to need is an erasable marker, whether that's a chalk or a my go-to, which is the friction pen. You're just going to mark off about, I don't know, let's just do, did I do 5? Oh, let's do 5 inches.
Does anyone know where the pressing mat is?
So
no.
I'm just going to mark.
You want the rubbery, the millwood one?
Yes. Is it not knocking around anywhere?
Yeah, it is. We're just finding it.
And then, also...
No, the one that... No, I want the rubbery one. The one that you can put on top of things that you use for applique.
Yeah, you can have... There's one that looks like an ironing board.
Yes.
And one...
the applique mat. That's really funny.
It would have if I had a
They've held up...
pen,
Did you watch that? They held up all the different pressing. We had a
did
wool
they?
one. We had a normal one.
Oh, bless them.
Stop teasing us.
Yeah.
Have you got a friction pen that works? That's the one.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, can we have a friction pen as well, please?
That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, we want the one that you've got in your hand, Ben.
Oh, it's going to be one of those demos, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you got a pair of scissors? Has anyone got a sewing machine?
Can anyone just come and take over the demo? There we go.
Ben, can you make a stocking? Oh yes, it's great. Look, we've got everything here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keeping you busy.
Should we just wait for them to go back?
Yeah,
and then ask for something else.
He's taking his earpiece out now. He's like, I'm not
Here's
listening
your thingy.
anymore. Right. So I'll need that in a minute. Is that... Nothing's working for me today. Right. So I've done one diagonal line, and then you just repeat. Let me just put that line on there because I couldn't see a thing what I was doing.
Yeah, that's working. That's lovely now. Thank you, Ben.
And then,
not yet.
Regardless of what you can do, inch thick lines. I went for 3/4 inch, and you just draw those over the top. So you don't need to pin it or anything. You can just leave it like this. So, and then on the line, there we go. And again. So for the sake of, obviously I want to try and get in as much in as possible, I'm only going to do it the one way, but then you could then repeat it and do it the other way as well. But
okay.
So to make like
yes, because you've done that on this one, haven't you? It looks dead posh.
It does look posh, yeah. So, and all you're going to do is a simple straight stitch. I used a white thread. If you want to, you can use a metallic thread, you could use a red thread, or you can anything
Oh yeah,
you
true.
want.
The white thread does look nice. It looks like fabric that you've already bought like that. I mean, but I suppose if you used a red thread, a thread to match it, would look well posh, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. Fancy. Even if you did it by hand, would look nice as well.
Yeah, that's true.
If you have time, I think even if you sewn a bead in the centre of each one to make it even more.
Well, the thing is with these stockings, you know, you're going to use them over and over and over again, aren't you? I made my children a stocking, and I made them out of curtain fabric. Don't know why really. So they're slightly dodgy. I mean, they're sort of red, but like kind of curtain burgundy and green. And they were never big enough. They weren't quite right, and I don't think I took time. But because they've had them since they were born, we cannot swap them for anything else.
Oh, because they're
yeah, and I wish I'd done them better. I do mend them every now and then. Right, in the red kits there are 10 left. 10, and we have 36 of you have them in baskets. Remember, you get the velvet, the metallic fabric, the metallic felt, 2 meters of metallic ribbon and 3 bells. And there are only 10 of the red one left. 36 in baskets, which is quite a lot, isn't it? That's the one that's on screen at the moment. If you want the green one, these are actually flying out now. The green one where you have the green velvet, the gold metallic, the gold felt, the metallic ribbon. Yeah, could you make that machine a bit quieter?
Yeah, I've got one more bit. Here we go. There you go. Oh. Actually, one more.
It's just going to go along that way. Yeah. Should we just let her carry on? I was just trying to fill in the space, really.
You're good.
Do you want your mat now?
Yeah, I'm going to cut this off and then I'll need my mat, please. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to use it, Ben says.
I use it since I've had one of those. It lives on my ironing board permanently.
That is very squeaky.
I know, we had this on air the other day. And it was the
Why is
squeaky
it
one.
squeaky?
I don't know, it just needs a bit of oiling, I don't know.
Oh, it's not the fabric then?
No, it's not the fabric, it's the actual rotary cutter, because this was on, I was on with John the other week when it was doing it. There we go. So then you'll
Right, now do you want the mat?
And I'll press.
Yeah, so the mat that we've got in stock, we haven't got this smaller square one, but we have got the millwood fusing mat that fits across a whole ironing board. So it just sits across your ironing board, which is fab. And it comes with the rubbery bit on the bottom, and it comes with that bit that goes on top.
So if you're going to be ironing this for, like I say, it's just nice to have a protective layer over the top. Oh, I thought you were going for it then.
Oh no, I didn't want it. I just thought, oh, what if I melt it? So
you won't.
I haven't done it before.
You won't melt.
Okay, so give that a nice press. So if you haven't got a mat, use some fabric.
Yeah, so as you can see, it
hey, that's cool. That's taken all the little puckers out. That's a bit hot though, isn't it? It's like touching foil.
Yeah, but then it's...
That's lovely.
So and then, you know, you can do it the other way as well.
Right,
but that's just to give you an idea. So then, imagine I've done it on both.
Okay, I'm imagining.
And...
Imagine there's no Christmas. Oh, that'd be terrible. Terrible.
And then I'm just going to put those together. I'm going to give that a press as well, only because it's been in my bag and it's got all creased up. So it comes together really quick, actually. So.
Well, and like you say, what I like about it is that you can spend the time on it, which I'd spent longer on mine. But you know, also if you're making one just for one person, you can put their name on.
Yeah,
Couldn't you? I did actually do that. I did put their names on theirs.
One thing I should have bought it, but you know the centre of the snowflake.
Yes.
Here. So if you just bond webbed just that section there and cut that out, it would look really nice.
Oh, yes.
On the heel.
Only 2 red left.
And it would look really nice on the heel.
Oh, it would, and then you can 14 in baskets, only 2 left of the red. Because I think it's nice to personalise them, isn't it?
Yeah, both of my boys really like that one.
So you're going to make them one then?
I should. I haven't made them a stocking. I'm a terrible mother.
What, never? What do they have for their stocking?
They don't have one.
They just don't have a stocking?
No. Although they've had all the lounge done.
Oh, well, but they shouldn't have one then. Is that their present?
Yeah, a stocking.
Sorry, boys, but Christmas this year is we've had the lounge done. I'm sure it's going to go down ever so well.
I've just had all panelling done in my lounge.
Yeah, and that panelling is your Christmas present, and that panelling is your Christmas present.
Well, you can see. Can you see my panel? Well, I don't know, but that's my lounge anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, they can't have Christmas. Hang on, how's this related to the stocking?
What? So they can't have the? Well, only because now it would look really nice with the stocking.
Oh, I see. Right. Well, so I think you are going to have to make them one.
Yeah.
You could just put small things in, couldn't you?
More small things. Yeah, I mean, what was in my stocking when I was a kid? It was usually an orange.
An orange and a bag of chocolate coins.
Bag of chocolate coins. I remember the oranges even now.
Yeah.
My mum used to use pillowcases.
We had a pillowcase.
For stockings.
We had a pillowcase made of this really stretchy fabric that you make like floor cleaning cloths out of. Never really understood that. I put in my kids now, and they love it, a miniature bottle of Baileys, because actually that really gets Christmas going.
Yeah.
They are a bit older than yours, to be fair.
I was going to say.
But a miniature Baileys is a lovely...
I can't get Louis to drink anything other than water, no matter drink Baileys.
Yeah, mine are a little bit old. So. Other than anything but water, that's good though.
It is, but then when he goes to kids' parties, because he's 8 now, but if he goes to kids' parties and things like that, they always bring out squash.
Yeah, he doesn't like squash.
No. So this is that turning gap I was saying about. You only need to do it on the lining.
Right, okay.
So quarter of an inch stitch length. I haven't got my quarter inch foot, but it's fine. Make sure you back stitch throughout, and then you're going to sew all the way around the outside. If you've got a walking foot, I recommend you use it on, because obviously you've got lots of different textures, fabrics, you know, the slippery. I'll say this slippery, it's actually quite easy to work with.
Yeah, well, the fact that it cuts and presses, I'm amazed as well, after you've sewn all that quilting, you pressed it and it all evened out as well.
Yeah.
So it doesn't slip when you sew it?
No. And also, one thing I did forget to say on the instructions, obviously, as long as you hand sew this turning gap nice and, you know, neatly,
yeah,
these can be reversible as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so next year you can pretend you made them another one.
Yeah.
In fact, you've just turned it inside out.
And you just have to sew a bell on the other side.
Yeah. But it does make putting the presents in much easier because it's nice and slidey, isn't it?
And then
pair of socks you could get in there. See, that's it. I think you're going to have to make them one this year as a little surprise.
Yeah.
With their names on.
Thing is, the boys are, you know, I remember I said we used to have little oranges and we used to put little makeup things, but I don't think you can get an Xbox in one of the
no, but it's a stocking, isn't it? It's a stocking. You have to put weird things in there. That they just odd stuff.
Gloves, I remember having gloves a lot.
Pants. You always have to have Christmas pants in your stocking.
Pants.
And see, that would be easy to get in, wouldn't it?
Depends how big your pants are.
Well, you wouldn't get a CD in, but you don't buy those anymore, so that's handy, isn't it? Chocolate orange you'd get in there.
Another chocolate orange. So you just want to make sure that you get in all of
Right,
those
the red one is
edges.
sold out. So the blue one is probably the next to go. So in the blue one, that was the royal blue, called Royal Luxury. You get the royal blue velvet, the silver metallic fabric, the silver ribbon and the 3 bells. That's in the royal blue, and that is the one that's there on the screen at the moment. Fewer than 30 left. And 46 in basket of the royal blue. If you want to get this, you need to check. I know you're watching Delphine, but you need to get checked out because they are going to sell out. Just press that checkout button.
So when you've done it, just check on the other side that you've caught all the seams.
Oh, okay. I mean, you'll be doing this slowly and carefully. Delphine's trying to get a whole stocking done in half an hour.
You know, I like a challenge.
I like a challenge, yeah. You should go on some kind of sew-a-thon. Right, could you make this whole thing in half an hour? Yes, no problem. Patchwork quilt, easy. I can go really fast. If you want the purple one has got the velvet. I'll just show you the purple one so you can see what it looks like. I've left Delphine on her own. So this is the purple one. It has the purple velvet. It has the silver metallic. It has silver ribbon and silver bells. That's the one that's on screen at the moment. Like the purple one. And if you want the green one, the green has got green velvet and gold metallic and gold bells and gold ribbon. It's caught, so the green started a bit behind, but it's caught right up.
I love the green. Well, green's my favourite colour, so that's
Is
why.
it?
Yeah.
Does that need to be turned right sides down?
Yeah, I've just sort of.
I can do that. I can do that.
So another little
We're
tip.
in this challenge together.
We are. So I've already cut one of the boot pieces completely out, and I'll put some interfacing on it. You don't need to put interfacing on it. It was just the way I did that. Wanted to show you different ways of
pattern
doing
tracing.
the pattern. So a little tip: if you cut one piece out perfectly, and the other one just put it on top of the fabric like this,
yeah,
you know when you go round all the edges, there's not going to be edges missed. As long as you don't mind wasting any.
Very good idea.
That way, it just saves me pinning it all and you watching me.
Well, and you don't have to also make sure the edges are matched up.
So it's
much
just
better.
a much easier way of doing things. As long as
you can
don't
use that
mind
for
putting
loads
it
of different things.
Yeah.
Well, also because you know what the 1/4 inch is with your foot anyway. You don't need to use the markings on the needle plate.
No.
As such.
Because, you know, so the fabrics can shift a little bit as you sew them.
How's that velvet though? Because it's not a cotton velvet, is it? So maybe it doesn't shift so bad.
No,
you know,
it's got a lot more.
It's got a bit more depth, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite sturdy.
Because you know some velvets they fray horrendously, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh.
But this is
But that
nice
one doesn't.
and sturdy. So just take your time going around the little toe. Always try and stay that 1/4 inch. You don't want to go too close to the edge because you can always clip into the corners.
Okay.
Clip into the curves afterwards,
Right,
so they
yeah.
sit nicely. Nearly there.
I know, I'm very impressed. We're going to get a whole stocking done in less than an hour.
Hopefully.
No, we will. Look, you've done half of it already. And you've quilted the top.
Well, 1/2.
1/2 of it, yes, but...
It's, you know, it'll be fine. And this technique, the way I'm making this one, the purple stocking technique is exactly the same.
Oh, okay. It's just that it's a different shape. So
that one's just a bit more traditional shape.
So you do get, in the instructions, you get instructions for both stockings. This one is just, the one that's the sample that Delphine has made in the purple one is just a more traditional, like, boot shape.
Yeah.
Rather than just a shape.
Yeah.
But they're made in the same way.
They are.
Well, they both have the cuff, don't they? The quilted cuff.
There we go. So I'm just going to cut this bit out now, and then I'm going to turn this one right sides out.
Okay.
Can use scissors. I'm just going to go straight in there with a rotary blade.
Because she's on a deadline. Speed.
Yeah.
I'm rubbish at doing that. I sort of lose all control.
What, with the rotary
Yeah,
cutter?
I haven't got a ruler. I've tried doing that. I end up slicing through the middle of things. I think it's practice, isn't it? Because when you see them on the sewing bee, they cut out dress patterns and everything.
Yeah. I think I don't know why I don't. Laziness.
Yeah, but you do a lot of cutting out using rotary
I do.
cutters, don't you?
I probably cut out more than I'm sewing. Really.
But you do lots of rotary. Well, I've seen you do a lot of that when you're cutting out your applique pieces.
Yeah.
And I would just slice through the middle of it.
You know, it's just.
So you get bits left over as well.
You do. You'll get some left over.
Yeah, look at these leftover bits
you
you'll
could
get.
even make little mini ones.
Well, you could, yeah, but that's your
ones.
yes, you know, little gift pouch. So when you get your kit, you are going to have little bits of velvet left over.
Yeah, and if you've got a way of shrinking a pattern, you can shrink the pattern and make little
baby ones.
Little baby ones like a garland.
Oh, that would be cute, wouldn't it?
It's very squeaky.
That is really funny, isn't it? Wonder whether you can buy rotary cutter oil.
Yeah. So I would trim into the corners if I had.
If you had time when you weren't up against it.
But, you know.
Trim and clip the corners. I've done that one, came outside all right.
Oh, there we go. Shall I start the next bit and then?
I can do that.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm good at that now. You do the next bit.
I'll just.
I'm your non-glamorous assistant.
Oh dear. So, just checking that I did that. Yes, it is. No, you know when you question yourself.
Always.
I question myself all the time.
I always do.
Okay, so now to make your little triangles, all this is a 6-inch by 4-inch piece.
So those are these bits on the stocking?
Yeah.
Those things?
Yeah. So the triangles at the top are about 2 inches long. So all you're going to do is make your little, so you don't need to bond web them or anything like that. Leave about 1 inch at the top And then roughly, look at that, spot on. And then roughly every 2 inches, you draw your triangles. There we go. And again, you can use a rotary cutter for this. And keep those glitter things for something else. Maybe make that diamond shape that I said earlier on, and you can applique that onto your stocking. But make sure if you do any applique or beadwork on your stocking, do that before you sew the pieces together.
Okay, because you've put some sequins. You've got a snowflake sequin on the purple one.
Yeah, that's when I did the handle.
I like that.
Did a handle for that one. Where's my scissors? Oh, there.
Right, so the blue one is very close to selling out. We only have 10 of the blue one left. And 14 baskets.
Wow.
You need to press check out. I know you're watching. I am too.
There we go. And you just do that twice. So you can, if you want to, use that as a template, but I'm just going to do it by eye, like I did before.
Okay. So you don't need a special template, you just draw the lines on.
No, it's just, like I said, if you just think 2 inches, make sure you leave a gap and diagonal. Like, there we go.
Okay.
I've got bits of velvet, got glitter.
I know. Well,
organza.
I've got some of that confetti glitter over on the other table. I had it on the Liberty fabric.
I had it in my eye.
Gets everywhere. Hopefully Ben's still got it all over him as well.
But Christmas isn't Christmas without a bit of bling, is it? So there we go. I'm just helping that out with a pair of scissors.
Oh, so you cut it out as a whole piece.
Yeah.
And obviously it's felt, so it doesn't fray. I've never seen glitter felt.
It's great fun. It's really sturdy as well. But so all those pieces you got left over, bearing in mind I've made this out of one sheet, both that stocking and this, and I've still got all that scrap. So it does go quite a long way.
Yeah, you are going to have a lot left.
Yeah.
And then you can just cut it up for little gift tags, can't you?
So then you're going to take your lining piece, and what you want to do is lay your felt piece centrally, right sides together. And what you want to do is sew with 1/8 of an inch all the way along that top, almost like just like a basting stitch. You're still getting that?
Well, the problem is because we haven't trimmed it. I should have done that. It's hard to get the point out, but I'm getting there.
Well done. Thank you for your helping.
I've got this.
So the reason why I'm doing 1/8 of an inch is because when we sew it all together, we'll use 1/4 of an inch, and those stitches will be hidden away.
Oh, I see. So you won't, yes, because that's right underneath there, isn't it? So can you press this felt? Is it like
I haven't attempted it. I always use my millwood mat all the time.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have a little go. If it starts smelling,
glitter on my face.
Just ignore it. I'm going to give it a little go.
And you do that on both sides, but like I said, make sure they lay central and not near the seams, because you don't want to get it trapped in that seam there.
Yeah, you can. Look at that. You can.
There you go. And that's, I've got that iron on hot as well.
Yeah, I did do what I say and not what I do, and I did test it first. I'd like to get a little job in the sewing shop, actually. I could just be like the assistant who just sits there and folds the fat quarters up and presses them.
Oh, that'd be quite a nice job, actually.
I think I'd be really nosy and I'd say to them, what are you making with that then? What are you doing? What's your plan?
Yeah.
What's your plan?
What are you making with that?
Yeah, well, I'd always want to know. I'm always amazed when I go into a shop, sewing shop, and I buy like, right, can I have 5 metres of that ribbon, 2 metres of that elastic? And nobody ever says, what are you making? Because I would.
And then you're going to take the both and you're going to put the, I'm just looking at my own instructions then. You're going to be really cross at me now, because I'm going to have to turn this back.
Oh, yeah, but you see, because I've pressed this, it will come back better, won't it?
Yeah.
That's my theory.
So then you want to turn your lining.
Oh yeah, but you're going to put your
out.
lining in here for me, aren't you?
I'm going to put.
You're not, are you? You're going to do the
I'm going to put that in there.
Oh, but I don't need to do the toe.
You don't know?
No.
Because I'm only sewing around the top
Yeah,
edge.
and I've done the toe, so
and this
we
is
can
where
leave
that
that.
turning gap comes in handy. So we're going to put. It's a team effort. Make sure it's the right way round.
Oh. Right, one moment. Which is the back? Right.
So that's the back.
That is the back.
There we go.
You know I'm going to forget that, so.
There you go. The red clip marks the
red clip marks the back, because I
Yeah.
am going to forget that and I'll have to do it again. Right, okay, there you go.
Okay.
So have you got the back of yours? Which is the back of yours?
No.
You want to do it that way round?
Yeah.
Luckily, I never
Been a long
did.
day.
I never did the toe though, so it's all good.
We're all good.
So which
We're
is
all
the back
good.
of yours?
The back of mine. That's the back.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go then.
That's the back. We got there eventually. I was saying this one, I'm very tired because my house alarm went off at 2 o'clock this morning.
I thought
And
that's awful, isn't it?
It was really scary, really scary.
Oh, I would have thought that. Did you go downstairs with like a cricket bat?
Well, Louis woke up crying straight away, which I don't blame him because if you've got a house alarm and it's really loud, and that even in the daytime if it goes off, it's really loud because it's not just on the outside of the house, but it rings from the box on the inside,
Right.
and it's quite echoey. We're down there, and so yeah, he took a bit of settling down, and then Nick went down to find out what caused it.
And did he go down with an implement?
No, he didn't. But then it was the.
So if he was on the
patio-
telly, he would have done.
But it was the patio door that was slightly open. I don't know how. So I've got some exercise weights holding down my covers in the garden.
Oh, okay.
And so Nick was trying to work out what had happened because I thought, well, if that door's open, how has it got open? So somebody tried to get in. So I got this way and I was like going out in my pyjamas. This is 2 o'clock this morning, going around my garden, but it didn't find, anyway, he checked the CCTV and I think it was just the wind and we just hadn't locked.
And you hadn't locked, yeah.
But Louis
that's so scary though. I bet you didn't get to sleep well.
So and then you see the time and then, because I never sleep that well before coming on anyway, because you never know the times. So that's our little exciting.
I know, but you don't. Yeah, then you don't sleep as well, do you? It's
No.
not quite the same, isn't it? And then and also I find if I can't then get to sleep, I get slightly panicky that I can't get to sleep, and then it means me not go to sleep. Well, make sure you lock your patio door tonight.
So lock your patio doors. So right.
That's fine. It's all working lovely. It's all working lovely.
Got this?
Yeah,
I hope so.
It's all working lovely. Despite your lack of sleep and wandering around the garden.
Wandering around the garden.
It always
with
makes
an
me laugh on the
exercise
telly. They sort of come downstairs with like an umbrella on. What are you going to do with that anyway?
No, Nick ran down to turn it off, and obviously Louis, I went straight to him. So you're going to line up your two seams, and put a clip in them. Take your time pinning it all together. Telly sewing, a bit different. So
Yeah,
we're just going to go
really fast. You do that, and I'm going to go through the kits again. I'm going to move to the other side. Right, so I'm going to start with the blue one. Then Delphine won't have to do it quite so fast. Right, so in the blue one, you get the royal blue, beautiful velvet. You get 1/2 metre. You get this gorgeous silver metallic, which is lovely to sew with, and you just need to make sure that you use a pressing mat. You get the silver felt, so it's normal felt, grey felt on one side, but it has this metallic on the other side. You get 2 meters of silver ribbon, and you get 3 gold silver bells. Right, next one, red. Have we got any red left? Pardon? No red. Right, let's go purple next. Very imperial. So if you want, you get 1/2 metre of this gorgeous imperial purple velvet. You get 1/2 metre of the lovely silver metallic fabric. Look at the shine on that. You get the piece of metallic silver felt, 2 meters of silver ribbon, and 3 silver bells. And then for the green version, that's the one that Delphine is using, you get half a metre of the green velvet. You get half a metre of the gold metallic. You get the felt, so like a yellow felt with the gold metallic on the outside, super stiff, and 2 metres of gold ribbon and 3 silver bells. 4 calling birds, 3 finches. That's all of them. Also, yes, they all come with instructions as well. Good point. So instructions come in all of the kits. If you want the instructions on their own, there they are on screen now, £9.99, and that gives you the instructions for the stocking and the 2 stockings, so the jester one and the normal one, and the sack as well. The materials that you've actually got in your kit will make one of any of those. There's not enough to make all 3, but one of any of those. So if you've bought the instructions on their own, you've got 3 patterns there for just £9.99. Right, Delphine, can I come back?
Yes, you may. So I've sewn all the way around the outside and I've turned it right sides out. In the lining, that's where you can hand sew it closed.
Right, and then it's double-sided.
Or you can just machine stitch it if you don't want it. And then you'll take your time turning it out, which you do at home.
Yeah, and you'll push that one in, yeah.
And then the glitter is now on the outside. So then you just fold over. You'd give it a really good press as well. And like I say, it does press really well. And as long as you've sewn it correctly and not rushed it like I have. Like that bit there, but it doesn't matter because it's done it in an hour.
Yes, but this is the basic technique we've got. And the other stocking, if you make that shape one, they're made in exactly the same way.
And then you fold over that bit and that's it.
Fantastic.
And then you just take your time.
So what do we do about ribbons? Because you've done them differently for each one, haven't you?
So for the ribbon for this one, all I've done is I tied. I didn't do the bells straight away. What I did do is just decide how long I want to hang it, and then I just literally just a couple of stitches on my machine, and then to cover up those stitches I've put a little sequin. I think it gives it a nice little detail.
Oh, nice.
And then I hand tied some.
Oh, okay, so you just thread them through the ends.
You thread them through the ends, and then that's it. And then you've got all my wadding coming out at the top.
Fabulous.
So that's how you do that one.
So this one, you've done that one differently. You've got a velvet.
So for this one, all I did was, so I cut a strip of fabric, 12 by, I can't remember how many inches, it's in the instructions. And then what you do is you sew that right sides together down that one edge, and then you turn it right sides out. So I didn't have a turny tool.
Right.
And I still managed to do it, but it's just a bit of perseverance to do that.
Right, but if you've got a turning tool,
you'll do it instantly. And then what I did do is that I hand stitched so I tucked the raw edges in and I hand sewn that closed with a matching thread so you can't see. And then again, I just hand stitched it to the seam of the stocking and then added a little snowflake on the top of there.
Right.
And that's it.
And then the sack, I'm going to go get that.
So the sack, so super easy again. You're going to need the ½ metre. You'll cut it into.
I'll move all the other bits.
Whatever size, I can't remember what I said. What I'll put in there.
To the measurements shown in the instructions.
Measurements shown in the instructions. There we go. So you're going to have 2 rectangles. The only thing to note is you're going to be leaving a gap. It's all in the instructions. A gap either side of the 2 rectangles. When you sew all the way around, you're going to leave those 2 gaps. That's what's going to be your channel to put your ribbon through.
Oh, I see. So that goes through.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can see, like I've used the matching thread, so you can't even see that I've actually sewn.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, your ribbon's going to be going everywhere. So
Good point.
Want the channel.
But it actually feels with the velvet. It feels really soft together,
really
doesn't
soft.
it?
Very luxurious.
I think that's really, when you look at that, especially when you've got the gathering there, it just does feel very special, doesn't it?
And then
how do we do this then?
Bond a web.
Bond a web,
of course. So you bond a web over the top, of your template, which is your full-size template in your instructions.
And you can trace straight over it?
You trace straight over it,
right.
and then just take your time cutting it out. This irons really nicely on, and then all I did to sew it on is my usual go-to blanket stitch, but a zigzag will work nicely as well. And again, what would look really nice if you did add some extra sequin details and let it go.
Yeah, so we had sequins in your first hour actually.
Yeah.
So if you have a look on the website, have we got any of the silver snowflakes, Ben?
I think this looks lovely in the green.
He's going to have a look. We had some earlier gold and silver snowflakes. They would look nice, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That you could just pop all around
That
it,
would be
couldn't
really
you?
nice, yeah. And
silver snowflakes. Silver snowflake sequins. That's very difficult, isn't it? Say that fast.
Silver snowflake sequins.
Much better than me. Silver snowflake sequins. They would be ideal. And we've also got gold snowflake sequins as well.
Yeah.
But that's lovely. And then if you wanted to personalise it. So with the Bondaweb, you could even print the name out of the person.
I'd just do a letter.
Right, on the other side.
I'll just do a letter, or even just you could do, if you want to personalise it, I'll just do a letter.
Yeah.
And then there's it's an A4 bit of sheet of felt. So
yeah, let me get the felt.
You could easily do like, so for example, I'll do an L and a C, so I can do one for Louis and one for Charlie.
Yeah, so you could print out the name. So this one comes in that kit. You could print out the initial and then Bondaweb that on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, when you make them their stockings this year,
you're giving me a lot to do.
You've got till Christmas.
Oh, I know, but that will soon come round.
Ben and Charlie said you haven't seen the Ben and Charlie picture. So anyone who wasn't here at 8 o'clock, you know Vix had those lovely twins. And Ben and Charlie wanted Vix to call them Ben and Charlie, whether they were boys or girls. So they went to see her Saturday, and they took this. She took this amazing photos. Do you want to see it?
Oh, bless them. They're so beautiful.
Have you met them yet?
I have.
Have you?
I have. I have lovely cuddles with them, and they are absolutely adorable.
I want to meet them.
It was just so hard giving them back.
I bet it was.
But they just weigh just
nothing.
They're just so beautiful.
So hopefully Vix is going to rename them Ben and Charlie.
I think so. The initial names.
And Victor said she might come to the Festival of Quilts on Thursday.
Oh, was it Thursday?
Yeah, she's going to try. I know, I bet they are just delicious.
They are beautiful. Yeah.
Need to see them. Need to see them. Well, thank you so much, Delphine.
Thank you very much.
That's been fab. When are you back here?
I'm here next week, Festival of Quilts.
Oh, are you? Are you at Festival of Quilts?
I am everywhere.
Right, where are you next week then?
Thursday morning I'm here.
Right.
Then I'm at Festival of Quilts.
I'm there on Thursday, so I'll see you there Thursday.
I'll see you Thursday. Friday I'm actually doing a talk at Festival of Quilts.
Are you?
And other few bits and pieces. Saturday I'm here again in the morning
for
2 hours.
Saturday?
I have no idea. And then I'm going straight to the NEC.
I am here Saturday because I'm at the Festival of Quilts Sunday.
And then I'm there again Sunday morning, and then 12 o'clock I'm going home. So
I'm going to see you loads today. I see you Thursday and Saturday and Sunday.
You'll see me. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So if you are at Festival of Quilts, please stop and say hello.
Come and find Delphine.
Come and say hello. And you.
Oh, yeah.
Please just come and say hello, because there's nothing more. Because I don't go with anybody, you see, because Nick's at work, the boys will be at the in-laws, so I'm all by myself.
Oh, well, you can come. You can come and play with me.
Yeah, so I'll be getting people to adopt me along the way. So come and say hello.
And ask her lots of questions. Well, it's been brilliant. Well, thank you for kicking off our Christmas in July with
it's a pleasure.
Shoes.
It's a pleasure.
It's been lovely. I will be back with you in a bit because it's Monday. You know what that means, don't you? It's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. It's Yarn Lane.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yes. That's the
really excited. It is the launch of the Christmas blanket. Now, just warning you in advance. Last year, when Sam Sabido came on with her Christmas crochet along, so this is designed for people if you've never crocheted before. You buy the whole kit now, and then the instructions get released every week in September until November. That's it.
Oh wow!
Flying already. And then you learn crocheting because you do it all together with Sam, and she has a Facebook group and she has tutorials live and everything.
That's lovely.
Very excited about that. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes with her. I'm just going to make sure Sam's arrived. Do get checked out on it, and then you can sit back and enjoy the demo. I'll see you in a little bit.
What's that? Christmas bells in July? That can only mean one thing. Christmas comes to Sewing Street. Oh, Chloe, that wasn't in the script.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long-arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
So it's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. It must be Yarn Lane.
Yeah.
Very excited. I've been telling them all morning about this because last time we sold out, didn't we?
Yes,
Christmas.
last Christmas. Yeah, did the crochet along, we sold out.
So you have got to get them this time. Now I'm going to show you what you get in the kit and then we're going to talk about how it works and what you do. But wait till you see. Look at the size of this bag. It's massive. It's massive. So in the bag you get all of this yarn. So we get white, mustard. You'll probably know these colours better than I do, Sam.
Yeah, I do know them if you want me to say.
Right, so go on then. White,
mustard, rose. I know wine. Twinkly red.
Twinkly. Look at that. Can you see the glitter in that? Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Twinkly red.
Possibly emerald.
Possibly. Actually, do you know what? It doesn't say. So no. So
no. Hang on. I have it written on the instruction sheet. So the dark red is claret.
Sparkly red.
Yes, and that's just green.
Green.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one. Sparkly silver. See, now this is the joy of buying the whole thing, isn't it? Is that you get all of these amazing yarns. Well, it's the only way to join in, to be honest.
Opal.
Opal. So that's a bit of a lighter green. Actually, I think I need to move.
Shall I move my little dolly?
Yeah. There we go. I'm in the middle now.
Salmon. Aqua.
I love all these shades of green.
Royal blue.
Obviously.
And fondant.
Oh,
and then that one is, hang on, blue.
And blue. Okay.
Yeah.
And a piece of paper explaining how it all works.
Yes.
This is the most important thing. And a button.
A mysterious button. So you get a little holding pattern.
You need to come a bit closer to me. Perfect.
You get a little holding pattern for a hook case, which I'll tell you more about in a minute.
It looks like one of those candy canes.
Yeah, exactly. Because my whole inspiration behind this is the Nutcracker.
Right.
So
okay. So the idea behind it, you buy the kit now, $58.99 for all of this yarn and all of the patterns and the button. And more importantly, the button. But it allows you to be part of the most amazing crochet along. So we did it last year.
Yes.
So it starts off, when does it start?
It starts on the 15th of September. It's an 8-week crochet along.
Right, so what happens? You get your bag.
Your kit in the post, and that will have your information sheet, which has got a number on it, and all the information, all the dates you need to know.
Right.
And everything else, what's in the kit, how it works. And on your sheet will be a number. So then you email me, the email address is on there and it's on the product description on the website.
Right.
And you email me your access number. So that's just at the bottom, it'll be written in my handwriting, a number. And then I reply to you with an introductory email, which gives you access to the crochet along when it starts. So then what happens is when it starts on the 15th of September, you'll get sent by email the first pattern PDF, which will have links to all the video tutorials in it. So there'll be step-by-step video tutorials.
So you don't need to have ever crocheted before?
No, I've designed this one. This is a really exciting one. It's suitable for any level of crochet, but beginners upwards. So if you're brand new to crochet, it's a really good way to get started. If you're more experienced, it's just a lot of fun. And this is the way of you thinking, I've always wanted to crochet, I've always wanted to make a blanket. Well, here we go. Exactly. This is your gateway to it. It's a stitch sample. So I made a mini one. That's why you see my little dolly here. It's all inspired by the Nutcracker and Christmas nostalgia.
So this is your this is Sam's mood board. Look at this. Love a mood board. Let me move my yarn pyramid. One moment.
Yes. So it's when I started to design it, obviously I've done a Christmas crochet along last year.
Yes, which was great.
And I went very traditional with the colourways for that. So I thought, obviously, hopefully people that did it last year enjoyed it. I have brought it with me.
Should we show it?
Just to show you. So it was a really traditional colourways last year.
I know, that was
lovely.
So ridiculously
really
popular, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really popular.
And loads of people were messaging all the time, encouraging each other, can you do, because I joined it, I bought the pattern, because I wanted to do the jumper.
Yes, because there's a jumper that comes with that pattern,
And loads of people were helping each other, and Sam was helping. So for beginners, it was ideal, but it was a real community.
Yeah, absolutely. So the great thing about a crochet along is you get that sense of community.
Fantastic.
So just to finish talking about the actual crochet along, it's 8 weeks, and you get a part sent to you every Friday from the 15th of September for 8 weeks. So it goes up until November.
Right, on the Facebook.
And that's emailed to you, it's not on Facebook, so it's a PDF that's emailed to you.
Oh, now that's good, because I know a lot of people's question is, what if I'm not on Facebook?
Exactly, so you don't have to be on Facebook, although there is a great Facebook community that you can join.
Right,
but you don't have to be on Facebook, you just get sent the email. And the email has a link to a PDF, and you click on that and it opens up the written instructions.
And there you go.
And the written instructions got lots of photos as well, and it's also got links to the video tutorials.
Can you do each row in a week? Each section, it's not one row, is it?
Yes, it's going to be 12 rows per week.
Okay, that's not too bad.
And it's taking the form of a stitch sampler, so every week you'll learn new stitches. You'll repeat some of the old stitches, because it's always lovely to go back to some of the ones you've done before. But then you will learn new stitches as well. So it's a learning process
that is
for
very
everybody.
achievable. And also, if you haven't all done it in 1 week, you can catch up a bit. But that does seem achievable.
So it's great for people that are brand new to it, and it's also great for people that can crochet, because you learn new stitches.
And I love the colours.
Yeah, so it's really, so the colours are inspired by this, I love nostalgia.
Yes.
And when it comes to Christmas, you've got all these lovely kitsch colours.
It's funny, it's the pink, isn't it?
It's the pink.
Pink is very Christmas.
I also, my daughter who's with me today, I took her and my other daughter to see the Nutcracker, the Matthew Bourne version.
There we go, and
look how pink that is.
Well, we launched the Liberty Christmas fabric collection this morning, and pink, loads of pink in there.
And it's not necessarily a colour you traditionally associate with Christmas, but actually when you look back, I've got this collection here of nostalgic Christmas cards and things, and loads of Nutcracker images. It's a very much a traditional colour when you look back in time. And there's Christmas cards here from the 1940s.
Oh wow, very
and they've
pink.
got loads of pinks and blues in them. So I did lots of research around those colours.
And this is kind of a very vintage Christmas, isn't it? I love those
and the two blues as well, they pop up all the time. There's all these retro vintage images I've got on this mood board. So that was the inspiration behind the colourways this time.
It's brilliant. And then every week they have some rows to do with a new stitch.
Exactly. So every week there'll be 12 new rows. There'll be some rows that are repeated that you've done before, because it's always really nice to have that familiarity.
Yeah, definitely.
You think, well, I've just done a new stitch. Oh, I'm back to the one I know, so that's quite nice.
And then if you want to, you can join the Facebook group, and then that's where you get that whole community.
There's a Facebook group called the Adventures in Crafting Crochet Along group, so you can join that now if you want. It's an open group, and you'll see lots of people already on that from previous crochet alongs. And And then, so from you order it today, the kit arrives. You've obviously got a bit of a wait.
Well, yes, but
until
it's very
September the
important it's there
15th.
on time, though,
Exactly.
isn't it?
And also, because of that, I've designed a little, I'm calling it a holding project, which reflects my school teacher days. But a holding project.
What's a holding
project
project,
to
then?
keep you going whilst you're waiting.
Oh, okay.
So it's a little hook case.
Oh, I love that.
In all the colours that you have.
Which are in your kit.
Which are in the kit. So you make a rectangle, there's a pattern for it, and then you can put all your hooks in. So if you're brand new to crochet and you buy a set of hooks today, you've got somewhere to keep them.
Wow, and you get emailed that as the holding pattern.
It's in the kit, so you get it the minute you receive the kit. But then if you email me the access code.
Oh yes, I found it. So yes, it is in the kit already.
And then you'll get when I get my email from you saying I've bought the kit, here's my access code, then I will reply with the PDF with the links to the tutorials in for this as well.
But we have a message. Lovely to see Sam and a fabulous kit. I've ordered mine. Love from Lynn and the Friday Club.
Oh yes, Lynn, one of my customers that comes to my Friday Club.
Oh,
yeah, thanks Lynn.
Good,
that's brilliant.
They are gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, so it should be
the instructions
such a lot
for
of
that
fun.
are in the kit, and there's enough yarn to be able to make that without messing up your blanket.
Yes, absolutely. So, and you know, I will suggest colour orders, but when you make this, it's a really good opportunity to play about with the colours and how they go together.
I love that. So what about hooks, since you're talking about hook cases?
Yeah, so you will need what you normally use for a double knit yarn. So if you're brand new to crochet, a 4mm
I would go with the 4mm. Now we have got the 4mm. I'd like to say this is my favourite crochet hook. I have this in all sizes now.
Really,
I
do you?
absolutely love it. I have a whole lot now.
Yeah.
There's only one of those left. $4.99. But we also have a set, because it's very nice. I say I have these in all sizes. We have a set, the Millwood crochet hooks. You've got 8 in that one. We've only got 2 of those left. Where did they go? But that's really useful to keep things in, like the scissors, because I always have a pair of scissors.
Yes. If you're new to crochet, you'll need scissors.
How cute are these? Because they've got a ball of yarn in them. How many? God, something going on with my ears. 49. No, they're just like, it's going beep, 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 beep. Needles.
Yes.
I'm looking at all
These
the
are
things.
basics. When they asked me what people might need, I sort of thought, well, hopefully people see this as an opportunity to start crocheting when they haven't before.
Yes.
So you've got the basics here. You've got your hooks, your needles to weave your ends in, a pair of scissors, everything you can put inside your little hook case.
Row counters. Well, I have one of the a crochet one, and all of this stuff
and
lives
it's
in mine.
It's there ready for you when you want it. So it's just a really nice thing to do, ready to start the crochet along when everyone starts together in September. So that's
I've
why
lost
I
my ears.
that.
I have no sound. I'm just going to make it up, guys, so you can't hear them. I've lost all my sound completely. Ben's just doing it by sign language now. Right, okay, Ben, so we'll start doing some crochet. This is great, and then I will sort that out. So what are you going to show us? Because obviously it's a secret, this blanket, isn't it?
This is the first 3 weeks. I've made it in miniature. So this is why I have my dolly with me. I thought the people that sew might like to see my dolly.
Oh yeah, go on then.
So she is a rag doll that I was made by my cousin when I was a bridesmaid at her wedding. And I have a matching, well, I don't have it anymore, but I wore a matching outfit. So along the whole nostalgia theme, I thought I'll make her a blanket just to show you a little bit of context, how big it might look on you when you've made it.
Oh, okay. Oh, so this is done to scale
so this
then?
Is sort of done to scale.
So this is
just
what
to give
you're
you
going
an
to
idea.
look like.
So,
it's gorgeous.
But so this here is the first 3 weeks of the crochet along designed. And it just gives you an idea, just make sure I hold it up the right way, there we go, of the colours, how they come together. And there is a repetitive element to it, so you can see the colours. I've repeated the colours again and again in the same order because it sort of brings it together a bit.
Yes.
And then you've got the granny stripe that pops up at regular intervals, and then you've got the trebles that pop up at regular intervals. But then you've also got new stripes to learn, or new stitches I should say. So there's a crossed treble at the top here, which you may not have done before.
I've never done a crossed treble.
So that's really fun. And then there's obviously a ripply wave, there's a V-stitch. What else was I playing about with? There's all sorts. Oh, there's a bobble.
You got bobbles.
This is a bead stitch here. So there's all sorts of different stitches in there. Is it easier to show it like that?
Yeah. Oh, you got bobbles?
Yeah, so you've got a bobbles. We're starting at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
We've got a bit of moss stitch here.
Oh, this is great, isn't
so
it?
So it's a really good learning experience.
Once you've learnt this and then you start buying your kits, all of these feature in your kits,
yeah,
don't they?
Exactly. It's a great way to sort of play about with the stitches. And if I do a stitch and you think I don't want to use that stitch this week, because of the way the stitch count works, you can just use one you've used before.
Oh, okay.
So
I wouldn't. Mine would have to be exactly
as mine. I always like to give people options because you get a bit kind of
I know some people do like me.
Yeah,
exactly
the same. Like mine, but you can be more flexible, and you can see the colours repeating throughout.
And then is it the 5th of November?
I think it was the 5th of November. Have I put the date in here? Friday the 3rd of November is the final part, and that'll obviously be the edging.
Oh, is the edging as well?
There's a bit of edging just to show it all off. And again, as you go along, if you've got a bit of yarn left over, it'll depend partly on your tension, but you could do some more repeats.
But but the thing is, you'll have all the patterns, won't you? So they'll all be sent to you. So even if you haven't caught up.
Oh yeah, you've got plenty of time. So that's why we do it. So it starts in September.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
And finishes in November. So you've still got 6 weeks till Christmas. So you can really take that time to catch up if you need to.
And you're doing video tutorials
as well. Video tutorials. So every week when you get your PDF, it will drop into your inbox on Friday morning, and you'll click on it and it will come up almost like a Word document. A PDF looks a bit like a piece of paper that you can print out. It's got your written instructions in, photographs, but also within those instructions for every row there will be a link is the word I'm looking for. My mind went blank. A link to click. So it's just you click on it, it'll be underlined. I'll put all the instructions in so you can see what to do.
And those will be available
that will open up a video.
After the 3rd of November.
Those will... Yeah, so a whole lot every week when you get your PDF, you'll have the instruction, then the whole lot will be available.
Right, it's just that, say if you didn't finish it by then, would you still be able to?
I see what you mean. Yes, no, forever. It'll be on my web. So you'll have your PDFs in your email inbox, but also I have it on my website.
Oh, okay.
So for those that have shopped with me before, you've got your own little account on my website. If you're new to me, then I'll set you up an account and that will come in your email. And that has all of the patterns together in one place.
Oh, great. Yeah, no,
so you're not fishing about in your email inbox looking for them. So
but
that's another way of accessing it.
You can still watch
and it'll be there forever, and they're not going anywhere if they're in your email inbox, or you can save them on your computer or on your phone or whatever.
Now, I know a lot of people with these crochet alongs, they've bought like 2 of them, but friends who live in different places, and then they do them together.
No, that's lovely.
So it's a bit like having a virtual crochet along.
And there's a whole element to this I haven't talked about yet. You get Zoom classes. So there's 4 live Zoom sessions. The dates are on the access sheet when you get it. And there's 4 of them every other week. So starting on the September the 22nd, and they're live Zoom meetups. And I've done those before when I've done crochet alongs, and they're really popular.
It's a really good idea, because then there's something very specific.
Yeah.
And it probably only takes like 10 seconds to when you can
see. And if you've got a question in your mind, then it's likely lots of other people have too.
Yeah.
So that's where we sort of bring up questions, we discuss progress. Some people won't even have started and they'll come along on the Zoom. Others will be, keeping up week to week. It doesn't matter, but they're optional. You do not have to come on the Zooms, but I've found they're a really lovely way of just getting everybody together and having a chat about how we're getting on.
Well, also, it's quite nice as well, isn't it, that you can meet the people that you see.
For me, it's great. I love putting faces to names, and quite often we've chatted on Facebook, or we've been in the forum on the Adventures in Crafting Crochet Along group, having a chat, and then
you may find that it's just one row that you have difficulty with.
Yeah, it's just you come along to say, oh, I'm loving this, it's all going really well, look how well I'm doing with it, or it's just a
I'm really behind, and everyone else goes, don't worry, so am I.
Exactly. And then we talk about TV and books and stuff, so it's it's just a really nice sociable get together. It just reflects that community that you get when you do a crochet along. So
I love Sam Cowell's The Kit Is Ordered. I only started crochet last year. My confidence has grown. I can read patterns now from Christine in Worcestershire. That's brilliant.
That's great, Christine.
Is the way to learn crochet.
Yeah.
Sam's Zoom chats are great, and it's such a lovely way to spend an hour on a Friday evening. From Kirsty in Northamptonshire.
Oh, thanks, Kirsty. And Kirsty's another one.
What a fab idea. My great niece wants to learn to crochet. This will be perfect for her. Absolutely, Christine. It honestly is as if it's... Oh, another one. Hi, quick question. Is Stitchmas just one colourway? Sorry, I've just turned on. I work nights and won't see the whole show, so I'm going out in 10 minutes. And Karen, it's all of these colours. Look at this. This is what you get in your kit. All of this you get, is it 1,300?
12 100 gram
Right,
balls,
1,200 grams of yarn in all of these colours. That's what you get in your kit. So all of that, it is fantastic. Right, a third of the stock has been checked out and we've got 40 more in baskets. So if you want to get it, last time we sold 43 in baskets. Now, just press the checkout button. It's going up and up and up. Press the checkout button. You need to check out or you're going to miss out. So, if you've got any questions, do ask us. We can answer them. But let's do some crochet. What are you going to show us?
Well, I thought I would show you, as we're talking about how this is suitable for beginners,
yes,
I thought I would show you how to get started on this hook case.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Because the hook case uses the 3 basic crochet stitches and works in rows. So it starts with trebles and then you've got half treble and then you've got double. And those are the 3, when I teach a beginner's class, those are the 3 basic stitches that I teach.
Okay.
So I just thought that would be a really nice starting
a good
point.
idea.
So that, and even, I thought I might even show people how to hold the hook in yarn.
Oh yeah, because this is where, obviously, if you're an experienced crocheter, you'll look at this, you'll go, fantastic, lovely, I really want to make the blanket easy. But if you're a beginner, and we're always trying to encourage people to start crocheting, because just love it, then this bit's for you. And actually, even if you are more experienced, it's always worth revisiting those things.
Definitely. In fact, I had a customer message me yesterday and we had a lovely long chat about how she was getting on with something, but she, within the conversation, it transpired that she had been doing American treble crochets rather than UK treble crochets.
Wow.
It hadn't made any difference to her crochet, but so actually sometimes you can be crocheting for years and then think, oh, that's a helpful thing I hadn't realised.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised none of her patterns ever worked.
Well, yeah, I think it all seems like she'd been doing fine with her crochet, so... Yeah. So anyway, so it's quite always useful to recap.
Right. Okay. So we've got the pad, we've got our kit, we've got the pad, we've got all of this yarn, and there's enough to make. I love the little matching bag.
Yeah. I just thought I know from when I've done the crochet alongs before, there's a gap between receiving your kit and starting, and people are eager to get started. So I thought this would be a really nice way of getting started with it. So I thought I would start with how to hold the yarn. So you'll get your crochet hook if you haven't got one already. There's 2 ways to hold a crochet hook. There's loads of ways to hold a crochet hook, but there's 2 main ways. You've got the knife hold. No, pencil hold. Get it right way around. So you have to see, I had to try and do it then. Pencil hold, where your hand's underneath the hook, and knife hold where it's on top. So you hold it the way that feels comfortable to you. I hold it a knife hold. And you're going to start with a slip knot on the hook. So you start with
I can't even remember what I do.
Do you know? I always say just pick up the hook.
No, I do as a pencil.
Pencil, yeah, exactly. And they think it's around 50-50. And there's other holes also, but it's interesting. And when I teach it as a beginner's class, I say just put the hook down, pick up your cup of tea, have a mouthful of tea, and then pick it up again, and you'll do it instinctively. So, making a slip knot, this is how I do it. There's lots of ways. Tail on the palm of your hand, loop the yarn over, put your hook through the loop, hook onto the yarn that's over the back of your hand and put it through. And then you just want to hold the tail and the ball end and tighten them up a bit. And then you pull the end that's attached to the ball, the working yarn, to tighten it. So the trick with this is you don't want your loop on your hook to be too tight. So if you knit and you think, I'll give crochet a go, you don't want it to be as tight as it would be for knitting. So when I teach beginners, knitters will feel instinctively they need to pull it tight, but you don't. You actually need a bit of looseness so that your loop that's on your hook can easily move up and down the hook. And then you hold your tail end in your dominant hand that's holding your hook. And the rest of the yarn we're going to wrap around your other hand. So I'm right-handed, so the rest of it's going around my left hand. So I'm going to bring the end of the yarn over my little finger and around, and that just holds that yarn in place and gives you a bit of tension. And then I'm going to go over this next finger, and then where my hand at the moment has my thumb pointing up, I'm going to twist from my wrist so the whole hand turns, and then push back on this yarn here, which is the working yarn, with either your middle finger or your first finger, whichever feels more comfortable. I do middle. And then you let go of your tail and you hold that with your thumb and your other finger. And this becomes your working yarn. Now there's loads and loads of different ways of holding the hook. This is just a starting point for people that haven't crocheted before. So if you're watching it and you hold your hook and yarn differently, it doesn't matter at all. This is just a really nice guide for people that are new to it. And then you're hooking your hook under the yarn, half a twist, use that hooky bit and pull it through that loop that's on your hook. So that's one chain made. And then you just repeat that. So for the hook case here, you make 32 chains to start with. So that was 2, 3, 4. I'm going to count in my head now, otherwise it'd be boring for you.
Ben says because he's on board with this, he can deal with this
good.
bit. Where are we getting stuck then, Ben? All the fingers.
It's a lot of fingers. It's a lot of holding the yarn. So when you've done your 32, you can count to check. So if you lose count, don't worry. And in crochet, we talk a lot about V's. And that's because a lot of the time we're looking at these 2 strands of yarn that look like a V. So there's one here, that's a chain there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so I guessed there, so I need to do 4 more, 29, 30, 1, 32. It doesn't matter too much because as long as you keep the same number,
yes, but if it's not enough, it will be a bit short for your crochet.
And then I would just have a little check, is my hook going to fit in there? Because it will, it's all about tension and the way you hold the yarn, and that differs from person to person.
I wish I'd made mine longer though, because I've got so many hooks in mine now, and I've got a zip across the top. It's actually, you have to really take stuff out to get things out.
Yes,
I wish it made it longer than it needed to be.
So it should end up a little bit longer than your hook, about
mine
4
I don't think
or 5
is
centimetres.
quite long enough.
If it's not long enough, you can just all you do is more chains. It doesn't matter at all. So the first row is treble crochets. So this is UK terms. So yarn over your hook for a treble crochet, and then you're going to skip 3 chains, 1, 2, 3, and find the 4th chain along. So I'm skipping the one the yarn's coming out of, 2, 3, and I'm going to this 4th one. I'm just going to put the hook underneath that top loop there. Hook onto the yarn that's behind it, so the working yarn, pull that back through with your hook, gives you 3 loops, hook the yarn again and come through 2, and again and come through 2. So we've got the skipped 3 chain and 1 treble made. And so for the treble row, you're going to repeat that into every chain along. So yarn over, into the chain, pull back through, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So you're going to keep going into every chain along, and you get trebles are a tall stitch, so it will look a bit like that. Well, it should look exactly like that. With a bit of luck. Yes. Don't worry if it's not quite the same, but it looks a bit like a ladder, I always think, when it's turned up.
But once you've got the yarn and the hook in your hand, it will make more sense.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to sort of do it along with you.
Yeah, exactly. If you watch this back and pause it when you need to, it's a really good way of practicing. So the key thing with a treble is it's yarn over first, then into the chain, pull the yarn back through, gives you 3 loops. I always think about the treble part, there's 3 loops there. Hook onto the yarn, bring it through the first 2 of those, which leaves 2 loops on your hook, hook on again and come through the next 2. So you just repeat that all the way along, which will give you 30 stitches. So where we started with a chain of 32, because we skipped that one there, skip those 3, it's a bit mathematical, but you end up with 30. So I've got one here that I did earlier, so I don't have to bore you, we're doing the same thing. Hold it the right way around, Sam. Okay, so this is where I've gone all the way along, and I've got to the last stitch. So I'm going to show you how to make a colour change. So I've got my last one to work. So you can work any colour you like. When you email me and I send you the video tutorials for this, I will have the colour order in it that I have used. But you can use any colour. It's a really good opportunity to play about with all these lovely colours and see which ones you like together.
Also, so you could get your colour order sorted before September.
Exactly. So you can think, oh, actually I don't like the light pink next to the red, or maybe I'll try blue. So you don't have to do my colour order,
true.
you can play about with it.
Yeah, because you've got like burgundy, well, the dark red, then the pink,
Yeah.
then the blue, then the mustard. Oh yeah, so you could choose.
Yeah,
and you've got the two sparkly ones together.
Two sparkly together, so you might want to do that differently. So I thought this is a really good chance.
It is actually, yeah. Come September,
about.
you'll be sorted,
yeah,
won't you?
Exactly. Right, so for this final stitch, I'm going to change colours. So I'm going to use this one, which I think is called the Claret. So yarn over into that final chain, pull the yarn back through. So you started your treble in the same way as every other treble. Yarn over through 2, and that leaves those final 2 loops on your hook. So you're going to finish this stitch in your new colour. So instead of going yarn over, pull through 2 with the white, you're going to put a loop of your new colour on that hook and put it through those 2 loops there. So if you look, that leaves the V of the stitch is white, but the loop on your hook is in the Claret, ready to start the next row.
Right.
So that's a nice way to change colour. I'll show you again in a minute because we'll do the same for this row. So fasten off the white by just cutting it, and that's done with. Let's move that out the way. Okay. So I'm now going to start, is that okay? Row of half trebles.
I've got that. It's a good idea because I think a lot of people start the next one by knotting it on.
Yes, and I used to go through I used to finish the stitch and then slip stitch in the same place. It just got a bit messy. And so
which is strange because when you do when you change along a row, like when you're doing tapestry crochet,
yes,
this is what
you do
that way. But I never used to change that way at the end of the row.
I think it's just a really nice, neat way of doing it. It just really, and if you want to, you can tie knots.
Because it's the same as changing colour within a row.
Exactly. But it's exactly how you change it. I know, it's strange, isn't it? You get into habits, don't you? So I'm just going to tie a little knot there also just to secure it, ready for when I come to weave the ends in. So the next row is half trebles. So we've done our row of trebles. So for a half treble, you chain 2 before you turn it. So the turning chain for a half treble is 2 chains in the air. So I've done 2 of those little chains that we did at the beginning. So it's just standing up in the air like that. Then you turn your work. I always say you turn it like the page of a book. So you're not turning it upside down, you're taking the other end that you've worked and flipping it over like that. And then you're ready to start working the backs of the stitches. So you've got these stitches that look from the back of it, you've got a little hole. And then if you just twist it, you almost have to twist it all the way over. You can see the V's at the top of the stitches. So that's the stitches we're going to work into. We need to go underneath both strands of each V now. So for a half treble, you put yarn over your hook and then you're going into that hole underneath both strands. So if you look, I'm just going to move that red so you can see, I've gone under 2 strands of yarn there. Pull the yarn back through, so you start it like a treble. So you've now got 3 loops on your hook. And now you grab the yarn and you come through all 3. And I've worked that into the very first stitch. So I've done the chain 2, that's not going to count as a stitch, it's just going to give me that bit of height. And I've worked a half treble into that very first stitch. And now I do the same into every stitch along. So yarn over like for the treble, find the little hole from the side here, just check you go underneath 2 strands, so turn it as you work. Grab the yarn and put it back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook. And this time you grab the yarn and come through all 3. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yes. See, this is why I love crochet, because I get these personal demos from Sam. I just go, yeah, that's great. Yes.
It's just, I think it's just that thing. It's never. I think you can never be too experienced to not come back to this.
Oh, and to watch it this close up is just fab.
Yeah, it's really good practice. So, and then you're going to continue that all the way along. So I'll do a few more. So it's yarn over into that stitch. Make sure you're going under 2 strands of yarn. So can you see, if I just pull them apart a little bit, you can see you've got 2 strands there. Again, it looks like a V. Hook onto the yarn and put it back through, which gives you 3 loops, yarn over it through all 3. So that's your half treble, and you'll do that into every stitch now, because now we're working into stitches along. So all the way along. I just want to show you how that looks as you go. I've got another one here that's nearly done. So you can see that is a slightly shorter stitch. So the
Yes.
treble is a taller stitch and the half treble is slightly shorter. It's a bit more compact. So you'll do that all the way along.
And it'll look like that.
And it will look like that. Oh, no, it won't. Push it up a bit further and then you can see what it looks like. There you go.
All
so
the way
let's
along.
Move
Fab.
that. I'm going to work with some sparkly, which is not the yarn order I've got, but I just wanted to show you how fun this sparkly is to work with.
Any different to work with?
No, do you know, this is a lovely sparkly, this brand.
And it feels
it
nice,
feels
doesn't it?
soft.
Yeah, it doesn't feel
stiff
at all. It's
No.
only a little bit of sparkle.
Yeah, so it's really lovely. I really like this one. So I've come along my row of half trebles here. So something that's specific when you've remembering that the row before was trebles is with treble crochets, that's the white row, you've got that chain 3 at the beginning that counts as a stitch. So that's unique to trebles. So I need to put a half treble into that. I haven't done that yet. I've done a half treble into every stitch so far, and if I was to count that, that would be 29. But I need to now put one in this one.
Yeah, see, now
to
I
make
think
it
this
30.
is where a lot of people go wrong,
This
is knowing where is the
potentially
end.
confusing. And don't forget, there'll be videos when you've got this video
Yes.
to look at anyway on the YouTube channel, but I will also put videos in the PDF. So when you have bought your kit and you email me your access code, you'll get another copy of this pattern, but with the videos
Right,
in it.
fantastic.
So, and this again, these are the basics that sometimes you might not have picked up, even if you've been crocheting for a long while, or you might be slightly confused about. So this bit here is my 3 chain that I skipped. So I must put a stitch in that. So do yarn over, through that chain at the top there. So it's at the top, the one that's nearest the stitch. Pull the yarn back through. So treat it like a stitch, but it isn't a stitch, it's just a chain. Gives you 3 loops on your hook. And now, I hope this isn't too confusing, but I'm now going to change colour. So the final part of a half treble is to grab the yarn and come through those 3. But because I want to change colour in an easy way, I'm going to grab onto the silver with my hook and pull that through all 3. So again, I finished the final
That's good.
stitch
You see,
in
what
red.
I do is I always join it into the top of that, not down there.
Oh.
Don't know why. Just because I know I'm missing one and I've got to go in the end, but I would have joined it into the top, sort of next to that. But that looks
okay.
But that's how it should be done.
And it makes it rectangular.
Yes, because whereas
get
my end one's slightly dodgy.
Yes, if you've got
'Cause I
slightly
didn't
wavy
realise that.
edges, it'll be not quite in the right
Yeah, no,
place.
I didn't know you had to go into the. Yeah, I guess you've got to go into the top of that chain, not into the top of there.
Interesting,
Well,
there we
you go,
are.
see, I've always had dodgy edges, but I go, well, there we go.
It doesn't matter, you're going to edge it anyway.
I know, but it's really, I think with crochet, if you can learn how to do it properly, if then it's slightly odd, you're almost there.
Yes,
But if you never learn how to do it properly, it's going to be even more odd.
Exactly. It's nice to have a refresher as well.
No, I didn't realise that at all.
Oh, there we go. So now we're doing a row of double crochets. So you chain 1. So for a double crochet, you chain 1. It's just a recap, but don't worry because this is all written in the pattern and you'll have the videos. Treble crochets have a chain 3 for a turning chain. So the white one was the treble with a chain 3 turning chain. Half trebles have a 2 chain turning chain, and now on a double crochet, which just has a 1 chain. So don't worry, it's all in the pattern, but just a little recap there. Turn it. And then for a double crochet, again, you'll go into the very first stitch and you just put your hook through that stitch, making sure you go under 2 strands. Sorry, just bring it in a bit for you. And you'll notice I have not put the yarn over the hook first this time. It just goes straight into the stitch, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through both. So double crochet again is a shorter stitch. So into the next stitch, pull the yarn back through, 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through both. And you just do that all the way along. You can see that lovely sparkle.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? But it doesn't feel stiff at all.
No,
it feels just the same as the other yarns.
Yeah, it does. It's really lovely to work with. So we're going to continue along, putting 1 double crochet into every stitch. And you get that. You know, I mean, I've been crocheting for years, but I loved making this little hook case. It was such fun.
Because it's such a nice thing to do. Well, also each row is not very long, is it?
Exactly. And it's just so, I don't know, there's something about putting the 3 stitches in rows that feels really satisfying.
And also by practicing this, particularly if you are a complete beginner, once you get to your kit in September, got it.
Exactly, that's what I thought. And you've now got that sort of tutorial of me doing this very beginnings of getting started also. So you can be practicing away until September.
I know, it'll be great. You'll be on iPad cases and everything.
Yes.
Just don't use any more of this yarn.
Yes.
So that'll do, because otherwise you'll have none left for your blanket.
Yeah, use it for your hook case and then use your stash.
That's great. So that's how you do the 3 stitches. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just carry on along, because then I'll just show you in a sec how to start the trebles again, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, carry on, finish that way. Well, I think also it's like, you rewind it, don't you? But it's actually quite nice to see it over and over again.
Yes.
To keep rewinding it.
Exactly.
Maybe you should do that with tutorials. Yes, could you do 10 minutes of treble crochet?
Yeah, just let me watch it and watch it.
Really slowly.
Yeah. So we're just coming along to the end here. So the thing about the treble and the half treble is that the chain doesn't count as a stitch. So as you come along here to the end, I've got one more stitch to work, which is here, and I'm not going to put one in this 2 chain. It's just giving me a little bit of height. So I just make my last double crochet by putting my hook into there, pulling the yarn back through, give me 2 loops on my hook, and now I'm ready to start the treble. Sorry, I'll move that down, which I will do with the green. And so you finish the double by pulling the green through those 2 loops, and then you can cut off your silver. And now I'm back to treble. So that's all I did, was repeated the rows. So for the treble, I'm going to do a chain 3, because you have a chain 3 turning chain for a treble. Let's get some yarn there.
I'm going to do it for you.
Thank you. Bring it down so you can see. Turn it over. Move all those ends. You can weave those ends in whenever you're ready to. And now, with a treble, this chain 3 counts as a stitch. So this is slightly different to the double and the half treble. So this chain 3 counts as a stitch, and so you don't work into that first stitch. You actually skip that one and go into the next one, because this chain 3 is acting as the treble for that stitch. So that is where it's slightly different. So I'm not going to work in there.
I never know why that is.
I think it's because that chain is quite bulky, so you could treat it like you did and I know some people do, like with the chain 2 for the half treble, where you just ignore it and work it in to the same stitch.
But it looks a bit messy, doesn't it?
It just gets a bit bulky at the ends, I think.
Right, okay.
So yeah, so that's why when you come back along with your half treble, you have to remember to put a stitch in there. So
right, because the half treble one doesn't count.
Yes.
But the other,
Yeah, so when you come back along with your half treble, remember that you do put a stitch in the 3rd of the 3 chains.
Right.
All written in the pattern, but so if you're, if you've been crocheting for a while, this will be something you know, but it might be a nice reminder.
Although that
if you're new,
I did know that, but I didn't know about the end one.
Yeah.
Because the problem is I think you assume things, or you sort of make it up a bit as you go along, and then you think it's fact.
I mean, the other, well, you don't. But the thing is, it's one of these traditions that's been passed down over the years.
Yes, exactly.
So if your granny or great granny taught you, and they did it a certain way, they'll teach you it that way, which is fine. That's why I'm always reluctant to say something's wrong.
Yeah,
that's
true.
It's just there's so many different ways of doing it, and I always say if it achieves a result that looks good, that is fine. So don't ever feel that's wrong, unless obviously you're not getting the stitches you want. But there's so many ways of doing it, and so many different ways have been passed down through the generations. So. But yes, so that gives you the idea that you'll go along with those trebles then. You start to see the lovely effect of the stripes
Yeah, it's
now.
nice, but that's where you can really decide whether because the colours are more solid here than where you've got some of the more open ones, you can really decide how it's going to work,
Really good opportunity to have a play about. Yeah. So, so if we've got time, I can move on to another stitch.
Yeah, you have, yes.
Okay,
we've got a bit
brilliant.
of time. You do need to get checked out on your kits though. $58.99, you are getting 1,200 grams of, it's acrylic yarn, beautiful quality acrylic yarn, so not itchy at all. You get the pattern, to start off with for the little hook case anyway, but you will get all the patterns for 8 weeks, will be emailed. You don't need Facebook access, you just need an email address. It'll be emailed directly to you. And then every week from September to November, so by the beginning of November you'll have finished your blanket, or if you need a bit of catch up then you've got till Christmas. So if you've always thought I would love to learn to crochet, and I don't want to just learn to crochet, I want to actually make something, then you will end up with a Christmas blanket. And not only that, you'll have learned how to hold your hook, how to hold your yarn, how to do single crochet, double crochet, how to do chains, how to do trebles, how to do half trebles.
By the time you've done the whole blanket, you'll have done so many different stitches.
Different ones.
Yeah.
Now, we've got 42 people who've got this in their basket. You need to check out, because it's very hard to recreate these kits again, isn't it?
Yes.
It was a nightmare last year. So when they're gone, you know, they're gone. So, and you will have the whole thing sent to you, and you've then got the whole summer to practice.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right, so we've finished.
So I've got to the end of here. I'm going to change colour. I'm going to go back to this white.
Okay.
Okay. So back to the white. So a row, of course, being me, a row that I've used again and again is the granny stripe, because you know how much I love the granny stitch and the granny stripe and the granny squares. So that's one I thought I would also show you today.
Someone's just said, what size is the finished blanket?
It's approximately 120 centimetres wide by 150 long. So
it says on the website, it does actually, which is a great size. That is a lie under.
Yeah, so really good snuggle on the sofa.
Yeah, it's a good size blanket.
Single bed. Yeah, it's just. So it lay across the end of a single bed or something.
So you're getting a kind of a single bed size blanket, and it's long enough to land under the sofa.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
It looks beautiful. Everyone will admire it. And also where it's. Although it's Christmas colours, it's not so obviously Christmas that you can only have it out at Christmas. I think you could have it out all year round.
I think so too. Well, it feels very vintage retro,
yes,
doesn't it?
Definitely.
And it is Christmassy because you've got the sparkle, but yeah, it's not red and green.
See, I've got a sofa at home that I reupholstered in Cath Kidston fabric.
Oh, did you?
Beautiful. So it's blue background, velvet fabric.
Wow.
And it's got all different colour flowers on it. And it's this palette, basically.
It is that, yeah.
Probably shouldn't mention a designer's name, but it's very sort of that kind of
the fabrics are available that you can use to cover sofas.
I found it in somewhere obscure, so I don't think it's even something I'd ever be able to do again.
But yes, it is that palette, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I would keep it out all year round.
Yeah.
It's really
lovely.
good.
That bright yellow in there as well. Okay, so
who are we talking about, Ben? We're talking about Cath Kidston. You weren't listening, clearly.
Okay, so you've done your chain of 3 to start. Let's just move it along. And this is the granny stripe row.
Oh, okay.
This is this one here. So in the blanket, I've done it in silver, sparkly red, and the salmon.
Okay.
So, and I think, with all of these stitches that I've been designing it with, I'm going for that fun kind of nutcrackery Christmas, slightly circusy almost. You've got the ribbons. It's really supposed to be fun and vibrant. And when we went to see, I've got it here. I don't know, am I allowed to show this?
I'm sure. Are we allowed to show that? Yeah.
The Matthew Bourne Nutcracker. Other Nutcracker shows are probably available and also very good.
And also just as good, honestly, really.
Yes.
It's not the only one.
Spots and stripes and ribbons. It was just such a vibrant, fun thing to do. So that's what I was trying to reflect with all these different stitches.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. You've got all of the colours in
there. Going forward,
lovely.
you're going to have, that's how it's going to be. So anyway, back to those granny stripes. So I've done my chain 3. I'm going to skip 2 stitches because it's a treble. This one at the bottom here doesn't count. So 1, 2, and 3 trebles into the next one. So granny stripe just refers to groups of 3 trebles. Because that's what you use in a traditional granny square, your little cluster of 3 trebles. That's whenever you have a pattern that works with groups of 3 trebles, it tends to be called a granny stripe or something like that. Now I skip 2 stitches, so 1, 2, find the 3rd one along. So if I just put it down just to show you, so you're skipping this one, and in a 3rd one along, do another group of 3. So this is what we'll be doing in the first week. Each week you'll do 4 stitches, so it'll be 3 rows of each stitch, 12 rows. But there will be repetition, so this granny stripe will come up again and again.
But so that is very achievable, because it's not like you've got to do it every night. If you don't do it one night, you can do a bit and you can catch up, can't you? I feel like that is quite achievable.
Yes, exactly. And it'll be very much something that, the reason I've done repetition, firstly, it looks great on the blanket, but secondly, I know that it will be nice. I mean, I know from doing it myself, it's nice to get to one that you've done before.
Yeah.
So you've had a bit of fun learning a new stitch, and they're like, oh, back to the granny stripes.
And it really is the only way to learn. And people go, oh, I'd love to learn. Well, yeah, you need to be shown. That's kind of key.
Yeah.
But really, it's just practice, isn't
Yeah,
it? And
you know,
it's like holding the hook and the yarn. It's only done with once you've been shown.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben and Charlie want to learn. No, because you won't ever do it again. I would teach you if you seriously were going to crochet. But if you're only going to just want to learn...
Well, if they learn this is like a very immersive way of learning. Yes. So if you do a whole 8 weeks, it's almost like an 8-week crochet course in a way. Because you learn so much.
Boys, if you want to learn to crochet...
Yeah. It's the perfect opportunity.
You need to join Sam's crochet along.
Yeah.
And you can lie under the sofa, under the blanket, and send us a photo.
So I think that looks really Christmassy. It's very sort of like crowny, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's snow.
Yeah.
It's snow, isn't it?
And it's just, you know, you've just introduced a new stitch and suddenly the whole thing looks really different. So you finish with a treble in the third of that 3 chain again. And I'm going to change colour. I'm going to go back to the red. Oh, cut that off there. Got all sorts of samples flying about.
Oh, I'm glad you've chosen. See, I'd just copy your colour choice because I think I would. I think I would struggle.
So this is me being a bit random with my colour choice.
Yeah.
Cut off the white. Okay, so there you've got the chain 3, and you turn it, and then because we're starting our next row of granny stripes, let's put that behind there. You always want your yarn behind your work. You put 2 trebles in this first gap here. So we haven't chained 1, there's no chain 1, but there is a gap that's made between this last treble and this first set of 3. So you put 2 trebles in there, which acts like a little group of 3 then. So you've got your 3 chain to start plus those 2 trebles, like so.
And you haven't got to remember any of this, you know, all of this is in the pattern and you will be able to see it, because some say, oh, have I got to remember that that's 2?
No, but it's nothing to remember. You'll have a link for every row. You'll click on a link and I'll pop up with a video. And it's just really today to give you an idea of how effective it is using all those different stitches.
It is,
and how
isn't it?
fun
Well, it's like a sampler, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a learning experience as well. But it's just such, I mean, you never tire of the fun of the changing colour and changing the stitch.
Oh, I know, and also that's the thing, isn't it? It's not like crochet a blanket in one stitch using all the same colour. It'll be interesting.
Exactly. It's always,
lovely to do. And it is a nice thing, because we had a lot of people that have done it before where they've said, well, I've bought one, and then my friend who lives 300 miles away has bought one, and we've been doing it together.
Well, when you said about Zoom, I've had, when you said about that, that's what reminded me of the Zoom, because I've had family groups, like mother and 2 daughters who are distance geographically across the country, come along to the Zoom. So I'll be like greeting everybody and they're saying hello, and you know, grandchildren are popping up in the background and all sorts. It's just so lovely.
Could you get out, please? This is not for you lot to
I'm
meet
always
up.
like, oh, what have you been making?
Zoom
They go and get their little makes to show me, the children. Yeah, but, so it's, you know, only if you want them to be on there, obviously. But yes, so it's...
it is quite a lovely thing, because you can then do it together.
The Zoom element is really fun. Yeah, and just...
So get yourself one and then order one for a friend or a granddaughter or a niece or a nephew or Uncle Jim. Yeah. Whoever fancies learning to crochet.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can do it together.
Yeah. So that, I think that, you know, that community thing, and on the crochet along group, if you are on Facebook, you'll get that feeling of community by chatting in that group and seeing what people have been doing. So.
Well, that's fab. Thank you so much. Now, there's loads of you who've got it in your basket. You need to get checkout before we sell out, because I don't know whether we'll get them back again, and then you might be late. Fancy if you were late and how awful that would be. Yeah. So thanks, Sam. It's brilliant.
You're welcome.
It's brilliant.
I'm
really excited to see this. Really very
that's
keen.
Great. I look forward to it.
And it's going to have a border around it as well.
It is. Yeah.
That's the best bit. Love a border. When are you back with us?
21st of August.
Okay.
Not too far
No, that's not too far away, is it?
Yeah.
Hope you're getting a holiday first.
I am going on holiday
Tomorrow?
tomorrow.
Wow,
Tomorrow morning.
where are you going?
We're going to the north of France, so we'll be getting on the Channel
Brittany
Tunnel.
or Normandy?
Normandy.
Oh, I love Normandy. I worked in Normandy one summer. Worked for Eurocamp as a courier.
Oh, okay.
Clean in Thames was a rubbish courier. I've had great fun.
Sounds good.
Right. Can I just say, there were 64 of you with this in your basket. You need to check out because we don't have 64 kits left. So those of you who've got it in your basket are going to miss out unless you check out quickly. So have a great time in Normandy.
Yeah,
hope you get to buy
it. We will. Hoping. Oh, we're staying in Honfleur the first 2 nights.
Absolutely love Honfleur, and I love Bayeux. Honfleur is one of my favourite places.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, I'm even more excited now.
It's going to be brilliant. So thank you for joining me today. First Christmas in July Day, but tomorrow we'll be back. John is presenting tomorrow, and at 8 o'clock, it's all about Christmas fabrics, even more. I will be here at 9 o'clock with mine and Amy's brand new 12 Days of Christmas quilt, which is a quilt featuring, funnily enough, the 12 Days of Christmas. We've got fatter quarters, we've got charm squares, we've got small wall, lots and lots of things, really nice. 10 o'clock, Kerry is in from Living in Loveliness, and she's doing Christmas sewn with scraps and a gift wrap bag. And at 11 o'clock, I will be back with Amber Makes doing another brand new Christmas design, the Christmas Village and the matching Christmas church. You don't know where it's on the shelf, actually, behind you. I brought it in yesterday. I had to take it out on the shelf. It got a bit damp in my car.
Oh,
the whole Christmas Village got a little bit damp.
Oh,
but it's all fine now. It's all fine. And then at 12 o'clock, Kerry will be back. Oh, he's brought my church. Oh. I'll just have the church because I've only got a minute left. There we go. There's the church. That's the little church.
Lovely.
It's like the Cotswold Church.
Gorgeous.
So you put like little tea lights inside, and then it lights up. Oh. There we go. It was sitting in the shelf. It's not damp anymore. And 12. Sorry, can we do 12 o'clock again? 12 o'clock is reusable Christmas crackers and baubles with Kerry. So thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here tomorrow, but not till 9 because John will be on at 8. Congratulations to all of you who've bought your Christmas kits and fabric, and don't forget to check out on your quilt, on your blanket kit. I will see you back here tomorrow. Oh, I got.